Analytical. Marxism. Tom Meyer. Contents. Preface 9.1. Foundations of Analytical Marxism. 1. What is Analytical Marxism? 1. Who are the Analytical Marxists? 4. The use of examples in Analytical Marxism. 12. Is Analytical Marxism Marxist? 15. The methodology of Analytical Marxism. 17. Ethics and Analytical Marxism. 20. Conclusion. 22. 2. Theory of history. 25. A general view of history. 25. Materialism. 27. Principles of historical development. 29. Stages of historical development. 34. Contradictions of capitalism. 38. Exploitation and history. 45. Another version of historical development. 49. Class struggle as the basis of historical development. 50. Conclusion. 55. 3. Exploitation. Conceptual issues. 58. The concept of exploitation. 58. What causes exploitation? 61. Models of exploitation. 65. Exploitation in subsistence economies. 68. Exploitation in early human subsistence economies. 76. Exploitation in a capitalist economy. 77. Is exploitation a useful concept? Conclusion. 4. Exploitation, applications and elaborations. 85. Using the concept of exploitation. 85. Exploitation and the collapse of the Roman Empire. 86. Exploitation and imperialism. 89. Class and exploitation. 92. Exploitation in credit economies. 96. Exploitation and the capitalist business cycle. 102. A game theoretic approach to exploitation. 107. Socialist exploitation. 112. Is exploitation wrong? 115. Conclusion. 118. Appendix A 4.1 Technology and Exploitation. 123. Appendix A 4.2 Exploitation as a conflict of interests. 125. 5. Class. 131. Class analysis and analytical Marxism. 131. Exploitation and class structure. 135. Middle classes and contradictory class locations. 139. Class structure. 141. An alternative approach to class structure. 145. Class consciousness. 148. Women and class, Carling's interpretation. 152. Women and class, Wright's interpretation. 156. Proletarianization. 159. A neo-Weberian critique of analytical Marxist class analysis. 161. Class struggle and class formation. 163. The collapse of German democracy, a class analysis. L65. Conclusion. I69. 6. State. 172. The strategic conception of the state. 172. State autonomy. 175. Parties and political strategy. 178. Class conflict and the state. 181. Structural dependence of the state. 189. Democracy. 194. Political aspects of full employment. 199. Conclusion. 201. 7. Revolution. 203. Analytical Marxism and the Theory of Revolution. 203. A critique of Karl Marx's theory of revolution. 206. Rebellion and revolution in pre-industrial contexts. 209. A game of revolution. 213. Transition to democracy. 218. The two-front struggle for democracy. 222. Conclusion. 226. 8. The collapse of communist systems. 229. Basic causes. 231. The tendency toward economic stagnation. 234. Sources of economic crisis. 238. Political analysis of communist collapse. 243. Class analysis of communist collapse. 249. The case of China. 252. Is communist collapse inevitable? 255. Conclusion. 256. 9. Socialism. 260. The socialist project in crisis. 260. The classic model of market socialism. 262. Theoretical foundations of market socialism. 265. A blueprint for socialism. 271. Circumventing socialism. 275. The basic income game. 278. Market socialism and social democracy. 281. Participatory economics. 288. Conclusion. 292. 10. Summary, critique, Future Directions 295 Analytical Marxism and Modern Social Science 295 The Achievements of Analytical Marxism 296 Critiques of Analytical Marxism 300 Defending Analytical Marxism 307 Future Directions 316 A Brief Annotated Bibliography of Analytical Marxism 341 Preface The reader is entitled to a few warnings about this book. The first warning concerns my interpretation of analytical Marxism. I choose to interpret this subject in a broad rather than a narrow way. That is, I include some writers who came before the establishment of anything like analytical Marxism and others who know of the field but do not consider themselves analytical Marxists. I always try to explain why such a writer is included. While recognizing the diversity of analytical Marxism, I do try to identify some principles of unity. Some of these principles might not be acknowledged by the mainstays of the field. The second warning concerns the background required to read this book. Parts of analytical Marxism are highly technical. I have struggled to produce a book that is accessible to many people yet remains scrupulously faithful to the intellectual content of the subject. Against my own predilections, this book does not contain a single equation. I sometimes take a lot of trouble to explain the meaning of an equation and to provide an understandable illustration. Whether this procedure creates sufficient comprehension, the reader must decide. I can truthfully say that no formal mathematical or statistical background is required to read this book. I can also truthfully say that the advice to authors proffered by Strunk and White in the Elements of Style was taken very seriously: be clear, be brief, be bold. The third warning to readers concerns my political orientation. This book is written by a partisan of analytical Marxism. I try to keep my partisanship under wraps enough to achieve a measure of objectivity. I try to be truthful. I present criticisms fully and as plainly as I can. I do not gerrymander the topics to 9x. Make analytical Marxism look good. Nevertheless, the attentive reader will easily perceive where my sympathies lie. It is a pleasure to acknowledge the assistance I have received in preparing for and writing this book. The idea of writing a book about analytical Marxism was suggested by my friend and subsequent editor Mark Gottdiener. Mark gave me penetrating feedback and tolerated delays with more good humor than I had any right to expect. John Romer did not see any part of this manuscript in advance of publication, but the inspiration provided by his work bears much responsibility for its writing. I have discussed with John, both in person and via correspondence, some of the ideas contained herein. I have also benefited from many discussions over many years with my friends Ken Boulding, Jim Downton, Martha Gimenez, Ed Greenberg, Bill Livent, and Tracy Mott, and with my brother Bernie Meyer. The colleagueship and technical support provided by the Institute of Behavioral Science at the University of Colorado, under the directorship of Dick Jessier, surely made the task of writing easier and hopefully made the result better. I want to single out Jean Umbright, who has given steady secretarial support to the program on political and economic change of the Institute for almost 2 decades, and Lindy Schultz, who provides superb library assistance with a cheerful and unassuming manner. Most of this book was written while I was on sabbatical leave from the University of Colorado. I thank Gary Marks, Chair of the Department of Sociology, and Chuck Middleton, Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, for making this sabbatical possible. I thank Carol Lynch, Dean of the Graduate School, for making available funds to cover permission fees. I must also acknowledge the help given by people at Sage Publications. Mitch Allen removed the last barriers to publication. Francis Borghi and Tricia Howell helped me get through the administrative aspects of the publication process. Diane Foster and Elizabeth Magnus improved the style and consistency of the manuscript. The deepest and most valuable assistance I received in writing this book was from my wife and partner of over 3 decades, Sarah Meyer. Sarah supported me financially during the process of Preface 11. Writing, listened to my ideas during breakfast and supper and a lot of other times as well, occasionally badgered me into getting things done, and sustained my good humor with frequent mountain biking and ski touring trips. Thanks, Sarah. Tom Meyer. Boulder, Colorado. 1. Foundations of. What is analytical Marxism? Often a school of thought defines itself initially by what it opposes, only later does it acquire a positive identity. This is true for the theoretical tendency known as analytical Marxism. The people whom I consider to be analytical Marxists initially carved out their positions through what they opposed in the Marxist tradition, and their intellectual unity derived largely from this common opposition. Finding positive theoretical or methodological principles that all, or even most, analytical Marxists could accept has been a slow and difficult process. One thing to which analytical Marxists object is the absence of clarity in much Marxist writing. A disturbing number of Marxist texts are memorable chiefly for their lack of lucidity, but virtually every important analytical Marxist stresses the overriding importance of clarity in her own intellectual endeavors. Given this emphasis on intelligibility, it is hardly surprising that the first systematic statements of analytical Marxism came from the field of analytical philosophy, which defines itself largely in terms of lucid argumentation. A related aspect of the Marxist tradition, unanimously rejected by the analytical Marxists, is Hegelian logic. The idea that dialectics constitutes a sound way of reasoning, superior to formal logic for purposes of elaborating social theory, is regarded as both false and pernicious. The use of contradiction as an explanatory category obscures the distinction between valid and invalid. 1. 2. Modes of inference and thereby undermines orderly thinking. The Hegelian influence has reduced the intelligibility of Marxist analysis, allowed invalid arguments to creep into theoretical discussions, fostered a lot of sophisticated-sounding confusion, and generally inhibited the emergence of competent scientific practice among Marxists. Analytical Marxists also reject the claim that Marxists should practice a unique methodology different from the methodologies used by other social scientists. What is distinctive about Marxism is not its method but its substantive ideas about how the world works. Efforts to practice a unique methodology isolate Marxists from useful methods developed by other social scientists, encourage defective forms of empirical inquiry, and obstruct revision of faulty theoretical assertions. In place of the fruitless effort to define a unique Marxist methodology, analytical Marxists recommend bold use of the sophisticated techniques developed by modern social science, game theory, linear programming, structural equation modeling, modal logic, and so on. Classical Marxist economic analysis was based upon the labor theory of value, from which were derived the concept of exploitation, the theory of a tendency toward a falling rate of profit, and the theory of capitalist economic crises. Analytical Marxists, however, abandon the labor theory of value, which they regard as conceptually flawed, empirically refuted, and inconsistent with other parts of Marxist theory. This abandonment saddles them with the formidable task of reconstructing Marxist economics on logically sound foundations without sacrificing either its theoretical power or its critical thrust. During scarcely more than a decade of existence, analytical Marxism has already made great strides in this direction. Almost all analytical Marxists are inspired by the vision of creating a theory of society that is genuinely scientific and genuinely useful for purposes of human emancipation. In pursuit of this vision, they assail those elements of the Marxist tradition that seem to hinder the emergence of a scientific and emancipatory theory. At its present stage, analytical Marxism is best understood as a movement in Marxist theory rather than a unified theoretical doctrine. The family of theories currently within its domain are not even mutually consistent, but analyti. 3. Cal-Marxists hope to foster a scientific process that converges upon a unified theory of society. In an essay entitled "What is Analytical Marxism?", one of the founders, Eric Wright, says, "I believe that the Marxism which will emerge from the present period of theoretical transformation will not only be more powerful theoretically than the Marxism of the heyday of the New Left, but also of more political relevance as well." Analytical Marxists emphasize careful elaboration of basic theoretical concepts. In the literature of analytical Marxism, one encounters painstaking but not necessarily orthodox discussions of concepts like productive forces, economic structure, exploitation, class structure, fetishism, base and superstructure, and the state. This conceptual exegesis may strike the casual reader as abstract and nitpicking, but analytical Marxists hold that theoretical development cannot progress unless the underlying concepts are thoroughly understood. The meticulous elaboration of concepts parallels an insistence on systematic and rigorous articulation of the theoretical logic connecting concepts. Loose reasoning can utterly derail otherwise promising theoretical investigations. This insight underlies the predilection for formal logic and mathematical modeling characteristic of analytical Marxism. It also explains the frequent use of hypothetical examples expressly concocted to illustrate the meaning and check the validity of theoretical arguments. Analytical Marxists treat the individual person as a vital unit of analysis, an assumption that has major theoretical and ethical consequences. Theoretically, it means that a satisfactory explanation of any social event must explain why the individual persons involved acted as they did. Explaining an event exclusively at the macro-social level through the logic of corporations, states, classes, productive forces, or the like is not sufficient. Some analytical Marxists, taking a more radical stance, insist that any satisfactory explanation must derive a social phenomenon entirely from properties of individual people, a principle known as methodological individualism. Methodological individualism does not require abandoning class analysis, but it does suggest that the theoretical centrality of class should be deduced from more elementary principles about individuals rather than adopted as an axiomatic assumption. 4. The value accorded to individual persons renders certain courses of action ethically intolerable. For example, policies that destroy particular individuals in hopes of benefiting some larger group are rarely justifiable. Nor is it permissible to subordinate the real interests of living people to the hypothetical interests of future generations. The ethical principles suggested by analytical Marxism require rethinking the morality of revolutionary action. Who are the analytical Marxists? The emergence of analytical Marxism is sometimes connected with the publication of Gerald Cohen's important book, Karl Marx's Theory of History, A Defense, in 1978. Trace the origins of analytical Marxism 18 years earlier to the appearance of Piero Sraffa's path-breaking critique of marginalist economic theory, production of commodities by means of commodities. Sraffa was not concerned with founding a new type of Marxism, and his book never even mentions the subject. But the style and substance of production of commodities by means of commodities are entirely congenial with the spirit of analytical Marxism, and Sraffa's example encouraged the kind of relationship between Marxism and mainstream social science later advocated by self-conscious analytical Marxists. Using elementary algebra and careful reasoning, Sraffa shows how the concept of capital, as formulated within marginalist economic theory, generates theoretical paradoxes that undermine the plausibility of the mainstream approach. The British economist Ian Steedman applied Sraffa's ideas to formulate a broad critique of Marxist economics. He insisted upon the need for a materialist analysis of capitalist society but denied any general tendency toward a falling profit rate and urged abandoning the labor theory of value as both illogical and irrelevant. A parallel route toward analytical Marxism appears in the work of Michio Morishima, who tries to reformulate the economics of Karl Marx with the tools of modern mathematics. According to Morishima, Marx should be regarded as a co-founder of general equilibrium theory, and the 5. Marxist conception of economic reproduction closely resembles the input-output analysis of Nobel Prize-winning economist Vasily Leontiev. Furthermore, many of John von Neumann's path-breaking ideas about economic growth are stated quite clearly in Capital. Marxist economic theory claims that capitalist profit is founded upon exploitation. Morishima proves mathematically that the equilibrium rate of profit is positive if and only if the rate of exploitation is also positive. This result has become known as the fundamental Marxian theorem. It establishes that profit and exploitation are logically equivalent under conditions of economic equilibrium and greatly increases the credibility of Marxist economic analysis. The forerunners of analytical Marxism appeared in the field of economics, which has greater theoretical coherence than other social sciences and in which sharp tension exists between the loose reasoning of Marx and Engels and the formal logic of modern mathematical models. Self-conscious analytical Marxism arrives with the publication of G. A. Cohen's Karl Marx's A Defense. This work dealt with the conceptual core of Marxist theory, showing it was possible to use the methods of analytical philosophy without forsaking either Marxism or radical politics. Cohen defended a traditional version of historical materialism, in which the motive force of history is development of productive capacity and in which functionalist reasoning explains the connection between productive capacity and the institutions of society. The importance of this book derived less from its theoretical propositions, which were not new, and more from its way of supporting these propositions. Cohen avoided using a specialized vocabulary, crafted his sentences with great care, strove for simplicity of expression, and insisted upon high standards of clarity. He chose definitions not on grounds of textual authority but for purposes of constructing theory. He introduced many subtle distinctions, used logically precise arguments, and de-emphasized certain parts of classical Marxism in the interest of giving a generally coherent account. Although many analytical Marxists have criticized the positions taken by Cohen, Karl Marx's theory of history remains the most broadly accepted model of what analytical Marxist work should be like. 6. In a subsequent volume published 10 years later, Cohen assembles various replies to critics and presents a more restricted interpretation of historical materialism confined largely to the explanation of material development. The person most responsible for giving analytical Marxism creative vigor and making it controversial is the mathematical economist John Roemer. Whereas Cohen seeks to defend the main ideas of Karl Marx using the tools of analytical philosophy, Roemer thrives on revision. He holds sacred no part of the received canon and eagerly embraces provocative hypotheses with the aim of reforging Marxist theory as a logically consistent but still revolutionary doctrine. The spirit of Roemer's approach is aptly expressed in the last few paragraphs of his first book, Analytical Foundations of Marxian Economic Theory. Marxian theory is in a Ptolemaic crisis. At present, Marxism does not provide a compelling theory for explaining the developments of late 20th century society. I think this is due, in large part, to the epicycle approach its practitioners often take, the hope that small perturbation of the categories of a century-old theory can explain developments today. Of all methodologies, Marxism should be the last to fall into this trap. It is by separating the historical materialist kernel from its specific application as Marxism, the theory of 19th century capitalism, that progress will be made. The extent of Roemer's originality only became apparent with the publication of his second book, A General Theory of Exploitation and Class, which is both a devastating assault upon classical Marxist economic theory and a work of consummate theoretical imagination. 12 years after its publication, it remains the most impressive monument of analytical Marxism and the chief focus of critical assault. A General Theory of Exploitation and Class does the following things: argues that differential ownership of productive resources rather than the nature of the labor process is the crucial determinant of economic exploitation, generalizes the notion of exploitation, using concepts from game theory, reinterprets historical materialism as a theory of how forms of exploitation are sequentially eliminated, shows how both class and exploitation result from differential ownership of 7. Productive assets, establishes an analytical relationship between class position and exploitation status, uses this principle to develop a profound critique of the labor theory of value, proves that capitalism with only a labor market has exactly the same class structure as capitalism with only a credit market, and explores what forms of exploitation exist within societies of the Soviet type. The most comprehensive application of the analytical Marxist approach to the ideas of Karl Marx is the book Making Sense of Marx by the Norwegian political scientist John Elster. This volume criticizes the philosophy, economics, theory of history, and interpretation of revolution implicit within the work of Karl Marx and attempts to reconstruct Marxist theory using rational choice concepts. In contrast to Cohen, Elster reproaches Marx for using functional explanation because it invites such unscientific practices as teleological reasoning and radical holism. Functional explanation is legitimate only if it provides an adequate account of individual action and only if it does not endow collective units with the same action capacities as individual people. To guard against these unscientific practices, Elster thinks Marxists should adopt the principle of methodological individualism mentioned earlier. This doctrine is founded on the idea that only individual people can act and requires that all social scientific explanations be reducible to plausible accounts of individual action. Methodological individualism does not require an assumption of individual rationality, but the former is certainly congenial to the latter. The connection between the two is effectively illustrated by the advice Elster gives about explaining collective action. To explain the collective action simply in terms of the benefits for the group is to beg all sorts of questions, and in particular the question why collective action so often fails to take place even when it would greatly benefit the agents. The individual level explanations should be constructed according to the following heuristic principle: first, assume that behavior is both rational and self-interested. If that does not work, assume at least rationality. Only if this is unsuccessful too should one assume that individual participation in collective action is irrational. Finally, the danger of 8. Premature reductionism should be constantly kept in mind. Collective action may simply be too complex for individual level explanations to be feasible at the current stage. The principle of methodological individualism is controversial among analytical Marxists and among other social scientists. Though most analytical Marxists do want to provide micro-foundations for social theory, some believe that methodological individualism is not a sensible way of doing this. I will say more about the pros and cons of methodological individualism in subsequent chapters. Also controversial is Elster's advocacy of game theory as a general tool of Marxist analysis. Game theory is the branch of rational choice theory that studies strategic interaction. It examines processes of social interaction where the outcome depends upon choices made by actors with divergent interests. Game theory specifies what strategies rational actors should use to achieve favorable results and what outcomes will occur from using these strategies. The need for game theory arises, according to Elster, because social outcomes depend upon the actions chosen by individuals. Social structure does not fully determine individual action. Individuals choose the actions that they think will yield the best results, and individuals regard other individuals as rational actors like themselves. Game theory is relevant to Marxism because classes crystallize into collective actors that confront each other over the distribution of income and power, as well as over the nature of property relations. John Elster stands on the conservative end of analytical Marxism. He is even more critical of classical Marxist theory than Romer. Scarcely a sentence written by Marx or Engels gains his unqualified approval. Moreover, he seems exceedingly dubious about both the possibility and the desirability of radical social change. Elster doubts that capitalism will ever generate the conditions needed for its own transformation and also doubts that anything resembling the Marxist idea of communism is feasible or even agreeable. Social revolution is unlikely to happen in advanced capitalist societies, but if it did, the outcome would probably be disastrous. He clearly rejects Marxism as a theory 9. Of revolution and accepts it only as a critique, but as a critique of a society it is powerless to transform. The analytical Marxist who has worked hardest to bridge the gap between theory and research is Eric Olin Wright. Wright's research focuses upon the class structure of modern capitalist societies, and he regards proper conceptualization of the middle class as key to understanding the entire capitalist class structure. Since completing his doctoral degree in 1976, Wright has advanced two major interpretations of capitalist class structure. His first conceptualization, developed as an alternative to the Althusserian class analysis of Nikos Poulantzas, centered on the notion of contradictory class locations. His second major interpretation of capitalist class structure emerged partly as a critique of the first and partly from his encounter with John Romer's theory of exploitation. This second conceptualization places Wright squarely within the analytical Marxism camp. Wright has made extensive use of survey research and causal modeling to test propositions derived from Marxist theory. He has organized an ambitious series of cross-national surveys about capitalist class structure, 2 of which are discussed in his book Classes. This widely discussed work presents Wright's second framework for analyzing class structure, centered on the concept of exploitation, and applies it to survey data from Sweden and the United States. The conception of capitalist class structure presented in Classes postulates 3 kinds of exploitation that intersect in complex ways: exploitation based upon ownership of capital, exploitation based upon control of organizations, and exploitation based upon possession of productive skills. Wright interprets a middle-class location as a position that is exploiting in some ways but subject to exploitation in others. The results of both the Swedish and the US surveys indicate that Wright's exploitation-centered concept of class has more explanatory power than do alternative Marxist interpretations. It is particularly effective in explaining the patterns of income inequality and class consciousness existing in these 2 rather dissimilar societies. Wright's framework also illuminates the structural differences between Swedish and American capitalism. 10. Eric Wright's publications are distinguished by broad theoretical range, clarity of exposition, critical acuteness in analyzing the work of other social scientists, willingness to engage in searching self-criticism, and ability to extract political implications from both abstract theoretical propositions and empirical findings. An example of Wright's theoretical fertility is his use of the exploitation-based concept of class structure to suggest a far-reaching reinterpretation of historical materialism. In contrast to Elster, Wright seems relatively optimistic about the prospects for a socialist future. If Wright has taken the lead in devising empirical tests of analytical Marxism, Adam Przeworski has pioneered the systematic investigation of its political implications. Przeworski concentrates on the problem of why socialist movements are so weak in advanced capitalist societies. His research combines a comparative historical approach with extensive use of rational choice models. Perhaps the most striking conclusion reached by Przeworski is that purely economic considerations will not induce workers or any other class in capitalist society to struggle for socialism. This is not due to false consciousness, betrayal by leaders, or political repression. Capitalism, whatever its faults, does not prevent subordinate classes from improving their material condition, and historical experience painfully demonstrates that the costs of transforming capitalist society can be extremely high. Socialist parties that participate in bourgeois politics face a painful dilemma, according to Przeworski. If they remain strictly working-class parties, they have no chance of electoral success because economic structure prevents the working class from becoming a majority in advanced capitalist societies. On the other hand, if socialist parties opt to acquire a mass constituency, they lose ideological vitality, weaken their connection with exploited classes, and become parties of reform rather than revolution. Faced with this alternative, most socialist parties have chosen the latter strategy, which explains why social democracy has become the main form of working-class politics in advanced capitalist societies. Przeworski and his co-workers use game theory to model class conflict under capitalism. Michael Wallerstein and he have adapted. 11. Lancaster's differential game model of capitalism to study the 3-way strategic interaction between owners, workers, and state managers. This game theoretic analysis suggests that by adopting appropriate taxation policies, a state sympathetic to the working class can redistribute income toward wage earners without abolishing capitalist control of investment and without inviting economic disaster. Przeworski's most recent work involves the use of game theory to analyze political and economic reform in Eastern Europe and Latin America. He argues that mechanisms of allocation are more important than forms of property in determining the future of these societies, and he favors an economic system in which regulated markets allocate resources and the state guarantees a certain level of welfare. Such a system would not require a revolutionary transformation of existing social organization. It could arise as either a social democratic reform of capitalism or a market reform of state socialism. The fall of communism convinces Przeworski that no radical departures from existing economic systems are feasible. What died in Eastern Europe is the very idea of rationally administering things to satisfy human needs, the feasibility of implementing public ownership of productive resources through centralized command, the very project of basing a society on disinterested cooperation, the possibility of dissociating social contributions from individual rewards. The socialist project, the project that was forged in Western Europe between 1848 and 1891 and that had animated social movements all over the world since then, failed, in the East and in the West. The list of scholars discussed above by no means exhausts the ranks of analytical Marxism. Other writers whom I consider to be analytical Marxists include Michael Albert, Pranab Bartham, Sam Bowles, Robert Brenner, Alan Carling, Joshua Cohen, Robin Hahnel, Andrew Levine, Stephen Margolin, David Miller, Richard Miller, Elliot Sober, G.E.M. de St. Croix, Philippe Van Perigis, Michael Wallerstein, and Alan Wood. Although I shall not ignore the work of these people, this book will concentrate upon G. A. Cohen, Romer, Elster, Wright, and Przeworski, the authors who give analytical Marxism its distinctive identity. 12. The use of examples in analytical Marxism. As mentioned earlier, one of the characteristic features of analytical Marxism is extensive use of examples. Examples become important because analytical Marxists assume that scientific theories should be logically consistent and preferably organized as axiomatic systems. Examples can be used to investigate the logical properties of scientific theories. The existence of an example satisfying all the axioms of the system proves that these axioms are indeed logically consistent. A well-chosen example can establish that an entity of a certain type is not excluded by the axiom system under consideration. The empirical frequency of the example is not relevant here because the issue at stake is that of logical possibility. Consider a simplified version of an example proposed by John Romer. The example is intended to show that exploitation can exist without a labor market and without accumulation of capital. To demonstrate such a possibility, imagine an economy with only two people, Norma and Murray. In this economy each person requires 1 unit of corn and 1 unit of berries per week, but nothing more. Suppose that 1 unit of corn exchanges for 1 unit of berries. Norma owns land containing berry bushes and can produce 1 unit of berries with 1 day's labor. Murray owns land suitable for producing corn and can produce 1 unit of corn with 2 days' labor. Norma and Murray agree to exchange 1 unit of corn for 1 unit of berries per week. To make this possible, Norma works 2 days and produces 2 units of berries. She consumes 1 unit of berries and exchanges the other with Murray for a unit of corn. Murray, on the other hand, works 4 days to produce 2 units of corn. He consumes 1 unit of corn himself and exchanges the other with Norma for a unit of berries. Thus each person ends up with a unit of corn and a unit of berries, but Murray works 4 days per week while Norma only works 2. The socially necessary amount of labor needed to produce 1 unit of corn plus 1 unit of berries in our example is 3 days, because if a person possessed all the required resources and knew all the available technologies, she would need to work 3 days to produce these goods. Because Murray must work more than is socially necessary while Norma can work less, Romer 13. Claims Murray is exploited and Norma is an exploiter. This exploitation happens because Norma and Murray own different kinds of land and because 1 unit of corn exchanges for 1 unit of berries. To make these claims a little more plausible, think about the following possibilities. Suppose Norma kills Murray and takes his berry-producing land. She now possesses more land, but without Murray to exchange with she needs to work 3 days instead of only 2. Thus Norma is worse off without Murray even though she has seized his possessions. Now suppose the reverse, Murray kills Norma and takes her land. Because he now possesses the berry-producing resources, Murray need only work 3 days instead of 4, with Norma gone his lot has improved. The asymmetric consequences of these two murders strengthen Romer's claim that the relationship between Norma and Murray involves exploitation even though each is an independent producer. Romer develops this example in a more abstract and general way, but the theoretical point is the same. Exploitation does not require the existence of a labor market or the accumulation of capital. We elaborate this point further in Chapter 4 when discussing exploitation in subsistence economies. The Norma and Murray case is of course a drastic oversimplification. No real economy could be so limited. But simplicity is also the example's strength. If exploitation between independent producers can happen under such elementary circumstances, how much more readily could it occur with more realistic conditions? We shall return to this simple but telling example several times in subsequent chapters. Next, consider how G. A. Cohen uses examples to explore why the proletarian class lacks freedom. Cohen wants to show that the proletarian class is compelled to sell its labor power and is therefore unfree, even though some opportunity to move out of the working class and into the petty bourgeoisie does exist. To make this point, he distinguishes between individual freedom and collective freedom and gives the following example. A group of 10 people are locked in a room with a single door. In the middle of the room is a key that any one of the 10 people can use to unlock the door and leave the room. However, only 14. One person can leave the room in this way, the 9 others must remain. It so happens that none of the 10 people in the locked room actually chooses to leave. Perhaps each person feels solidarity with the others so that, without a general liberation, her own individual escape would not be satisfying. Each person in the room, maintains Cohen, is individually free to leave because each person can take the key and unlock the door. But each individual's freedom requires that no one else exercise her own freedom. The moment one person takes the key, the freedom of everyone else disappears. The group as a whole is collectively unfree because there is no way all members can escape. Cohen compares this example to the situation of the British proletariat. There are more exits from the British proletariat than there are workers trying to leave it. Therefore, British workers are individually free to leave the proletariat. There are very few exits from the British proletariat and there are very many workers in it. Therefore, British workers are collectively unfree to leave the proletariat. John Elster and Karl Ove Mooney use an example to demonstrate that inferior economic systems can be stable and superior systems unstable. Suppose all workers prefer an economic system where every firm is controlled by its workers over a system where all firms are owned and controlled by capitalists. In terms of preferences, therefore, market socialism is superior to pure capitalism, but leaving pure capitalism may be very difficult. Suppose severe economic hardships await any band of workers who abandon pure capitalism and organize a worker-controlled firm. These pioneers actually become worse off than they were under pure capitalism. Recognizing this, rational workers will have no incentive to leave pure capitalism, which, though clearly inferior to market socialism, is nevertheless stable. Conversely, although market socialism is universally preferred over pure capitalism, it could still be undermined by defections. To see this, suppose market socialism exists. Suppose further that workers in any particular firm can improve their individual welfare if they alone liquidate workers' control and restructure. 15. Their organization on a capitalist basis while everyone else retains socialist work relations. This does not contradict the assumption of a universal preference for market socialism over pure capitalism. The defection, while benefiting the defectors, harms everyone else. Hence market socialism, the universally favored system, is vulnerable to defection and cannot maintain itself in face of rational egoistic behavior. This is a prisoner's dilemma type of situation and shows that individually rational behavior can lead to Pareto inferior outcomes. According to Elster and Mooney, if actions taken by individuals pursuing their own objectives have significant consequences for the welfare of others, then individual preferences may not be a suitable guide for social choice. Is analytical Marxism Marxist? A number of writers, including Ronald Kiev, Michael Lebowitz, David Ruxio, and Ellen Wood, question whether analytical Marxism is really Marxist. These people say analytical Marxists make so many concessions to bourgeois social science and so drastically revise the ideas of Marx and Engels that they abandon Marxism. Though discussion about the truth of ideas is generally more fruitful than controversy on how the ideas should be labeled, this issue deserves some attention. In addition to being a social theory, Marxism is also a collective endeavor to transform society, and the issue of labeling involves who can legitimately participate in the transformation project. Analytical Marxists tend to use a very broad definition of Marxism, often treating it as a tradition rather than a specific doctrine. The major works of analytical Marxism are presented as reconstructions of what Karl Marx meant, or as particular developments within Marxist theory, or as empirical applications of Marxist concepts, but never as canonical expositions of the true Marxism. Analytical Marxists often emphasize distinctions between the questions Marx poses, his strategies for answering these questions, and the substance of the answers he gives. Indicative of this focus. 16. On questions and strategies rather than answers are the intellectual guidelines offered by G. A. Cohen. I think that three questions should command the attention of those of us who work within the Marxist tradition today. They are the questions of design, justification, and strategy, in relation to the project of opposing and overcoming capitalism. The first question is, what do we want? What, in general, and even not so general terms, is the form of the socialist society that we seek? The second question is, why do we want it? What exactly is wrong with capitalism, and what is right about socialism? And the third question is, how can we achieve it? What are the implications for practice of the fact that the working class in advanced capitalist society is not now what it was, or what it was once thought to be? According to John Elster, the analytical Marxists have subjected virtually every tenet of classical Marxism to insistent criticism, but the foregoing quotation should clarify why most of these critics still identify themselves as Marxist. Much of the scholarship produced by analytical Marxists addresses one or more of the three questions posed by Cohen and explores the possibilities of transcending capitalism. Perhaps the greatest task of Marxism today, suggests Romer, is to construct a modern theory of socialism. The emphasis on using the full methodological armory of modern social science stems from the desire to give better answers to questions about the longevity of capitalism and the viability of socialism. These explanations do not satisfy the critics of analytical Marxism. Commitment to the project of transcending capitalism, plus interest in questions posed by Marx, plus identification with some vague thing called the Marxist tradition, does not, according to them, make a Marxist. But theoretical perspectives that can remain relevant in face of massive and sometimes unanticipated historical change must possess both a stable intellectual core and ample conceptual flexibility. If the stable intellectual core of Marxism involves using science to find practical possibilities for revolutionizing society, do more specific criteria of what constitutes a Marxist make sense? In a highly dynamic world deeply resistant to 17. Prophecy and poorly comprehended by any existing social theory, unwavering devotion to the concepts of classical Marxism can only obstruct the growth of rational revolutionary thought. The methodology of analytical Marxism. Most analytical Marxists admire the formal methodology used within bourgeois social science and think that techniques like mathematical modeling, statistical inference, and computer simulation should be adopted by Marxists. Analytical Marxists differ among themselves, however, about which techniques hold the greatest promise for Marxist social science. For example, Elster, Romer, and Przeworski wax enthusiastic about using game theory to model class conflict, but other analytical Marxists remain doubtful. Marxists have traditionally regarded bourgeois social science as ideologically contaminated and have systematically rejected both its theories and its methods. Analytical Marxists strenuously oppose this approach. The relationship between bourgeois social science and bourgeois society is far more complicated than such an across-the-board rejection suggests. The results of bourgeois social science do not always support the capitalist system or indicate that alternative economic systems are unworkable. Some analytical Marxists discard the very concept of bourgeois social science because it sabotages the effort to build a scientific Marxism and derives from a defective theory of ideology. An important example of how analytical Marxists relate to mainstream social science is John Roemer's use of general equilibrium models to elaborate modern Marxist economic theory. Roemer regards the theory of general economic equilibrium as an outstanding intellectual achievement that can be of great value to Marxists. Nor is he the first Marxist to reach this conclusion. The famous Polish economist Oskar Lange had general equilibrium theory in mind when claiming that Marxist economics is the economics of capitalism and bourgeois economics is the economics of socialism. The rejection of equilibrium analysis by most Marxists, says Roemer, indicates a faulty understanding of the equilibrium concept, a concept that actually 18. Means consistency between the actions of individual units and the logical properties of the system rather than stability and the absence of change. Methodological discussion among analytical Marxists has centered on two related issues, functional explanation and methodological individualism. In a sense, these are not different issues at all but different interpretations about how Marxist explanation should proceed. The important questions about functional explanation are whether it is a legitimate form of scientific reasoning and whether Marxists should use it. G. A. Cohen, the foremost Marxist exponent of functional explanation, answers affirmatively to both questions. He regards it as scientifically unimpeachable and as indispensable for giving a coherent account of historical materialism. Cohen sometimes refers to functional explanation as consequence explanation because it explains an event by means of its consequences or, more precisely, its propensity to have consequences of a certain sort. 3. The kind of relationship that Marxists postulate between the economic base and the political superstructure of society requires functional explanation. Marxists claim that the base explains the superstructure, but they also say that the superstructure stabilizes and integrates the base. These two assertions can only be reconciled, argues Cohen, by a functional type of explanation. Although Cohen's ideas have considerable authority among analytical Marxists, many of the latter oppose functional explanation as untestable, inherently incomplete, and generally unsatisfactory for scientific purposes. They do not regard the mere propensity of an event to have a certain consequence as sufficient to explain the event's occurrence. Proper scientific explanation requires specification of a process by which this propensity is parlayed into occurrence of the event. Is generally not the case that functional outcomes can result without any conscious intervention whatsoever. Functional explanations unconnected to intentional explanations are usually unsatisfactory precisely because no plausible mechanism for achieving functional outcomes can be found. Cohen responds to this criticism by arguing that one need not identify the exact process by which propensity is translated into occurrence, provided the existence of some such process can be established. 19. According to methodological individualism, all social phenomena must ultimately be explained through the properties of individual people, such as motivations, values, feelings, capacities, perceptions, and information. The most developed form of explanation deduces collective realities from assumptions about individuals, but the immaturity of social science often renders that temporarily infeasible. A related but not quite identical idea is that of providing micro-foundations for social theory. Providing micro-foundations means explaining how individual people act. According to this perspective, an adequate theory of any social phenomena must explain why the individual people involved act as they do, but it need not deduce these phenomena from assumptions about individuals. The micro-foundations approach thus recognizes the unique theoretical status of the individual human being but avoids the psychological reductionism implicit within methodological individualism. Within the domain of analytical Marxism, the foremost advocate of methodological individualism is John Elster. He views methodological individualism as vital protection against anti-scientific practices such as radical holism that attribute characteristics of individuals to collective entities of various sorts and thereby give the latter explanatory priority over their constituent persons. Due to the biological separation of persons and the location of thought in the individual mind, action is a capacity of individuals and only individuals. The explanation of social action is the essential task of social science, from which it follows that individuals are the logical starting point of social theory, Marxist or otherwise. John Romer, who also favors methodological individualism, associates it with the effort to create genuinely deductive forms of Marxist theory. Not only are assumptions about individuals the most parsimonious and plausible foundations for social theory, but by starting in this way Marxists can sometimes derive as theorems propositions formerly used as assumptions. Such achievements greatly enhance the elegance and credibility of Marxist theory. Romer thinks the whole of Marxist class theory can be derived from assumptions about the material endowments of individuals and the exchanges between them. The most impressive example of this is Romer's own class exploitation. 20. Correspondence principle, which deduces the previously axiomatic relationship between class and exploitation from assumptions about individual endowments. But not all analytical Marxists favor methodological individualism. Levine, Sober, and Wright question the scientific value of methodological individualism because macro-social phenomena cannot always be explained in terms of assumptions about individuals. Sometimes quite different distributions of individual characteristics can generate the same macro-social phenomenon, which precludes establishing any simple correspondence between macro and micro-level events. Though rejecting methodological individualism as a general explanatory principle, Levine, Sober, and Wright, who call their philosophy of explanation anti-reductionist, affirm the importance of providing micro-foundations for macro-social theory and endorse the effort to explain macro-social occurrences through assumptions about individuals whenever this is possible. 4. Ethics and analytical Marxism. The status of ethical principles within classical Marxism is ambiguous. On the one hand, Marx and Engels appear to denounce exploitation and economic systems practicing exploitation on ethical grounds. On the other hand, they deny that ethical judgments can have any universal validity, and they also deny that their critique of capitalism is based upon ethics. By contrast, most analytical Marxists think ethical judgments are an essential part of coherent social criticism. They strive to formulate a consistent and appealing system of ethics and to integrate this with a scientific analysis of human society. The tenor of the analytical Marxist approach to ethics is aptly expressed in the preface to Romer's Free to Lose. In the century since Marx wrote, his ideas have been important in large part because they provide an argument for the immorality of the capitalist system, and my theme is, similarly, to trace the connections between the economic concepts of Marxism and the ethical ideas to which they relate. Whereas contemporary neoclassical economics advertises its moral neutrality, the task of Marxist 21. Economics is to challenge the defensibility, from a moral viewpoint, of an economic system based on private ownership of the means of production. Careful analysis of the role of ethics within classical Marxism has generally been the first step toward formulating a coherent analytical Marxist ethical system. An important article by Norman Garres examines the controversy over whether Marx condemned capitalism as unjust. After studying pertinent writings of Marx and modern interpretations of these texts, Garres hypothesizes that Marx did think capitalism was unjust, but he did not think he thought so. He favors elaborating a Marxist concept of justice, observing that the absence of such a concept has had terrible consequences, within the complex of historical causes of the crimes and tragedies which have disgraced socialism, is the moral cynicism that has sometimes dressed itself in the authority of traditional anti-ethical pronouncements. Analytical Marxists do not accept most of the arguments traditionally used by Marxists against ethical judgments. They do not think the integration of normative thinking with Marxist theory will compromise the scientific value of the latter. They do not think a clearly articulated Marxist ethics will foster utopian illusions about the possibilities for human liberation. Nor do they think it denies the causal priority Marxists attribute to material conditions in the development of human history. On the contrary, acknowledgement of appropriate moral principles facilitates theoretical clarity, provides valuable guidance to political action, and may render the positive assertions of Marxist theory more testable. Of course, acknowledging the importance of ethics and elaborating a viable ethical system are quite different things, the latter being considerably harder than the former. The initial impulse was to place the concept of exploitation at the heart of Marxist ethics. Exploitation seemed to provide the crucial link between the positive and normative elements of Marxist theory, and was something that all analytical Marxists could recognize as morally obnoxious. Upon closer examination, however, exploitation revealed greater moral ambiguity than anticipated. As we shall see in a later chapter, analytical Marxists produced examples in which exploitation did not seem immoral. 22. Concern about exploitation remains strong, but another ethical theme voiced by analytical Marxists revolves around the development of social equality. Equality is seen as an important ethical value, but the level of equality attainable at any time depends upon the degree of economic development. Efforts to push the level of equality beyond that warranted by the existing forces of production can have truly disastrous results. Nevertheless, the ethical meaning of history is the growth of equality, or rather the growth of material conditions that can sustain progressively higher levels of social equality. According to this conception, inequality based upon limited development of productive capabilities is not grounds for moral condemnation. However, inequality exceeding that mandated by the existing maturity of material conditions does indeed justify moral censure. Neither resistance to exploitation nor development of social equality is generally accepted as the core of Marxist ethics. Adam Przeworski, for example, emphasizes that freedom has moral priority over equality, at least for purposes of building socialism. Other analytical Marxists propose self-development as the key concept in formulating viable ethical principles. The main point is not the specific moral precepts advanced by the analytical Marxists, but rather their idea that moral philosophy is a legitimate, indeed an essential, part of Marxist theory. Conclusion. Analytical Marxism arises from a desire to combine the methods of modern social science with the substantive ideas of classical Marxist thought. It is based upon the premise that such a combination is feasible and that Marxist ideas will not be distorted through exploration by methods developed for non-Marxist purposes. Analytical Marxists believe that many propositions of classical Marxism are wrong and require drastic revision or outright abandonment. Such an impious orientation is considered essential for making Marxist theory both radical and relevant in the modern world. 23. The theoretical agenda of analytical Marxism includes producing a coherent theory of history that neither treats the evolution of human society as highly predictable nor relegates it to the winds of sheer chance. It also includes developing systematic methods of class analysis applicable to and informative about a variety of historical contexts. Analytical Marxists think segregation of ethics and science is neither feasible nor desirable. As we shall see, they have revitalized and greatly expanded the theory of exploitation as a systematic means of bridging the gap between these domains. People first learning about analytical Marxism often experience it as frustrating and obscure. Much of the obscurity results from adherence to high standards of logical rigor, but some could be eliminated without sacrificing accuracy. I shall try to make this book both correct and entirely non-obscure by writing in a manner accessible to all educated people willing to give a serious effort. The sense of frustration is harder to cope with. Many people approach Marxist theory hoping to find an integrated outlook upon human society with clear prescriptions for shaping a decent future. Analytical Marxism, in its present condition, is not very integrated and offers few if any tactical prescriptions. It contains some brilliant results, but it also includes a sometimes bewildering diversity of outlook. These characteristics are fairly typical of emerging scientific domains, and analytical Marxists do hope to make Marxism less ideological and more scientific. The indispensable requirement for such a change is uncompromising intellectual honesty. Some critics regard the idea of transforming Marxism from ideology to science as evidence of arrogance rather than honesty. Other critics view such a transformation as either impossible or undesirable. The critics may be right. The truth of analytical Marxism may lie more in the theoretical movement it has launched than in any scientific doctrine it produces. Its practitioners do have a certain intellectual hubris, yet they can also exude infectious enthusiasm, a spirit of intellectual comradeship, and unfashionable but irrepressible hopefulness about the future. Analytical Marxism has rejuvenated the effort to build a general theory of history. The attempt to construct such a theory sets analytical Marxism apart from the mainstream of contemporary social science, which emphasizes the particularistic and contextual nature of all historical situations and disparages efforts to formulate universal principles of historical development. The interest in a general theory of history by analytical Marxists has four sources. The first source is the work of Marx and Engels, which steadfastly struggles to carve out a general theory designated as historical materialism. This theory has received stern criticism, including some criticism by analytical Marxists, but the unflagging endeavor of Marx and Engels to identify valid principles for comprehending history remains deeply impressive and succeeds in convincing even many critics that a general theory is possible. The second source of interest is the historical record itself. When a sufficient length of time is considered, history reveals some clear tendencies that suggest the operation of consistent forces. The third source is the concept of explanation favored by analytical Marxists. Genuine explanation requires reference to general principles. Interpretations of history that do not invoke general principles may be informative and even illuminating, but they are not really scientific. Hence the effort to formulate a general theory of history is firmly linked with the aspiration to have a scientific understanding of history. The fourth and final source of interest in a general theory of history is the desire to revolutionize society. A general theory 25. 26. Would indicate when revolutionary transformations are possible and how they should be conducted. But if no general theory exists, then revolution must be a perilous enterprise indeed, without solid intellectual foundations or reasonable prospects of success. For analytical Marxists, the theory of history formulated by G. A. Cohen has acquired a certain canonical status. This is not because everyone agrees with Cohen's version of historical materialism. However, his ideas are expressed with such clarity and have such broad relevance that all theoretically inclined Marxists must wrestle with them when writing about virtually any historical topic. As mentioned in the first chapter, Cohen tries to defend a traditional form of historical materialism. His entire theoretical project relies heavily upon 15 sentences from the 1859 preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, which he regards as Marx's most systematic and coherent presentation of historical materialism. Through Cohen's influence, the following passage has become the most important in the entire Marxist literature for analytical Marxists. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. This passage contains, in a highly condensed form, most of the principles central to the traditional version of historical materialism. Through a painstaking reconstruction of the preface and a few other Marxist texts, Cohen expounds a view of history as the growth of human freedom. The major deficiencies of human society ultimately derive from insufficient human control over nature, and the central dynamic of history is growth of the power to produce, which extends human control over nature and thereby 27. Extends the possibilities for human freedom. This vision is eloquently expressed in the very first paragraph of History, Labor, and Freedom. Marxism sees history as a protracted process of liberation from the scarcity imposed on humanity by nature, and from the oppression imposed by some people on others. Members of ruling and subject classes share the cost of natural scarcity unequally, and Marxism predicts, and fights for, the disappearance of society's perennial class division. Unfreedom, exploitation, and indignity are the price which the mass of humanity must pay for the part they play in creating the material wherewithal of human liberation. A complex relationship exists between the economic structure of society and the growth of productive power. For most of its duration, an economic structure stimulates the growth of productive power, but eventually more productive power accumulates than the structure can safely contain. When this happens, the economic structure experiences increasingly severe difficulties and is ultimately replaced by a different economic structure better able to develop the forces of production at the level they have now attained. Capitalism has a special place in the evolution of economic structures. Under capitalism, human beings collectively achieve a high degree of control over nature that makes possible an entirely new relationship between nature and society. Capitalism is the last and highest form of class-divided society, but capitalist economic structure cannot implement the new relationship between nature and society made possible under its auspices. This will require a further revolution in the economic organization of humanity. Materialism. Cohen considers himself a materialist, but the version of materialism he presents rests upon a distinction between the material and the social, not upon the difference between matter and consciousness. Material properties refer to those elements. 28. Of the interaction with nature that confront humanity as given, the exogenous constraints to which society must adjust, the physically imposed requirements of individual and social reproduction. Social properties, on the other hand, designate rights and powers that some people have with respect to others. Cohen argues that material properties underlie social properties and that material development is the main content of human history. Moreover, his treatment of scientific knowledge illustrates how much Cohen de-emphasizes the matter-consciousness distinction. Scientific knowledge clearly falls within the realm of consciousness, but Cohen treats usable scientific knowledge as a productive force rather than as part of the superstructure. The distinction between the material and the social is also fundamental to Cohen's understanding of productive forces and economic structures. A productive force is anything that can be used to accomplish economic production. Instruments of production, raw materials, and labor power are all listed as productive forces. Productive relations are relations of power over productive forces and over people who control productive forces. The economic structure of society consists of the whole set of productive relations. Productive forces, Cohen stresses, are not part of the economic structure, but they determine the character of this structure. Productive forces may be seen as the material content of the economic system or perhaps even of society as a whole. The economic structure, on the other hand, is the social form of the production process. The distinction between forces and relations of production expresses Cohen's particular version of materialism. It is essentially a contrast between nature and society. This same contrast appears in the traditional Marxist differentiation between use value and exchange value, with the former representing a natural relationship between things and people and the latter a social relationship. The separation between the material and the social is said to have a deep revolutionary meaning. It establishes the possibility of revolutionary criticism because the same material content can be served by different social forms, and existing social forms may actually constrain the material relationship between nature and humanity. Revolution occurs when the material relationship 29. With nature outgrows the social forms that contain it, and may be conceived as a process of liberating material content from social form. Principles of historical development. The technological version of historical materialism defended by Cohen gives causal primacy to the productive forces. It has three main principles of historical development. Development thesis. The productive forces tend to develop throughout history. Primacy thesis. The level of development of the productive forces explains the nature of the productive relations. Superstructure thesis. The nature of the economic structure explains the non-economic institutions contained in the superstructure. Why are the primacy thesis and the superstructure thesis considered principles of historical development? The primacy thesis implies that productive relations adjust to the level of the productive forces, which develop throughout history. Hence, productive relations should change in a manner explicable through the dynamics of productive forces. The same reasoning applies to the superstructure thesis, which asserts that the superstructure adjusts to the economic base. Because the latter develops more or less in coordination with the productive forces, the superstructure can be expected to undergo transformations correlated to those of the base. How does Cohen justify these three theses? The development thesis is explained as a consequence of human rationality operating in the face of economic scarcity. Development of productive forces reduces economic scarcity, and human beings are rational creatures strongly motivated to overcome scarcity. Hence the productive forces of society tend to develop. Justification of the primacy thesis is more complicated. Productive relations, Cohen asserts, affect the development of productive forces. In fact, it is the disposition of productive relations to develop the current forces of production that explains the existence of 30. These relations. Cohen makes an even stronger claim: existing productive relations are those optimal for developing the forces of production. This is clearly functional or consequence explanation, and Cohen thinks such explanation is needed to reconcile the influence exerted by productive relations on productive forces with the thesis that the latter explains the former. Functional explanation is also involved in justifying the superstructure thesis. An economic structure requires a suitable superstructure to maintain stability, and it is the propensity of superstructural institutions to stabilize the economic structure that explains their existence. Cohen actually defines the superstructure of society in a way that makes the superstructure thesis a tautology. The superstructure consists of those non-economic institutions whose character is explained by the economic structure. However, he also contends that most non-economic institutions are included in the superstructure. How good are these justifications? Several critics, though sympathetic to analytical Marxism and impressed with Cohen's overall theoretical achievement, find them seriously deficient. Consider the rationality argument used to justify the development thesis. Human beings may have a capacity for rationality, but is it plausible to assume the invariant ahistoric kind of rationality required by Cohen's argument? Would the elimination of scarcity, that is, the satisfaction of material need, be a purpose of individual rational action throughout history, and when it is, would the actor be inclined to advance the productive forces rather than seizing other means of satisfying material need? The inclination to advance productive forces may spur rational action under capitalism, but would it be a focus of individual rationality under drastically different forms of economic organization? Rationality might even cut against the development thesis. Consider a class-divided society in which the ruling class is able to control development of the productive forces. Suppose the ruling class, being rational, recognizes that development of the productive forces will eventually undermine its dominance. As a defensive strategy, a rational ruling class might systematically 31. Block further growth of the productive forces. The greater the rationality of the ruling class, the less the productive forces would develop. Nor is this possibility entirely fanciful, as the regression in agricultural productivity associated with the so-called second serfdom of Eastern Europe and the stagnation of agriculture in southern France during the same period both indicate 1. The collective outcome of actions by a group of persons, all of whom are motivated to advance the forces of production, need not be development of the productive forces. The prisoner's dilemma interaction gives a simple example of how such a perverse result can happen. How individual motivation is translated into collective outcome depends almost entirely upon the social structure within which the interaction takes place. But Cohen tries to endow development of productive forces with an autonomous supersocial momentum and to use this momentum to explain the nature of social institutions. Recognition that the dynamism of productive forces is not autonomous but depends for its very existence upon the character of social structure undermines this theoretical strategy. In response to criticisms of this sort, Cohen has modified his argument slightly. He qualifies the development thesis to mean that productive forces tend to develop over the broad course of human history, but not in each particular society. This happens because production techniques can only be replaced by superior techniques and because technical progress will sooner or later occur someplace. Societies that make technical progress will tend to dominate ones that do not, and the innovations will spread from the former to the latter. But if this Darwinian selection process is how productive forces develop, why should we expect any particular connection between productive forces and economic structure? Eric Wright and his co-authors offer a somewhat different defense of the development thesis. Rather than emphasizing growth of productive forces, they stress constraints against the reduction of productive capacity. They give 4 reasons why productive forces rarely contract. No group in society has an interest in reducing the productivity of labor. Knowledge about productive technology rarely disappears. Human needs evolve in response to existing technology. 32. And come to require it for their satisfaction, and groups motivated to increase the productivity of labor always exist. Even if successful, arguments of this sort can only sustain a weak version of the development thesis. Productive forces tend not to regress. Now consider the functional arguments Cohen uses to sustain both the primacy thesis and the superstructure thesis. The disposition of a social institution to have functional consequences can legitimately be used as part of the explanation of why it exists. Here there is no serious dispute. Controversy arises, however, about whether such a consequence argument can be a sufficient explanation. Is it necessary to show exactly how an institution's disposition to have functional consequences expedites its existence? Cohen argues it is not always necessary to give such an account, provided one can be certain that a satisfactory account exists. The critics say that a consequence argument alone cannot be a sufficient explanation of why a social institution exists. If that were permissible, the mere presence of an institution would be sufficient to explain all the social conditions necessary for its existence. Cohen tries to explain how functional relationships come into being. He does not give anything like a systematic account and admits to not knowing how productive forces acquire economic structures that promote their development, but he does identify 3 general ways a functional relationship can occur: purposive, Darwinian, and Lamarckian. The purposive way rests upon the rationality of people with power. Decision makers recognize that an institution would have functional consequences and act to implement it. The Darwinian way of establishing a functional relationship derives from a process of historical selection. A variety of institutional structures arise, and, through the trial of history, the most successful variant is selected. In the Lamarckian method, social conflict causes an institution to undergo adaptive change, ultimately resulting in a functional relationship between the institution and society. Cohen's discussion of these 3 methods does not answer the objections to functional explanations, but it does suggest ways of elaborating the latter to make them more satisfactory. How does class struggle fit into these principles of historical development? Cohen does not dispute the classical Marxist die. 33. Turn that history is the history of class struggle, which he interprets to mean that class struggle is the immediate driving force of history and the immediate explanation of social transformations. He even regards class struggle as the dominant factor in political affairs. But he considers neither politics nor class struggle to be the fundamental explanation of historical development. Class struggle happens all the time. In order to explain when class struggle succeeds in transforming society, one must examine the relationship between economic structure and forces of production. When the economic structure is optimal for developing the forces of production, the ruling class is also the class best suited to superintend the growth of productive forces. Because everyone has a stake in thriving production, such a ruling class attracts allies and has little difficulty resisting challenges from exploited classes. If, on the other hand, economic structure hinders development of the productive forces, then the ruling class constitutes an economic burden to society, experiences difficulty attracting class allies, and proves vulnerable to challenges by insurgent movements based upon the exploited classes. Levine and Wright criticize Cohen's version of historical materialism for disregarding the capacity of classes to accomplish social change. Cohen seems to think class interests determine class capacities, but this is clearly false because a class may have a strong interest in changing society but no corresponding capacity to bring the change about. Capitalism, Levine and Wright point out, gives workers a keen interest in attaining socialism, but it does not automatically develop their collective capacity to make a socialist transformation. More generally, class capacity is vital to how an incompatibility between forces and relations of production will evolve. Unless a new potential ruling class with the capacity to organize development of the productive forces arises, the incompatibility will evolve into a condition of permanent stagnation rather than spur any kind of social revolution. Levine and Wright emphatically deny that class capacity can be explained entirely through the dynamics of productive forces. Productive forces are relevant, but class capacity also depends upon relations of production as well as superstructural considerations. If 34. This is so, and if class capacity is indeed crucial to the rise and fall of economic structures, then Cohen's attribution of causal primacy to forces of production does not make much sense. Nor would it be sensible to relegate class struggle to a secondary rank of explanatory importance. Stages of historical development. In the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx writes, "No social formation ever perishes before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed, and new, higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society itself." Productive forces, this passage suggests, develop in a somewhat continuous fashion, but economic structures occur in discrete stages with definite ruptures between them. What are the major stages of historical development, and how do they correspond to the development of the productive forces? In the preface, Marx mentions Asiatic, ancient, feudal, and modern bourgeois modes of production as progressive epochs in the economic formation of society. Elsewhere he or Engels sometimes identifies the principal stages of history slightly differently. The issue of periodization, and particularly the expected periodization of history after capitalism, has been rather difficult for modern Marxists to resolve. In his technological interpretation of historical materialism, Cohen makes surplus production beyond what is needed to reproduce the laboring class the crucial measure of how developed the productive forces are. Productive capacity cannot advance rapidly unless surplus, which can be used to create new means of production, is reasonably large. Cohen identifies 4 successive levels of productive development: no surplus, some surplus, moderately high surplus, and massive surplus. A definite type of economic structure corresponds to each of these productive levels. 35. Level of productive development corresponding type of economic structure. 1. No surplus. 2. Some surplus. 3. Moderately high surplus. 4. Massive surplus. 3. Capitalist society. 4. Post-class society. 2. Pre-capitalist class society. 1. Pre-class society. What is the logic behind this correspondence? Consider the first level of development, production without a surplus. If no economic surplus exists, then no group of people can avoid work by taking the excess production of others. There is no excess production to take. The absence of surplus thus prevents enduring relations of economic inequality, thereby inducing a non-class society. But without classes, the development of productive forces cannot get very far. Classes are needed because advancement of the productive forces requires large amounts of labor, and productive labor is extremely onerous. Human beings would not voluntarily impose such burdens upon themselves. Therefore the productive forces can advance only if a class of non-workers emerges that is able to impose arduous labor upon other people and able to appropriate their surplus production. This argument might explain why classes emerge in development levels 2 and 3, but it does not explain why low and moderate amounts of surplus should engender different class structures. Capitalism, claims Cohen, cannot endure in a low surplus environment, and pre-capitalist class structures such as slavery and serfdom are difficult to reconcile with advanced productive forces. Capitalism is based upon competition between productive units, which requires continual accumulation of capital. Continual accumulation requires large and continuing investment, which cannot occur unless surplus exists in substantial and regularly available amounts. Pre-capitalist class structures rely upon non-economic means of extracting surplus from the direct producers, sometimes naked coercion. This devalues human labor and reduces the motivation of servile workers to acquire the skills needed in advanced production methods. The use of coercive means for extracting surplus labor also increases the likelihood that complex 36. Production equipment, if any such equipment exists, will depreciate rapidly. Moreover, the intense coordination of labor demanded by advanced production methods encourages political organization of the subordinate class and induces frequent rebellion against a condition of blatant servility. For all these reasons, economic structures based upon serfdom and slavery are not suitable for developing forces of production beyond a very rudimentary level. The extraction of surplus by non-economic means is a characteristic shared by pre-capitalist class societies of various kinds. The primacy thesis implies that the differences between these pre-capitalist societies can be explained through variations in productive power, but Cohen questions whether this is really feasible. Inability to provide standard explanations for the differences between slave, feudal, and bureaucratic societies is a minor embarrassment to historical materialism, but Cohen does not want to make insupportable theoretical claims. To note that many of the arguments discussed in this section are based upon functional reasoning but have a counter-functional form. They explain why a particular economic structure would not develop productive forces if these forces stood at a particular level, or why the structure could not reproduce itself given such productive forces. The conclusion is that this economic structure and these productive forces could not coexist for long. Such reasoning is highly vulnerable to the class capacity criticism leveled by Levine and Wright. For example, it is not enough to establish that productive forces cannot develop in the absence of class structure. To explain the emergence of class inequality, one must also demonstrate the existence of a group with both the capacity and the motivation to create a class structure. This functional and structuralist reasoning also fails the test of methodological individualism. Arguments couched exclusively in terms of social aggregates can be theoretically suggestive but are never conclusive. To establish the desired correspondence between level of development and economic structure, one must show how individual people are systematically induced to sustain economic structures when they enhance productivity, but to transform them when they hinder the growth of productivity. 37. There remains the question of why the most developed productive forces, which generate surplus in massive amounts, should beget a post-class society. Why doesn't capitalism accommodate indefinite development of the productive forces? We postpone full discussion of this issue until the next section, but a few remarks are needed here. Throughout its history, the capitalist system experiences economic crises of various kinds. Although the forces of production remain underdeveloped, these crises are eventually overcome because no real alternative to capitalism exists. A class society is mandatory to advance the productive forces, and no other class society advances these forces nearly so energetically as capitalism. But the situation changes when economic productivity approaches a level rendering socialism feasible. Class division is no longer imperative because labor need not be severely burdensome. Now the crises of capitalism encounter a working class increasingly aware that an alternative system with qualitatively greater freedom for working people is possible. The survival of capitalism is no longer assured. Eventually the working class will acquire sufficient consciousness and organization to abolish the capitalist economic system. Marx was not a breakdown theorist, but he did hold that, once capitalism is fully formed, then each crisis it undergoes is worse than its predecessor. It follows that the more severe a crisis is, the more developed are the forces whose progress it arrests. Therefore socialism grows more and more feasible as crises get worse and worse. There is no economically legislated final breakdown, but what is de facto the last depression occurs when there is a downturn in the cycle and the forces are ready to accept a socialist structure and the proletariat is sufficiently class-conscious and organized. This analysis does not derive the demise of capitalism from inability to develop the forces of production. Developmental liabilities appear only to the extent that capitalism experiences continuing crises. Capitalism falls because an economic structure more appealing to the working class appears on the horizon. The argument contains 4 critical assumptions, which are considered in various parts of this book. Capitalism will experience economic crises. A non-class society becomes feasible due to the growth of productivity accomplished by capitalism. Workers increasingly comprehend the feasibility of socialism and increasingly desire its realization, and the working class has the ability to implement socialism. Contradictions of capitalism. A contradiction obtains when a society's economic organization frustrates the optimal use and development of its accumulated productive power, when prospects opened by its productive forces are closed by its production relations. No connection is intended between our use of it and the meaning it has in logic. All Marxists are keenly interested in the contradictions of capitalism because the prospects for socialism hinge upon the crises experienced by capitalist society. Analytical Marxists have studied the contradictions of capitalism, but they do not present a unified theory on this subject. Their contributions have been lucid reformulation of classical Marxist ideas about capitalist contradictions, adjusting for the special features of contemporary capitalism, investigation of the logical validity of Marxist claims about capitalist crises, and explication of the conditions under which specific crises occur. We shall discuss examples of analytical Marxist work from each of these 3 domains. Output expansion bias. Gerald Cohen's contribution to the analysis of capitalist contradictions fits in category. Capitalists initiate production with the object of turning a profit, whereas workers participate in order to earn a wage. Making useful things is the main purpose of neither capitalists nor workers. Thus exchange value supplants use value as the regulator of production and the main object of human desire under capitalism. What Cohen sees as the distinctive contradiction of advanced capitalism arises from the tension between use value and exchange value. 39. The highly developed production forces available under advanced capitalism make possible either the expansion of output or the reduction of toil. Due to relentless competition and the struggle for profit, capitalism can only promote the expansion of output, even though toil reduction would definitely contribute more to individual satisfaction and collective welfare. A balanced human existence and a genuine experience of abundance requires reduction of toil, but this capitalism, incorrigibly lured by the carrot of profit and driven by the stick of competition, cannot accomplish. The need to stimulate effective demand compels capitalism to promote irrational consumption, irrational in the double sense of failing to give appropriate satisfaction and exhausting non-renewable resources. Moreover, the output expansion bias of capitalism has disastrous ecological consequences, the full extent of which is difficult to evaluate. Bias toward output expansion is not a contingent characteristic of capitalist society but an integral part of its basic nature. It cannot be eliminated by reforms that preserve the capitalist economic structure. Abolishing the output expansion bias of capitalism requires abolishing capitalism itself. Suppose advanced capitalism is indeed biased toward output expansion when toil reduction would yield more social welfare. Is this a contradiction in the sense indicated above? Granted, advanced capitalism's use of accumulated productive power does not maximize collective welfare, but is it optimal for developing the forces of production? Surely output expansion does not inherently hinder the growth of productivity. On the contrary, it is quite likely to stimulate such growth. The only part of Cohen's argument that suggests less than maximum productivity growth is his brief comments about the ecological consequences of advanced capitalism. These remarks do not depict any constraints upon development of productive forces, they merely point toward the unfortunate results that such development would have. Nor does Cohen's output expansion contradiction establish a plausible basis for the elimination of capitalism. Uncontrolled output expansion is not a structural barrier to the reproduction of capitalist institutions. Although strenuous protests by limited groups may burst out sporadically, the alleged contradiction fails. 40. To engender systematic opposition from any well-defined class of capitalist society. The pro-consumption consciousness induced by capitalist social relations would seem to make the perpetual output expansion a thoroughly popular situation. It is not evident how the output expansion contradiction can exercise the transformative role required of it by Cohen's technological interpretation of historical materialism. It is not evident that it would cause a crisis of any sort. The falling rate of profit. Now consider a different sort of contribution that analytical Marxism has made toward our understanding of contradictions, exploring the logical validity of various theories about capitalist crises. Perhaps the most important crisis theory in classical Marxism is that based on the idea of a falling rate of profit. Profit is the main incentive to the owners of capital, and also the main regulator of the capitalist economic system. If the rate of profit has an irrepressible tendency to decline, then the capitalist economy will frequently malfunction and ultimately collapse. Marx and Engels, basing their reasoning on the labor theory of value, concluded that the rate of profit did have a tendency to decline. This tendency came from technical changes imposed on capitalists by competition. Profits, reasoned the founders of Marxism, came from the exploitation of living labor. Competition, however, forced capitalists to replace living labor with machines, thus expunging the real source of profits and establishing a tendency toward a falling profit rate. John Romer devotes 3 chapters of Analytical Foundations of Marxist Economic Theory to mathematical exploration of the falling rate of profit theory. This book greatly extends a result originally proved by the Japanese economist Okishio. Romer starts with the simplest possible model of economic production, which posits a linear relationship between inputs and outputs and no fixed capital. He assumes that the real wages received by workers are fixed and that capitalists introduce new technologies only if they reduce production costs. Using the famous Frobenius-Perron 41 theorem on positive matrices, Romer then compares the equilibrium profit rates that pertain before and after capitalists have made cost-reducing changes in technology. The mathematical results of this comparison are unequivocal: there is no tendency toward a falling rate of profit. On the contrary, under the assumptions made by Romer, competitively viable technical change will always raise the rate of profit. Romer also gets several other pertinent results. He defines a technical change to be socially desirable if the new technology reduces the total amounts of labor needed to produce each and every good in the economy. Using this definition, he shows that there are technical changes that are socially desirable but that capitalists will not introduce because they do not lower production costs. And it is possible to be even more specific about the effect of technical change on the rate of profit. Suppose that a new production technology uses more capital but less direct labor than the existing technology. If this new technology is competitively viable and thus introduced by capitalists, then it will also be socially desirable in the sense specified above. On the other hand, if the opposite situation holds, if the new production technology uses less capital but more direct labor than the existing technology, then the new technology can be cost-saving but not socially desirable. While investigating the falling rate of profit theory for capitalist economies, Romer arrives at some results pertaining to partially planned economic systems. Consider an economy in which central planners choose the technology, but which otherwise is identical to the capitalist system we have discussed. Suppose the central planners adopt only socially desirable technical changes. In such a partially planned economy, the rate of profit may indeed fall. Having obtained an impressive set of results under the assumption of a simple linear technology with no fixed capital, Romer proceeds to show that all the results discussed above remain true in a more complex technological environment that allows fixed capital and production of several different goods with the same process. For a falling rate of profit theory, he concludes, is always 42 false in a competitive equilibrium environment with a constant real wage. If there is to be a falling rate of profit in such an economic environment, it must result from an increase in real wages or imposition of some other cost not included in these purely production models. Elaborating on this last idea, Romer suggests 3 ways in which the stringent assumptions of the models he has been using could be relaxed to allow a falling rate of profit: models with changing real wages, models with rising state expenditures, and models with deteriorating terms of trade. Although models of these kinds can give rise to a falling rate of profit, Romer does not think a theory of capitalist crisis should be premised upon the falling rate of profit concept. It would be a great fallacy to make a theory of the eventual demise of capitalism rest on any theory of the falling rate of profit. It is hoped that one effect of the argument presented here will be to rectify the economist position of many Marxists that socialism necessarily follows from capitalist crisis, which necessarily follows from the decline in the rate of profit. Social revolution depends on processes much more political and intricate than enter into the usual discussions of the falling rate of profit. Romer's analysis and the previous theoretical work from which it springs effectively demolish the claim that the profit rate falls as a routine consequence of the expansion of capital. However, the analysis also highlights a troublesome aspect of the model-building approach, a difficulty that Romer alludes to when explaining the difference between theory and model. A theory, says Romer, is a rather vague thing that lives mostly in the domain of intuition. Due to its inherent vagueness, one cannot generally determine whether a theory is true. Evaluating the theory requires constructing models that represent the theory schematically and allow rigorous derivations to be made. Unfortunately, a single theory can have many different models that point toward quite different conclusions. Therefore, the results of model building often seem indecisive. The existence of contradictory models will, Romer hopes, compel refinement of the underlying theory, but it could equally well induce long episodes of unproductive controversy. 3 Capitalist crises. Having raised some doubts about the model-building enterprise, we now come to its defense by discussing some of the brilliant results model building can yield. Our purpose is to show how analytical Marxism has explicated the conditions under which various kinds of capitalist crises can occur. Once again we turn to the work of John Romer, who is the first Marxist to show that capitalist crises of 3 different kinds can be represented by a single model. In addition to crises based upon the falling rate of profit, Marxists have considered several other varieties of capitalist economic crises. 3 of the most frequently discussed are profit squeeze crises, realization crises, and fiscal crises. A profit squeeze crisis occurs because workers consume so much of the economic product that capitalists, who control investment, have insufficient incentive to accumulate. A realization crisis happens when the volume of production exceeds existing demand and inventories of unsold goods accumulate. It happens because the working class has limited buying power, whereas capitalists are not inclined to purchase all that they could. A fiscal crisis develops when taxation snatches so much capitalist profit that the incentive to accumulate collapses. Within the Marxist literature, these crises were usually treated as entirely separate phenomena, and arguments raged about which crisis would be the death angel of capitalism. John Romer is able to show that all 3 crises can result from the very same economic process. I will not present all the elements of Romer's ingenious model, only those that seem most relevant for a non-technical understanding of its basic structure. The crucial variable in Romer's crisis model is the number of workers employed, or rather the employment rate. The key assumption is what Romer calls the class struggle equation, which asserts that the bargaining power of workers increases as the employment rate goes up. This assumption reflects the classical Marxist idea that the reserve army of the unemployed restrains working class wages. But unemployed people do not simply disappear from society. The model assumes they are supported by the state at a minimal level through a tax upon profits. This places the capitalist class in a dilemma. If employment is 44 very high, it will drive up wages and thus diminish profits, but if employment is very low, production will also be low, and profits will be heavily taxed to pay for unemployment benefits. Romer also assumes that the desire of capitalists for economic growth varies directly with the after-tax rate of profit. A capitalist economic crisis exists if the economy is not in equilibrium and if employment is decreasing. There prove to be 3 regions of capitalist economic crisis, each one defined in terms of the employment rate. At the very highest rates of employment, we have a profit squeeze crisis. At the very lowest rates of employment, there is a fiscal crisis. Somewhere in the middle is a region where a realization crisis occurs. These three regions of crisis do not touch each other, they are separated by intervening regions in which employment increases. Unless they generate class-based political movements, the profit squeeze and realization crises will not of themselves overturn capitalism. Within Romer's model, each of these crises is self-correcting. The profit squeeze crisis corrects itself by decreasing employment, thereby increasing profits until an equilibrium is attained. The realization crisis corrects itself in a rather more surprising way. Employment decreases, reducing production, and taxes on profits increase to pay for welfare to the increasing pool of unemployed. Thus workers' consumption does not fall off as rapidly as production, and eventually the unwanted inventory of goods characteristic of the realization crisis is eliminated and equilibrium restored, though at a reduced profit rate. The fiscal crisis is not self-correcting within Romer's model. If taken literally, this formulation implies that employment goes to zero once a fiscal crisis takes hold. The model also leads us to expect two basic kinds of capitalist economy, a high employment and relatively low profit economy subject to profit squeeze crises, and a relatively low employment and high profit economy subject to crises of the realization variety. This model of capitalist crises, critics will object, involves a tremendous simplification of an enormously complicated process, besides containing assumptions highly open to challenge. Fair enough, but Romer's model also provides striking insights about the economic dynamics underlying various capitalist crises, and equally striking insights about the relationships between these crises. Anyone who struggles through the formidable maze. 45. Maddox is transported beyond the realm of easy intuition and emerges with a clearer image of the pathologies to which capitalist production is subject. To my way of thinking, this is no mean achievement. Exploitation and history. No other analytical Marxist has proposed a theory of history nearly as coherent and carefully elaborated as Gerald Cohen's. There are, however, other analytical Marxist views on historical development that deserve attention. Some of these do not conflict with Cohen's interpretation but give the process of history a different emphasis. John Romer, for example, accepts the main concepts of Cohen's technological rendition of historical materialism but focuses upon the evolution of exploitation. We shall discuss Romer's ideas about exploitation at some length in the next two chapters, but it is useful to outline his general vision of history here. As we shall see, Romer defines exploitation in terms of property relations, and says that different forms of exploitation correspond to different property relations. For example, feudal property relations consist in rights over the labor power of other people, and feudal exploitation exists because these rights are unequally distributed. Capitalist property, on the other hand, includes only those means of production that are separable from the individual person, and capitalist exploitation arises when such alienable means of production are distributed unequally. Socialism abolishes capitalist property, but not all forms of property. Socialist property consists of ownership over one's individual productive skills, and socialist exploitation exists because such skills are unequally distributed and individuals can secure differential earnings from them. Over the last 2 millennia, Romer observes, the forms of productive property considered socially tolerable have steadily diminished. A feudal society tolerates feudal property, capitalist property, and socialist property. A capitalist society tolerates both capitalist and socialist property. A socialist society allows only 46. Productive property of the socialist form. Romer, like Cohen, attributes the steady elimination of property forms to the primacy of productive forces. In the last analysis, types of ownership disappear because they hinder development of economic productivity. But exploitation has an important hand in this process. Because forms of exploitation correspond to forms of productive property, the elimination of a property type implies the elimination of the associated exploitation. Thus the broad sweep of history can be seen as the progressive elimination of exploitation in its various forms. Moreover, the reaction against a specific form of exploitation is often the dynamic factor in class struggles leading to the elimination of the associated property type. Unfortunately, the elimination of exploitation categories may not signify a net reduction in exploitation. New property relations often drastically intensify forms of exploitation that existed previously but were not energetically practiced. Romer also acknowledges that property and exploitation may exist in shapes that do not enter the abstract conception of an economic system. In principle, socialism has only socialist exploitation, but in practice all state socialist societies also exhibit what Romer calls status exploitation based upon differential prestige and organizational position. The underlying theme of history may be the elimination of exploitation, but it is certainly not a linear parable of increasing betterment. Nor should exploitation be conceived as an unmitigated evil. Romer considers a form of exploitation as socially necessary if it is needed to develop the forces of production. For example, a specific form of exploitation might be needed to create effective economic incentives or stimulate technical change. Any form of exploitation, hypothesizes Romer, can only have a temporary historical justification, but attempts to eliminate it prematurely can have disastrous consequences, as shown by the Chinese Cultural Revolution. Eric Wright has elaborated the concept of history as the evolution of exploitation. Wright accepts Romer's definition of exploitation and, also like Romer, specifies four kinds of property on which exploitation can be based: labor power, means of production, organizational assets, and skills. In addition to feudalism, capitalism, and socialism, the three societies that Romer analyzes, Wright considers statist. 47. And communist social formations. Each of these five social formations can be characterized by the forms of property it allows and hence the types of exploitation that can occur within it. This establishes an orderly sequence of social formations, each one differing from the one before by allowing one less form of property. Statism falls between capitalism and socialism in the sequence, and communism comes after socialism. Table 2.1 depicts the relationship between exploitation and social formation postulated by Wright. Movement from one type of social formation to another involves a revolutionary transformation abolishing a particular kind of exploitation. Development of the productive forces renders such a transformation feasible but not inevitable. As the productive forces mature within a particular social formation, the classes within it are thus faced by an achievable historic task that may or may not be accomplished, but whose increasing feasibility shapes the political content of class relations. Given this conception, the natural course of historical development would seem to be from feudalism to capitalism to statism to socialism to communism. Wright takes pains to emphasize that this pattern of development is not an iron law and that stages can be skipped. For example, he thinks it possible to move directly from capitalism to socialism without an intervening statist period. The collapse of communist societies in recent years raises the possibility of reverse movement along this postulated historical sequence. This is something that Wright does not discuss, nor is it evident from the bare outlines of his scheme why it should happen. Two possibilities present themselves. Perhaps the forces of production were not sufficiently developed in the communist societies to warrant abolition of private property in the means of production. If so, then capitalist exploitation was always socially necessary, and the attempt to eliminate it must be regarded as ill-conceived from the very start. Alternatively, state socialism might not be a stable social formation, as Wright's scheme implies, but a temporary expedient needed to accomplish the transition from feudalism to capitalism. This suggests that the evolution of exploitation is far more complicated than either Romer or Wright recognizes. A form of exploitation might be temporarily abolished only to lay the basis for its subsequent reimposition with far greater intensity. 48. Table 2.1 Exploitation and social formation. Exploitation generating asset inequality. Labor means of power production organization skill. Type of social formation. Historic task of revolutionary transformation. Feudalism yes 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 individual liberty. Capitalism no yes 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 socializing means of production statism no no yes yes democratization of organizational control socialism no 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 yes substantive quality communism no 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 self-actualization. Source, Wright, Table 4.1, p. 115. Wright has also proposed a fascinating reinterpretation of the role of class struggle in historical development. The essential class struggle in any mode of production is between the basic exploiting class and the basic class victimized by exploitation. Classes exist, however, that occupy a contradictory or middle position because in some ways they are exploiters and in other ways they are victims of exploitation. The outcome of any revolutionary transformation resulting from class struggle between the exploiting and exploited classes is unlikely to be the triumph of the latter. It is far more probable, says Wright, that a class occupying a contradictory position in the former production mode will become the dominant exploiting class under the new economic system. Under capitalism, managers and bureaucrats have a contradictory class location, being exploiters with respect to organizational assets but being exploited with respect to means of production. Wright thinks that state socialism is likely to succeed capitalism precisely because managers and bureaucrats are well situated to become a new ruling class should capitalism fall. The elements of Wright's interpretation of class succession are presented in Table 2.2. 49. Another version of historical development. Analytical Marxists often reconstruct concepts or theories found in the texts of classical Marxism. John Elster thinks modern interpretations of historical materialism draw excessively upon the preface and neglect other writings of Marx and Engels. On the basis of a close reading of the Grundrisse and Volume 3 of Capital, Elster reconstructs an alternative cyclical periodization of history that he regards equally important in the work of Marx taken as a whole. In addition to the linear theory of modes of production, Marx offered a cyclical periodization of world history in terms of the changing purposes of productive activity. Production for immediate persistence turns into production for exchange, which in turn becomes production for surplus value. After one run of the sequence, ending with slavery, serfdom marks the beginning of the second. Broadly speaking, the first run corresponds to the Asiatic and ancient modes of production, the second to feudalism and capitalism. This provides a rationale for the frequent comparisons in Marx's work between slavery and capitalism. The dynamic element of this process is external and internal trade, neither class struggle nor the development of the productive forces. Yet, it is no less central than the better-known theory of the rise and fall of property right structures in accordance with their ability to promote the productive forces. Elster criticizes Marx for not reconciling this cyclical periodization of history with his famous linear conception of production modes. The cyclical periodization, if we take it seriously, 50. Casts severe doubt on both the development thesis and the primacy thesis. How can productive forces have a monotonic tendency to develop if the basic pattern of history is cyclical and if enormous productive retrogressions, like that intervening between the end of one cycle and the beginning of the next, can occur? How can the level of the productive forces explain the economic structure if productive forces of similar maturity correspond to drastically different economic structures? For example, the production of surplus value gave rise to commercial slavery in the ancient world but to capitalism at the end of the feudal epoch. How to cope with these difficulties is not entirely clear. One might question Elster's reconstruction of the cyclical periodization of history. He derives this mainly by examining Marx's historical discussion of the ancient world rather than from explicit theoretical statements. It is not evident that Marx wanted to postulate a definite theoretical pattern rather than merely comment upon some surprising but not causally relevant similarities between ancient and modern history. Alternatively, one might think that the cyclical periodization detected by Elster unfolds within the linear sequence and that the latter should be regarded as the dominant pattern. Then the second appearance of the cycle would not be a true repetition of the first but something like a faint reprise carried out at a substantially higher level of social development. On the basis of the evidence Elster presents, it seems unwarranted to exclude class struggle from being a dynamic element of the historical process. Differences in the nature of class struggle appear closely associated with the different economic structures that emerged in ancient and feudal societies. If Marx intended to give trade equal status with class struggle as a dynamic of historical change, he surely would have said so. Instead, he wrote numerous passages leading us to think otherwise. It is not evident, moreover, that any general theory of history can be constructed from Elster's cyclical reinterpretation of Marx. Class struggle as the basis of historical development. An approach to the theory of history very different from that of either Cohen or Elster is taken by the Marxist economic. 51. Historian Robert Brenner. Brenner regards class struggle, not development of productive forces, or trade, or demographic change, as the prime mover of economic development, is the structure of class relations, of class power, which will determine the manner and degree to which particular demographic and commercial changes will affect long-term trends in the distribution of income and economic growth, and not vice versa. The basic causal sequence in economic life is the following: the form of property relations shapes the rules by which individual economic actors reproduce themselves, and these rules determine the long-term pattern of economic development. The economic institutions of society embody this causal sequence and, once established, are not easily altered. Disruptions of existing property relations may come from several quarters, but the most potent disrupting force is class struggle. Brenner thinks most theories of economic development, whether Marxist or non-Marxist, ascribe to the economic logic outlined by Adam Smith over 2 centuries ago. According to this logic, economic development is a direct consequence of individual rationality. Rational economic producers are characterized by the actions they reject as well as the actions they choose. Rational producers, in Brenner's interpretation of Smith, will maximize the exchange value of what they produce, market their entire output, steadily improve their production capacity, and implement their rational choices and reap the resulting economic rewards. But these actions, argues Brenner, do not reflect any general economic rationality, they only reflect the very specific economic rationality of capitalism. Adam Smith's economic logic assumes the existence of capitalist property relations and thus cannot explain why capitalist relations arise in the first place. Economic agents do tend to be rational actors, Brenner believes, but the nature of economic rationality depends upon what property relations exist. Rational actors in pre-capitalist. 52. Societies must behave very differently from rational actors under capitalism. Brenner's approach to economic development rests upon 6 fundamental theses. 1. Only under specific property relations is it rational for economic agents to act in ways that generate economic growth. 2. During most of history, property relations motivated people to act in ways subverting economic growth. 3. Transitions from pre-capitalist to capitalist property relations rarely occur as a result of economically rational actions. 4. Rational class action in pre-capitalist economies usually maintains pre-capitalist property relations. 5. Modern economic growth requires a transition to capitalist property relations. 6. Transition to capitalist property relations is an unintended consequence. It usually results from conflict between pre-capitalist classes. The distinctive features of economic rationality in pre-capitalist societies arise mainly because producers have direct access to their means of subsistence. Hence, exploiters can appropriate a share of the economic product only by using extra economic coercion, which induces them to develop the means of coercion rather than the means of production. Nor are the producing classes in pre-capitalist societies, being subject to coercive expropriation, inclined to improve their productive facilities. Thus, no systematic tendency to develop the forces of production exists prior to capitalism. The continual expansion of productivity under capitalism results not from any particular technology or method of organization but from the systematic compulsion to reduce costs stemming from capitalist competition. Brenner uses this analysis to attack the technological interpretation of Marxism advocated by Cohen. One believes That the unprecedented productiveness of capitalism derives not from any particular productive force or technique, but is a consequence of the property relations themselves, it becomes just about impossible to see how the sort of argument Cohen makes for the primacy of the productive forces can be sustained. This premise, no particular advance in technique, no increase in the productive forces is necessary to bring about either capitalist property relations or the tremendous 53. Increases in productiveness associated with them. Thus, capitalism could appear at a point when no new techniques beyond those already available to the economic actors under feudalism had yet come into existence. In this case it would still yield a tremendous increase in productiveness. To illustrate that class struggle and not the development of productive forces is the basic cause of economic change, Brenner presents a detailed account of how European capitalism emerged from feudal society. The gist of his argument is that European societies with similar economic structures developed in very different ways depending upon the outcome of class struggles within them. Consider the disparate patterns of economic development found in England, France, and Europe east of the Elbe River. When the Black Plague struck Europe in 1349, the class structures and productive forces in these three regions were still quite similar. The plague reduced the population of Europe by a third, and intense class struggles between peasants and lords followed in many parts of the continent. Peasants in England and France were able to weaken and then eliminate serfdom. In Eastern Europe, however, the landed class successfully imposed an expanded and intensified form of serfdom on the peasant population, with drastic consequences for economic development. Newly emergent structure of class relations in the East had as its outcome the development of underdevelopment, the preclusion of increased productivity in general, and of industrialization in particular. Possibility of balanced economic growth was destroyed and Eastern Europe consigned to backwardness for centuries. Yet the elimination of serfdom in England and France did not guarantee the growth of capitalism in these countries. The possibility of capitalism depended upon the outcome of further class struggles. The English monarchy allied itself with the landlords, enabling them to overcome peasant opposition and gain possession of most arable land. This was leased in large chunks to capitalist farmers and ultimately led to successful capitalist development in England. The French monarchy, however, sought to exploit the emancipated peasantry directly and therefore help the peasant class resist the French nobility's attempts to 54. Appropriate land. Thus small-scale technologically stagnant peasant property was preserved in France, and agrarian capitalism could not emerge. This generated what Brenner describes as a dismal pattern of economic development. Not only was there a long-term failure of agricultural productivity, but a corresponding inability to develop the home market. Thus, ironically, the most complete freedom and property rights for the rural population meant poverty and a self-perpetuating cycle of backwardness. Robert Brenner's class struggle interpretation of history presents a powerful challenge both to mainstream historians and to the version of historical materialism offered by Cohen. I place Brenner within the realm of analytical Marxism because he engages in careful theory construction and tries to interpret historical action as rationally motivated. His class struggle conception of history raises many questions. I shall mention only two. Brenner's reasons for denying the relevance of Adam Smith's economic logic to pre-capitalist societies are not entirely cogent. As mentioned above, the principal reason why this logic seems faulty is that pre-capitalist producers supposedly have direct access to their means of subsistence. But if exploiters possess potent means of coercion, what prevents them from expropriating the producers, making them a propertyless labor force, and reaping the gains of improved productivity? Something systematically prevents the exploiters from doing this in pre-capitalist societies. Could it be that insufficient development of productive forces renders exploiters unable or unmotivated to expropriate the producers? This leads directly to my second point. The difference between the technological and class struggle interpretations of historical materialism may not be as great as Brenner thinks. Class struggle between lords and peasants about the continuation of serfdom could have been placed on the historical agenda by the level of productive capacity attained. This itself might sustain the primacy thesis even if productive forces did not influence the outcome of the class struggle. It turns out, however, that productive forces are not irrelevant to the outcome of class struggle. In Brenner's detailed accounts of how particular class struggles unfold, he makes extensive use of arguments founded on productive forces. 55. Conclusion. Discussions of the theory of history by analytical Marxists continue to revolve around Karl Marx's theory of history by G. A. Cohen. It is well known that Cohen's argument has serious flaws, and Cohen himself has expressed doubts about veracity of the position he so lucidly supported. But in its totality, Cohen's defense of a technological version of historical materialism remains impressive even to people who reject his major theoretical propositions. Nor is Cohen's credibility weakened by the recent collapse of communist societies, for he repeatedly emphasizes the possibility of premature anti-capitalist revolution. No socialist revolution will succeed until capitalist production has already developed the productive forces of labor in general to a sufficiently high level. Premature attempts at revolution, whatever their immediate outcome, will eventuate in a restoration of capitalist society. Even sharp critics of Karl Marx's theory of history sometimes make remarkable concessions to its theses. It is clear, for example, that the theory of history recently adumbrated by Eric Wright owes a great deal to Cohen's interpretation of historical materialism. Given a little flexibility about the meaning of causation, Robert Brenner's class struggle conception of history may prove compatible with Cohen's account. Whatever its shortcomings, Karl Marx's theory of history will remain the Marxist standard until someone produces an even more tightly reasoned theory of human history or until Marxists decide that general theories of history are useless endeavors. Despite a number of valid criticisms, the development thesis has definite merit if one considers historical intervals of sufficient duration. Of course, it is not an iron law, and glaring exceptions exist. Nevertheless, historical evidence shows at least some development of productive forces in every major region of the world even prior to the advent of capitalism. The social and psychological mechanisms underlying the tendency of productive forces to develop economic scarcity, disutility of labor, human rationality, the competitive advantage of more. 56. Developed societies, and so forth are often potent and unlikely to remain dormant indefinitely. The primacy thesis is quite another matter. The functionalist reasoning used by Cohen to support the primacy thesis is simply not compelling. All claims about causal primacy, suggest right et.al., should be reformulated as quantitative assertions of causal asymmetry. They recommend recasting the primacy thesis as three separate propositions. 1. Forces of production tend to destabilize relations of production. 2. Superstructure tends to reproduce existing relations of production. 3. Forces of production affect relations of production more powerfully than does the superstructure. Although the meaning of causal primacy is often obscure, and although this reformulation may clarify the primacy thesis, the reformulation does not make the thesis any more plausible. We must now justify three separate propositions, none of which is self-evident. As matters now stand, there is little theoretical or empirical reason to think the primacy thesis is true. Surely the most important part of the Marxist theory of history is the contention that capitalism is doomed and must, sooner or later, be replaced by another mode of production. This has been the heart of Marxist theory since 1848. Analytical Marxists have identified some fundamental and seemingly ineradicable pathologies in how capitalist societies function and have given much greater logical rigor to classical Marxist theories of capitalist crisis. The work of analytical Marxists has shown that the demise of capitalism is possible, but few if any think it is inevitable or even very likely within our own lifespan. Proving that any mode of production is doomed may be an impossible task, but analytical Marxism has made notable progress toward building a viable Marxist theory of post-capitalist society. It has challenged the utopian complacency that formerly paralyzed Marxist theorizing about post-capitalist societies, demonstrated that socialism is not the only conceivable future for capitalist social formations, and provided rational explanations of why capitalism will not be the last exploitative form of social organization. The next chapter examines analytical Marxist theories of exploitation. 57. Notes. 1. See the section Class Struggle as the basis of historical development in this chapter for further discussion of these issues. 2. For further discussion of how analytical Marxists conceptualize differences between pre-capitalist societies, see the sections on theoretical and historical subsistence economies in Chapter 3. 3. A model of this kind is called a Leontiev production system or a Leontiev technology after the Nobel Prize-winning economist Vasily Leontiev. 4. This is called a von Neumann technology after the famous mathematician and founder of game theory John von Neumann. 3. Exploitation. Conceptual issues. The concept of exploitation. Exploitation is the concept most characteristic of Marxist social theory. It is also a concept that has been extensively discussed and reinterpreted by analytical Marxists. Exploitation provides a means of describing and also of criticizing social relations. Thus it links Marxism as a positive theory of historical development with Marxism as a moral critique of society. Exploitation signifies a particular kind of asymmetric relationship. Exploitation exists if one group of people gains advantages from the activities of another group, but the advantages gained are not reciprocal. The second group is in some way harmed, weakened, or deprived by the relationship. The crux of exploitation is the causal connection between the advantages of the exploiters and the disadvantages of the exploited. Although exploitation can be considered a form of oppression, it differs from other forms of oppression because it occurs through the routine performance of useful activities when the benefits of these activities are distributed asymmetrically. Exploiters are not intrinsically hostile to the people they exploit. They do not want to injure, depress, or destroy the exploited because such actions disrupt the very relationship from which the exploiters benefit. 58. Exploitation, conceptual issues. 59. Classical Marxist theory traces exploitation to the appropriation of surplus labor, that is, labor over and above what is needed to reproduce the laborer plus the tools and materials used up in production. People from whom surplus labor is extracted are exploited, and people who commandeer surplus labor are exploiters. Classical Marxist theory saw a deep connection between class and exploitation. Enduring class inequality rests upon exploitation, but the nature of that exploitation differs sharply from one economic system to another. One important difference lies in the means by which surplus labor is extracted from the laborer. In slave systems, surplus labor is extracted through direct coercion of the slave, in feudal economies by a combination of coercion and ideology, and in capitalist economies by means of the labor market. Capitalist exploitation is so thoroughly concealed that most people living under capitalism, even the victims of exploitation, do not recognize it exists. Another difference between types of exploitation lies in the economic form through which surplus labor is appropriated. Under slavery, surplus labor is appropriated as a quantity of labor. The slave is compelled to perform a certain amount of labor for the master's benefit. Under feudalism, surplus labor is appropriated as a useful product. The lord takes a certain share of what the serf has produced. Under capitalism, surplus labor is appropriated through the sale of labor power. The capitalist buys labor power for less than she can produce using that labor power. Understanding capitalist exploitation poses special problems. Because labor power under capitalism is distributed through a market and not by means of coercion, how can one group appropriate surplus labor from another? To answer this question, Marx used the labor theory of value. According to this theory, 1 unit of labor power should exchange for the money equivalent of the total labor required to produce it. But Marx showed that 1 unit of labor power can be produced by less than 1 unit of labor. Thus wages are less than the value of what labor power can produce, and this difference belongs to the capitalist who buys the labor power. Marx interpreted the difference between wages and the value 60. Of what labor power produces as the hidden key to capitalist exploitation. Unfortunately, however, the labor theory of value is seriously flawed as an explanation of exchange in a capitalist economy. This raises serious doubts about the adequacy of classical Marxist analysis of capitalist exploitation. Other problems with this analysis have also been noted. For example, how can we define exploitation if human beings have tremendously varying capacities to work, or if completely different kinds of labor power exist? Does exploitation have any meaning under complex production technologies where one process yields several different products, or where the efficiency of a production process depends heavily upon its scale of operation? But the most troublesome questions concern the existence of exploitation in modern non-capitalist societies. Does exploitation exist in state socialist societies of the Soviet type? Does it exist in a genuinely socialist society? In a communist society? How should exploitation be defined in societies without private ownership of the means of production? Is it a political aberration or a necessary social development? By far the most penetrating analysis of exploitation in many decades appears in 3 books by John Romer: A General Theory of Exploitation and Class, Value, Exploitation, and Class, and Free to Lose. Romer applies the basic concepts of historical materialism to modern social and economic conditions in highly original ways. Like G. A. Cohen, he favors economic or materialist explanations over ones resting upon sociological or political premises. He tries to construct a general theory of exploitation, of which the traditional Marxist concept of exploitation and exploitation in state socialist societies are both special cases. Romer's ideas about exploitation have stirred up considerable controversy among Marxists. Most of this chapter and the next deal with his formulations. This chapter addresses basic conceptual issues such as what causes exploitation, how it should be modeled, and how exploitation functions in both subsistence and capitalist economies. Chapter 4 deals with relations between exploitation and other social concepts such as class, technology, and public ownership of productive facilities. Exploitation, conceptual issues. 61. What causes exploitation? In the first chapter I discussed a simple two-person economy involving exchange of corn and berries between Norma and Murray. Following Romer, I showed that Norma was an exploiter because she could work less than was socially necessary, and that Murray was exploited because he had to work more than was socially necessary. To dramatize this point, I showed that Norma would work more if she killed Murray and seized his resources, but Murray would labor less if he murdered Norma and confiscated her possessions. This simple example illustrates 2 important points. Exploitation, at least exploitation measured in terms of the compulsion to work, is a social phenomenon. Some people are able to work less precisely because other people must work more. The production technology, together with the social relations between Norma and Murray, determines how long each one must labor. The example also shows that exploitation can occur in very simple economic situations with no labor market, no surplus production, and no accumulation of wealth. Norma is able to exploit Murray entirely through the exchange of consumer goods and merely because she owns more valuable resources than he does. Exploitation is of interest primarily to Marxists. Other social scientists think exploitation does not exist, or is not very important, or is not a suitable subject for scholarly inquiry. Hence almost all discussion about the theory of exploitation takes place between Marxists. We currently have 2 broad explanations of why exploitation exists: the point of production interpretation and the property relations interpretation. The point of production interpretation, which is also the classical Marxist view, locates the occurrence of exploitation at the physical side of production and roots its existence in the coercive social relations that permeate the production process. Capitalist exploitation concerns the extraction of labor from labor power. The primitive logic of capitalism is to pay workers little and make them work long and hard. According to the point of production interpretation, market exchange is peripheral to exploitation. The marketplace is a realm of illusion where a false equality between buyer and seller seems to prevail. Marketplace. 62. Mirages must be shattered to reveal the underlying reality of exploitation. The property relations interpretation of exploitation was first proposed by John Roemer and has subsequently been adopted by most analytical Marxists. It attributes exploitation to differential ownership of productive property. Exploitation does indeed rest upon coercion, but the coercion it rests upon is that maintaining differential property ownership, not that occurring within the process of production itself. The Norma and Murray example favors the property relations interpretation because it shows how exploitation can arise from unequal possession of productive resources even without a coercive production process. Different kinds of productive property give rise to different kinds of exploitation. For example, unequal ownership of labor power creates feudal exploitation, unequal ownership of capital begets capitalist exploitation, and unequal ownership of productive skills establishes socialist exploitation. Market exchange assumes enormous importance for the property relations outlook on exploitation. Setting aside slavery, serfdom, and other non-voluntary means of extracting labor, market processes determine whether a person can convert ownership of productive property into an exploitative advantage. For example, if a commodity market exists, a person can often convert ownership of capital into exploitative advantage. The existence of a market enabled Norma to exploit Murray. Exploitation could not have occurred in this situation without the exchange of corn and berries. But markets and differential ownership of capital do not guarantee the existence of exploitation. Suppose there is more capital but less available labor power than society needs. Under these conditions, ownership of capital will not enable a person to become an exploiter. The owners of capital will bid up the price of labor until wages absorb all surplus and no exploitation can happen. An example may clarify the difference between the point of production and the property relations interpretations of exploitation. Consider a society of 300 corn producers who own equal amounts of productive property and want to work only the exploitation, conceptual issues. 63. Minimum necessary to feed themselves and reproduce their society. Each person must consume 2 bushels of corn per month, and each person owns 1 bushel of corn to be used for seed. Our hypothetical society has 2 available technologies for producing corn. Capital-intensive technology. 1 bushel of corn plus 3 days labor - 2 bushels of corn. Labor-intensive technology. 10 days labor - 1 bushel of corn. How can this society reproduce itself? Social reproduction can be accomplished in several different ways. Perhaps the simplest method has each producer working entirely independently. She works 5 days per month on the capital-intensive technology, using her 1 bushel of corn as seed and producing 2 bushels of corn as the gross output. One of these replaces the bushel used as seed, and the other is consumed. Because she owns just 1 bushel of corn, our producer cannot operate the capital-intensive technology more than 5 days per month. To get the remaining bushel of corn needed for consumption, she must work 10 days with the labor-intensive technology, which requires no initial corn input. Thus our self-sufficient producer works a total of 13 days per month, during which she produces 2 bushels of corn for consumption and 1 bushel to replace the seed corn. All 300 producers follow the same production schedule, and 15 days is clearly the socially necessary amount of time each person must work. We call this the self-sufficient method of social reproduction. Consider a slightly more complicated way the society can reproduce itself. In this method, which is based upon wage labor, the society divides into a class of 200 employers and a class of 100 wage workers. Each wage worker labors 5 days on the capital-intensive technology using her own seed corn. During these 5 days, she replaces her seed corn and produces 1 bushel of corn for her own consumption. She is then hired for 5 days. 64. By each of 2 employers at a wage of 0.1 bushel per day. Our wage worker uses the capital-intensive technology plus the seed corn owned by her 2 employers. As a result of her labors she is able to replace all the seed corn used up, provide 0.5 bushel of corn for each employer's consumption, and earn a bushel of corn for herself. Thus each of the 100 wage workers secures her 2-bushel consumption requirement by laboring a total of 15 days, 5 days for herself and 10 days for her 2 employers. Meanwhile each employer works 15 days on the labor-intensive technology, producing 1.5 bushels of corn for her own consumption. This, together with the 0.5 bushel the employer receives through the efforts of her employee, satisfies the 2-bushel consumption requirement. The employer, like the wage worker, labors a total of 15 days. In this two-class system featuring wage labor production, all consumption requirements are satisfied and initial seed stocks are replaced. Call this the wage labor method of social reproduction. Does exploitation occur under either of these methods of social reproduction? According to the point of production interpretation, no exploitation occurs under the self-sufficient reproduction method because the individual producers are entirely autonomous, they do not endure coercive social relations while working, and their surplus labor is not appropriated by anyone else. The wage labor reproduction method, however, is quite a different story. Here the point of production outlook does find exploitation. The wage laborers suffer the authority of their employers, who appropriate their surplus labor. The property relations approach sees things quite differently. The two methods of social reproduction are regarded as entirely equivalent, and exploitation occurs in neither one of them. Under both methods everyone works exactly the same amount, and all productive property is reproduced. The wage labor reproduction method does not enable one part of society to extract labor from another, it merely rearranges the aegis under which work is performed. If, as we have assumed, producers only care about feeding themselves and reproducing society with the minimum labor possible, they should be indifferent among functioning as wage laborers, employers, and independent producers within the two scenarios outlined above. Exploitation, conceptual issues. 65. Models of exploitation. Having discussed two explanations of why exploitation occurs and having clarified the differences between them, I now outline two attempts by John Romer to model exploitation more precisely. I shall call these models labor exploitation and comparative exploitation respectively. Labor exploitation is an attempt to generalize the idea that exploiters appropriate the surplus labor of the people they exploit. This idea is hard to use because often we cannot distinguish necessary from surplus labor or identify who appropriates labor from whom. To avoid these difficulties without totally abandoning the idea of labor appropriation, Romer compares the amount of labor a person gives to society with the amount she receives in return. If a person, acting in the most rational way possible, unambiguously gives more labor to society than she receives in return, that person is exploited. Conversely, if a person clearly receives more labor than she gets, that person is an exploiter. And finally, if a person gives just as much labor as she gets, she is considered exploitation neutral. Romer sometimes refers to labor exploitation as Marxist exploitation. I resist this terminology because both models of exploitation proposed by Romer have roots in the work of Marx and Engels. The labor exploitation model does not require specifying who is exploited by whom. Exploitation status derives from a person's position within the economy as a whole, not from her relationship to any particular others. In order to use the labor exploitation model, it is necessary to determine how much labor a person receives from society. This is taken to mean the amount of labor embodied in the goods a person is able to consume. Defining embodied labor can be difficult or impossible with complicated technologies but is relatively straightforward under many feasible methods of production. The amount of labor embodied in a good is the sum of all the labor directly or indirectly expended on producing it. Consider the capital-intensive corn-producing technology discussed in the previous section. In that technology, 2.5 days of labor plus 0.5 bushels of corn are needed to produce 1 bushel of corn. Thus 2.5 days are directly expended in producing 1 bushel of corn. 66. But the production process also uses 0.5 bushels of corn as input, and 1.25 days of labor plus 0.25 bushels of corn are required to produce this corn input. Continuing in this fashion, we are led to the following series of direct and indirect labor expenditures. 5 halves plus 5 fourths plus 5 eighths plus equals 5 equals 5. Thus 5 days of labor are embodied in 1 bushel of corn under the capital-intensive technology. Another way of thinking about the amount of labor embodied in a good is in terms of net production. The amount of labor embodied in a good equals the quantity of labor needed to produce it as a net product. To see how this works, recall our description of the capital-intensive technology for producing corn. 1 bushel of corn plus 5 days labor 2 bushels of corn. 5 days of labor plus 1 bushel of corn suffice to produce 2 bushels of corn. One of these bushels replaces the corn input, leaving 1 bushel of corn as the net product. We conclude that 5 days is the amount of labor embodied in 1 bushel of corn, which agrees with the computation made in the previous paragraph. It is also possible to write equations for the labor embodied in various goods. These equations are based on the idea that the amount of labor embodied in a good equals the quantity of labor embodied in goods used to produce it plus the amount of labor expended directly in its production. As a simple example, consider the following technology for producing coal and iron. 3 tons coal plus 1 ton iron plus 5 days labor 3 tons iron 1 ton coal plus 1 ton iron plus 7 days labor 12 tons coal. The embodied labor equations for this technology are 3C plus I plus 5 equals 3IC plus I plus 7 equals 12C. Exploitation, conceptual issues. 67. Where C is the labor embodied in a ton of coal and I is the labor embodied in a ton of iron. Solving these two simultaneous linear equations, we find that a ton of coal embodies 1 day of labor and a ton of iron embodies 4 days of labor. With more elaborate technology of this same general sort, embodied labor is calculated by means of matrix algebra, but the underlying idea is exactly the same as in our coal and iron example. We now turn to Romer's second way of modeling exploitation, which I call comparative exploitation. This method is closely connected with the property relations interpretation of exploitation discussed in the previous section. It defines exploitation by comparing the distribution of income occurring under existing property relations with the distribution expected if a certain form of property were abolished. It identifies several different kinds of exploitation depending on the form of property abolished. A person who gains income through the abolition of a particular property form is exploited, and a person losing income is an exploiter. The comparative model of exploitation recognizes that several kinds of exploitation can exist simultaneously and are easily confounded with each other. Romer considers 3 main forms of exploitation: feudal, capitalist, and socialist. According to classical versions of historical materialism, these forms of exploitation will be sequentially eliminated: first feudal exploitation, then capitalist exploitation, and finally socialist exploitation. To determine the extent of feudal exploitation, we compare the existing income distribution with the distribution expected if feudal property were abolished, if everyone owned his or her own labor power or, more exactly, were entitled to the full earnings of all production factors actually in his or her possession. To measure capitalist exploitation, we compare the existing income distribution with the distribution expected if private ownership of capital were abolished. To measure socialist exploitation, we contrast the existing income distribution with the income distribution expected if socialist property were abolished, that is, if everyone had the same productive skills. The tricky thing about the comparative exploitation model is determining the income distribution expected when a particular 68. property form disappears. Romer attacks this problem by considering a hypothetical coalition formation process. By this conception, any coalition of individuals can withdraw from the economy with its per capita share of the property in question and set up production on its own. If the coalition's joint income increases after withdrawing while the joint income of everyone else diminishes, then the members of the coalition are exploited under existing property relations. The coalition crucial for analyzing a particular kind of exploitation is that consisting of all people who own less than the per capita share of the corresponding property. The income distribution resulting when this coalition withdraws with its proportional share of the property is also the distribution expected when the property form is abolished entirely. The main advantages of this conceptualization are emphasis on property relations as the heart of exploitation, specification of the alternative to which a situation is compared when an exploitation claim is made, and allowance for different types of exploitation, including ones not yet anticipated. When developed further, the comparative model leads to an analysis of exploitation based on game theory, which we discuss in the next chapter. Romer's method of defining expected income distributions works reasonably well with constant return technologies but encounters non-trivial difficulties when confronting either increasing or decreasing return production technologies. Exploitation in subsistence economies. The analysis of subsistence economies is valuable for its own sake but also because it clarifies the relationships between property, exploitation, and class. The relative simplicity of subsistence economies deepens our understanding of how property ownership induces exploitation and class division. It is by no means accidental that many illuminating theoretical examples concern subsistence economies. The distinguishing characteristic of subsistence economies, as modeled by Romer, is that producers try to minimize their labor rather than to maximize their income. 1. Because producers mini. Exploitation, conceptual issues. 69. Mise their labor, no accumulation happens within subsistence economies, but both exploitation and class divisions can occur. A bundle of goods is specified as necessary for subsistence, and each person tries to work the least amount sufficient to acquire the subsistence bundle. If the length of time a person must work to get the subsistence bundle is less than she is physically able to work, then the subsistence economy has the capacity to produce a surplus. Romer's models of subsistence economies assume a Leontief technology. This is a relatively simple production technology that ignores fixed capital. It specifies only one process for producing a good and allows only one kind of good to result from each production process. A Leontief technology is a linear or constant return production method, which means that doubling all the inputs also doubles the output, having all the inputs halves the output, and so on. A Leontief technology enables us to calculate the amount of labor embodied in each good, using methods like those outlined in the previous section. This defines the amount of labor embodied in the subsistence bundle, which turns out to be an important quantity. A society can reproduce itself economically only if a single producer can actually perform the amount of labor embodied in the subsistence bundle. All the subsistence economies modeled by Romer include a market in consumer goods. We shall examine 3 of Romer's subsistence economies: simple commodity production with communal ownership of production inputs, simple commodity production with private ownership of production inputs, and commodity production with private ownership of stocks and a labor market. These 3 subsistence economies form a fascinating social progression. SE1 has neither exploitation nor class division, SE2 has exploitation but no class division, and SE3 has both exploitation and class division. Each producer within each subsistence economy acts rationally. Each producer, that is, finds a way of acquiring the subsistence bundle with the least labor possible, given the material resources at her disposal and the available technology. Under SE1, with communal ownership of all production inputs, the main constraints are a person's capacity to work and her obligation to repay the community for the inputs used in production. Under SE2, with private ownership of stocks, an additional 70 constraint appears: a producer must start with sufficient wealth to obtain the necessary production inputs. Under SE3, which adds a labor market, the constraints of SE2 still hold, but the decision problem becomes more complicated because a producer must decide not only what to produce but how much labor power to hire and sell. How does society combine these individual decisions into a workable system enabling individuals to survive and also enabling the economy as a whole to perpetuate itself over time? Assuming that property relations and technology are not subject to change, the instruments used to forge a workable system are the prices of the commodities produced and the price of labor. To describe how this happens, Romer introduces the concept of a reproducible solution, which means about the same thing as a price equilibrium. A reproducible solution is a set of market prices that allow each person in the economy to solve her individual decision problem, enable society as a whole to reproduce its production stocks, call forth economic activity requiring no more production inputs than society actually has available, and balance the labor power bought and sold. Exploitation in a subsistence economy. With communal ownership of production inputs. Consider SE1, a subsistence economy in which the community owns the material inputs needed to start production. In this economy, each person borrows production inputs from the common stock. She uses these inputs to produce certain commodities, relying entirely upon her own labor and technologies available to everyone. The producer then sells the commodities she has produced, using the income to purchase the goods needed for subsistence and to repay with no interest the materials she borrowed from the common stock. All production decisions are guided by a wish to minimize the amount of work. SE1 is important because it reveals the social consequences of the simplest possible market. The crucial feature of SE1 is that production inputs are obtained from the community. Thus, a producer needs no private property to start production, and all technologies are available to everyone. Exploitation, conceptual issues. 71. A reproducible solution in SE1 ensures that the total economic product covers the subsistence needs of all producers and replaces all inputs used in production. Aggregate inputs borrowed at the outset of production cannot exceed what is available in the common stock. Although SE1 is an extremely simple economy, it generates some interesting results. All prices in any reproducible solution must be proportional to the amount of labor embodied in a commodity. The much criticized labor theory of value thus holds true in this elementary economy. Moreover, each producer works exactly the socially necessary labor time, that is, the labor time embodied in the subsistence bundle. Because everyone works the same amount, no exploitation occurs under this economic system. Without more extensive private property, there is no basis for class differentiation. With communal ownership of production stocks and a work-minimizing consciousness, no producer gains an enduring advantage over the others. SE1 shows that a market can exist without creating social inequality. Despite the extreme simplicity of the SE1 economy, this idea is relevant to modern debates on the feasibility of market socialism. Exploitation in a subsistence economy. With private ownership of production inputs. Things get much more complicated under SE2, where common ownership is replaced by private ownership of production inputs. Whereas people in SE1 are functionally identical, producers in SE2 are sharply differentiated because they own different amounts of production inputs. There is, however, no labor market, and thus each person must work the production resources she owns with her individual labor. Before starting production, a person must obtain the necessary inputs. She does this by selling resources she owns but does not need and buying resources she needs but does not own. The value of the production inputs she ends up using cannot exceed the value of the inputs she already owns. Because producers in SE2 try to minimize the amount they work, they seek production activities requiring the least labor. 72. But not everyone can afford the inputs required by these production processes. Wealthy producers have a large range of production activities to choose from and choose capital-intensive activities. Poor people have little latitude of choice and are compelled to select labor-intensive activities. Even without a labor market, exploitation can occur in SE2 and correlates strongly with wealth when it does. Rich producers work less and poor producers work more than is socially necessary to produce subsistence. Because there is no labor market, even rich producers must do some work. The dynamics of exploitation in SE2 are illustrated by the Norma and Murray example given in Chapter 1. In contrast to SE1, a range of different reproducible solutions are possible in SE2. Under certain circumstances, prices can be proportional to embodied labor times, as predicted by the labor theory of value. There proves to be a strong connection between such labor value pricing and exploitation. Labor value pricing occurs if and only if all producers work exactly the amount of time socially necessary, which is a necessary and sufficient condition for the absence of exploitation. Its association with equal work time suggests that labor value pricing is in some way fair pricing. Different reproducible solutions can have divergent consequences for the organization of society. Romer constructs a two-person SE2 economy with two different reproducible solutions. Under one of these solutions, person A exploits person B. Under the other solution, person B exploits person A. This is an extremely important result deserving more attention than it has received. Romer uses the example to argue that intrinsic capacity cannot explain why one person is able to exploit another. It also shows that property alone does not determine the nature of social hierarchy. The basis for radically different social hierarchies can slumber within a single property structure. Because social conflict often concerns the nature of social hierarchy, this has profound consequences for structural theories of social conflict. Social conflict deriving from the economic structure of society, the result suggests, can focus on which of several possible social hierarchies emerges rather than on changing the existence or distribution of property. Exploitation exists in SE2 due to differential ownership of productive property and competitive markets. Its occurrence. Exploitation, conceptual issues. 73. Requires neither surplus production nor accumulation of wealth nor the sale of labor power. These findings clarify the social foundations of exploitation. Because SE2 contains no labor market, everyone must work, even though some people must work less than others. Survival requires possession of some productive property. The society has no place for people who own nothing. All producers in SE2 relate to the means of production in the same way, they work for themselves. Thus a private ownership subsistence economy without a labor market lacks class division. Exploiters and exploited are certainly not equal, but they do have the same class location. Exploitation in a subsistence economy. With a labor market. SE3 is SE2 with a labor market. It becomes possible to buy and sell labor power, and the introduction of a labor market changes many things. There are now three different ways of relating to the means of production: working for oneself, working for someone else, or hiring other people to operate one's own production facilities. Each of these relationships defines a class position in the Marxist sense. Thus the introduction of a labor market induces a class structure in the subsistence economy. The motivation of producers is still working as little as possible, which is why SE3 remains a subsistence economy. Why would a person in SE3 want to buy labor power? Only because it might reduce the amount the buyer must work. Because buyers of labor power are assumed to be rational, the wage rate cannot exceed the productivity of labor. If it did, the employer would gain nothing by hiring anyone. Because the wage rate cannot exceed the productivity of labor, why would a person want to sell labor power? Only because the seller lacks the wherewithal to initiate production on her own. Under most circumstances, a person with sufficient means could work less by operating her own production facilities or, better yet, by hiring other people to do so. 74. If a labor market penetrated an economy where everyone had enough wealth to produce his or her own subsistence, it would have no effect. No one would sell his or her labor power. This shows the importance of capital scarcity or, more exactly, unequal distribution of capital in maintaining the institution of wage labor. Because everyone tries to minimize the amount he or she works, no surplus is produced in SE3. The net economic product exactly equals the total subsistence requirements of producers. The total quantity of labor performed exactly equals the quantity socially necessary to produce these subsistence requirements, but of course the amount of labor individuals perform is seldom equally distributed. A person who earns a living entirely by selling labor power, a pure proletarian, can never work less than the socially necessary labor time. On the other hand, the wage rate in any reproducible solution must suffice to purchase the subsistence necessities. Exploitation occurs in SE3 under all but a few special circumstances, and it has a remarkable connection with both wealth and class. Romer proves that the more wealth a person has, the less she must work. If the aggregate stocks available to society exceed the bare minimum required for reproduction, then the very existence of exploitation implies the existence of people who do not work at all, a class of pure capitalists. When the economy is at equilibrium, each person in SE3 who buys labor power is an exploiter, and each person who sells labor power is exploited. Romer calls this the class exploitation correspondence principle, and we say more about it later. This principle is regarded as a self-evident truth in classical Marxist theory, but it occurs as a theorem in Romer's analysis of exploitation. The fundamental Marxian theorem, mentioned in Chapter 1, also makes its first appearance under SE3. This theorem, first proved by Morris Hima, states that the existence of exploitation and the possibility of positive profits are equivalent to each other. Without exploitation, positive profits cannot exist, and, conversely, if positive profits are possible, then there must be exploitation. Although the theoretical significance of this theorem has been questioned, it remains a highly robust result. Exploitation, conceptual issues. 75. True in accumulating economies and with sophisticated production technologies. The profit rate on capital also reveals some interesting differences between SE2 and SE3. When a labor market exists, as in SE3, the equilibrium profit rate is identical in all production sectors, and hence equilibrium prices prove to be the traditional Marxist prices of production. No rational producer will operate an industry yielding less than the maximum rate of profit. Finding herself within such an industry, a producer would immediately reinvest her capital into a maximum profit sector. Even if her wealth is not sufficient to provide subsistence through self-employment and/or hiring others, a rational producer in SE3 will invest what capital she does have only in maximum profit industries while securing the rest of her subsistence through wage labor. Without a labor market, the last option is not available in SE2. A person cannot invest her capital at the maximum profit rate and get her remaining subsistence requirements by selling labor power. She must find a production process she can operate and survive upon within the scope of her limited means, and this may require accepting a lower profit rate. Thus the rate of profit within SE2 need not be uniform over all industries. Due to unequal profit rates, the self-employed producers of SE2 can be exploiters or they can be exploited. This raises questions about the exploitation status of self-employed producers in SE3. Are they exploiters? Are they exploited? Are they exploitation neutral? Exploring these issues will lead us to the more subtle aspects of the class exploitation correspondence principle. The most important theoretical insight obtained from SE3 is the connection between class division and the appropriation of labor. The appropriation of labor can occur without the emergence of class division, as it did in SE2. However, class division cannot occur unless one group appropriates the labor of another. The absence of a labor market or any other means for transferring labor on a large scale means that labor appropriation remains quite limited in SE2. Even though the people of SE3 are still labor minimizers and not wealth accumulators, the appearance of a labor market allows both large-scale transfers of labor and the emergence of class structure. 76. Exploitation in early human subsistence economies. Although Romer studies exploitation in subsistence economies almost entirely for the sake of conceptual clarification, it is useful to compare his models with evidence about real subsistence economies. Anthropologists identify 4 general types of subsistence economies in early human history: hunting and gathering, pastoral, horticultural, and agrarian. 2. Property in early subsistence economies evolved slowly from communitarian toward private ownership. Technological advance, when it occurs, is more often induced by population pressure than by hopes of improving living standards. Several major differences between Romer's abstract models and real subsistence economies are immediately evident. In real subsistence economies, almost all production is for use rather than exchange, and markets, when they do exist, encompass only a small share of total production. Exploitation, where it occurs, involves coercive extraction of surplus rather than any form of unequal exchange. Despite these dissimilarities, Romer's models provide useful insights and suggestive comparisons. 99% of the human species' time on Earth has been spent in hunting and gathering societies. Many of these societies could produce an economic surplus but did not do so, probably because people saw no advantage in accumulating objects. Hunters and gatherers, like the actors in Romer subsistence models, choose to minimize labor rather than maximize production. Almost all property is owned by the community, and distribution of goods occurs without expectation of immediate or equivalent reciprocity. Males, who usually specialize in hunting, tend to have higher status than females, who specialize in gathering, but there is no evidence of economic exploitation as understood by Romer. About 10,000 years ago a slow transition to agriculture began, first in the Middle East and then in East Asia and Central America. The earliest form of agricultural society was based upon slash-and-burn cultivation, extremely long fallow periods, and abundant land. Agricultural production required more labor than hunting and gathering, and social inequality also increased. But exploitation, Conceptual Issue 77. Simple horticultural societies still lack systematic exploitation or anything resembling class division. The informal budget constraints to which members were subject derived from a rough equality of labor time, and thus simple horticultural economies notwithstanding the absence of a market and price system show affinities with Romer's SE1. Unambiguous economic exploitation arrives with the adoption of more advanced agricultural methods, including use of the hoe, soil fertilization, and shorter fallow periods. Such societies, of which Inca Peru and Aztec Mexico are examples, often spawn a hereditary division between chiefs and commoners, with chiefs supported by some form of economic tribute from commoners. This relationship is obviously exploitative in that chiefs exercise coercive political power while performing little or no mandatory labor. Yet chiefs and commoners remain connected by important kinship ties that constrain development of a full-blown class structure. Intensive horticultural societies resemble Romer's SE2 in generating exploitation without clear-cut class distinctions. Ancient Greece and Rome, China, Mughal India, Ottoman Turkey, and medieval Europe are all examples of what anthropologists call agrarian economies. Agricultural technology has advanced over the horticultural level, and farming is conducted with plows, draft animals, extensive fertilization, elaborate irrigation systems, and continuous use of land. Agrarian society is sharply divided into a dominant class based upon control of land and a subordinate class of agricultural producers. The subordinate class must work much harder than did producers in earlier subsistence economies, and members are subject to various forms of coercion by their overlords. Markets exist in agrarian societies but do not touch all production. These societies can be compared with Romer's SE3 because they generate both exploitation and class without having methodical accumulation. Exploitation in a capitalist economy. In the models of subsistence economies, people are labor minimizers. Subsistence has no place in Romer's models of capitalist economies, all producers are treated as income maximizers. Re. 78. Producing a capitalist economy, at least in theory, does not require that all producers get a subsistence minimum, it is only necessary that the outputs of production equal or exceed the necessary inputs. Many of Romer's models of capitalist economies retain the assumption of a Leontief production technology. Some of them, however, incorporate more complicated technologies such as von Neumann activity analysis technology, cone technology, or general convex technology. We examine the social consequences of more complex technologies in an appendix to Chapter 4, but here we continue to assume a Leontief technology. Because there is no subsistence concept in a capitalist economy, we cannot define exploitation through the amount of labor socially necessary to produce a subsistence bundle. Capitalist economies require a revised definition of exploitation. Although different in its specific content, the definition Romer uses continues to compare the labor a producer gives to society with the labor equivalent that person receives in return. A producer in a capitalist economy is exploited if she works longer than the amount of labor embodied in any bundle of goods she can afford to purchase. By the same token, a person is an exploiter if her income always commands more embodied labor than she worked. Exploitation under capitalism means an unambiguous imbalance in the amount of labor given and received. By this definition, there can be people who are neither exploited nor exploiters, people who can buy some bundles of goods embodying more labor and other bundles of goods embodying less labor than they give to society. For the same reason, there can also be capitalist economies with exploiters but no people who are exploited, or, vice versa, economies with victims of exploitation but no exploiters. Already in subsistence economies, the identification of exploiters and exploited depends upon the particular economic equilibrium that prevails. For under Romer's definition of capitalist exploitation, exploitation depends even more heavily on which reproducible solution is in effect. Every set of equilibrium prices induces a somewhat different exploitation structure because it alters the value of a person's possessions and the extent to which she must sell her labor power, and also because it changes the collections of goods obtainable with any given income level. Exploitation, Conceptual Issue 79. The association between exploitation and economic equilibrium raises several theoretical questions. Is there a plausible definition of exploitation that depends only on production technology and the distribution of real property among producers and that does not rely upon the reproducible solution? If more than one reproducible solution is feasible, how is a particular solution determined? Is it possible that determination of a reproducible solution occurs through a process of class struggle and that producers whose exploitation status rests upon the specific solution implemented have an important role in this class struggle? In a capitalist economy, as in a subsistence economy with a labor market, prices at any reproducible solution must equalize the rate of profit over all sectors of the economy. Any sector with a less than maximum profit rate will not be operated by rational income maximizing capitalists. With a zero profit rate there are neither exploiters nor exploited, but if the profit rate is greater than zero a close connection exists between wealth and exploitation in a capitalist economy. For any reproducible solution it is possible to specify two wealth levels, W and W2, such that a person is exploited if and only if her wealth is less than W \, and a person is an exploiter if and only if her wealth exceeds W2. The class exploitation correspondence principle is true in capitalist societies. Every person in a labor hiring class is an exploiter, and every person in a labor selling class is exploited. The relationship between class and exploitation in capitalist economies does not hinge on the particular goods a person prefers, implying that subjective consumption preferences are irrelevant to the class exploitation nexus. As we shall see, the principle holds not only for relatively simple Leontief technologies but also for highly sophisticated production technologies. According to Romer's analysis, there exist three kinds of reproducible solutions in capitalist economies: solutions with positive profit and positive wage rates, solutions with zero wage and maximum profit rates, and solutions with zero profit and positive wage rates. Which of these three solution types arises depends upon the balance between the available capital stock and the available labor supply. If there is an excess supply of labor, that is, if more labor is available than can be employed on existing capital stock, then 80. The only reproducible solution combines a zero wage rate with maximum profits. On the other hand, if the supply of labor is insufficient, if less labor is available than can be employed on existing capital stock, then the only reproducible solution features a zero profit rate. If and only if available labor exactly equals what is required by existing capital, the reproducible solution will have both positive wage and positive profit rates. Yet the positive wage and positive profit solution is the only reasonable one. If this can only happen on the knife edge of exactly balanced labor and capital supplies, then something is wrong with Romer's models. Romer's definition of a reproducible solution seems overly restrictive. Can this definition be relaxed without sacrificing the remarkable theorems Romer is able to prove? Although Romer has successfully relaunched the theory of exploitation, he has perhaps fortunately not solved every problem within it. This is one of the questions future theorists of exploitation must address. Is exploitation a useful concept? Revitalizing and reinterpreting the concept of exploitation is surely one of the most notable achievements of analytical Marxism. This being so, it behooves us to ask whether exploitation is a sufficiently useful concept to justify the revitalization effort and the complexity of the models used for its reinterpretation. In the next chapter we shall consider the merits of exploitation as a moral concept. Here we ponder its utility for acquiring positive knowledge. The Marxist approach to social science involves a candid identification with the victims of social organization. This does not diminish the commitment of Marxists to scientific veracity, but it does compel them to specify the victims, the victimizers, and the extent of victimization. The theory of exploitation is an effort to address these issues, however, it is much more as well. Exploitation, as indicated at the beginning of this chapter, is not the same as oppression, and it is not the same as victimization either. Victimization indicates who suffers. Exploitation. Exploitation, conceptual issues. 81. Suggests how a social order might be changed, and who the agents of change might be. This is why a deep connection between class and exploitation exists. Exploitation is a useless or even pernicious concept for social scientists who do not identify with victims and have little desire to change society. But exploitation, or some concept very much like it, is almost mandatory for a Marxist scholar. Some critics claim that exploitation is merely a term of abuse adding nothing to our understanding of social situations. Use of the term, say the critics, is a matter of arbitrary definition, commanding no general agreement among scholars or anyone else. The use of any theoretical concept is, in a certain sense, a matter of arbitrary definition. Yet the idea of exploitation is not a figment of the Marxist imagination. Most people recognize certain manifestations of exploitation. They would probably agree that the relationship between a toiling slave and a sedentary master is exploitative. There would be far less agreement about whether a propertyless worker in a capitalist industry experiences exploitation. Such agreement is not necessary to make exploitation a useful concept. To be a useful concept, exploitation should be defined in a way that permits consistent usage, correctly classify cases about which general agreement exists, and suggest interesting and testable propositions. The analytical Marxist concept of exploitation satisfies all these conditions. As we have seen, analytical Marxists define exploitation in terms of property. In fact, one analytical Marxist defines all of Marxism as the consequences of forms of property for historical processes. Property exists in many different forms, and exploitation arises from unequal property distributions. Exploitation in the analytical Marxist sense signifies the economic advantages and disadvantages to individuals resulting from an unequal property distribution. The measurement of exploitation requires acceptance of a model specifying the consequences of an unequal property distribution. Constructing a reasonable model may present certain practical difficulties, but nothing about the inherent nature of the exploitation concept as understood by analytical Marxists prevents empirical. 82. Measurement. Computation of class exploitation statistics is no less feasible than computation of national income statistics. Even without quantitative measures of exploitation, it is still possible to test propositions derived from exploitation theory. Consider the proposition that social evolution abolishes exploitation one form at a time. This proposition excludes certain social transformations such as direct transitions from feudalism to socialism or from capitalism to communism. By examining what transitions have actually occurred in history, the assertion can be tested without any quantitative measurements of exploitation. Whatever else it may be, exploitation is a highly suggestive concept. The intellectual tension resulting from the concept's location on the boundary between positive science and moral critique is probably the source of its suggestiveness. By liberating the concept of exploitation from its entanglement within the labor theory of value and by proliferating concepts of forms of exploitation, analytical Marxists have instigated a resurgence of exploitation theory, some fruits of which are explored in the next chapter. To illustrate the empirical fertility of the exploitation concept, I list below 3 testable propositions about exploitation culled from the analytical Marxist literature. Proposition A: movements opposing a form of property are based upon the exploitation that property generates. People exploited from the distribution of that property are more likely to join an opposition movement. However, such movements may not include the poorest or most oppressed members of society. Proposition B: consider any form of exploitation prevalent within a society. Divide the members of society into 3 groups based on that exploitation: exploiting, exploited, and exploitation neutral. People in the exploitation neutral group will show greater variability in their political beliefs and less stability over time in their political behavior than people in the exploited or exploiting groups. Proposition C: consider a transition from one form of social organization to another. The ruling class in the new social organization is not the class most fully exploited in the previous form of society. It is a class that formerly had a contradictory exploitation status, exploited on one dimension of exploitation but exploiting on another. Exploitation, conceptual issues. 83. These propositions may or may not be true, yet their very existence emphasizes the subtlety, the flexibility, and therefore the utility of the exploitation concept. Conclusion. Classical Marxist theory derived capitalist exploitation from the nature of the wage bargain. The capitalist pays the full value of labor power and gets the full value that labor can produce, the latter being considerably larger than the former. The validity of this argument depends upon the highly doubtful claim that value is created in proportion to the amount of labor expended. If this claim is rejected, the classical Marxist analysis of exploitation falls with it. A major achievement of analytical Marxism is showing that the existence of capitalist exploitation does not depend upon the labor theory of value. Exploitation occurs in any profit-oriented system of production whenever ownership of capital is unequally distributed. The use of capital for productive purposes requires that its owners receive a reward, and the price structure enables reproduction of the economy. Nor is the analytical Marxist concept of exploitation merely an arbitrary formulation. The logical properties of the concept closely match what classical Marxist theory leads us to expect from exploitation. For example, the existence of profit proves equivalent to the existence of exploitation, and exploitation status corresponds closely to class location. By connecting exploitation with inequality in the distribution of property, analytical Marxists demystify the concept and render it suitable for fine-grained empirical investigation. It is scarcely possible to deny the existence of exploitation in the analytical Marxist sense, although one might conclude it is not an important or a morally reprehensible phenomenon. As we have seen, some kinks remain in the analytical Marxist theory of exploitation, but these more or less inevitable flaws should not obscure the enormous theoretical advance that has been made. The kinks are not being ignored. Theoretical efforts to remove the defects and streamline the exploitation concept. 84. Continue. Having discussed its conceptual foundations, we now explore connections between exploitation and other Marxist ideas. Notes. 1. Much of this section is based upon chapters 1 and 2 in A General Theory of Exploitation and Class. 2. This section is based upon Mark Cohen, The Food Crisis in Prehistory, Gem de Saint Croix, The Class Struggle in the Ancient Greek World, Gerhard Lenski, Power and Privilege, Marshall Solins, Stone Age Economics, and Stephen Sanderson, Macro-Sociology. 3. Marshall Solins refers to hunting and gathering as the original affluent society. 4. As I mentioned in the earlier section, exploitation in a subsistence economy with private ownership of production inputs, Romer constructs an example of a two-person SE2 economy in which person A exploits person B under one price equilibrium, but person B exploits person A under another. The generality of such radical turnabouts is not entirely certain. 4. Exploitation. Applications and elaborations. Using the concept of exploitation. Exploitation, I have said, is the concept most characteristic of Marxist social theory, and one of the landmark achievements of analytical Marxism is revitalizing the theory of exploitation. This revitalization has improved the logical rigor of exploitation theory but has also made the concept more subtle and perhaps more difficult to use. Understanding the meaning and power of modern exploitation theory requires doing some abstract thinking but is well worth the mental effort necessary. I do not present a truly systematic exposition of the modern theory of exploitation. Such an exposition requires elaborate mathematical symbolism, and the interested reader should consult John Romer's classic treatise A General Theory of Exploitation and Class. Instead I offer a wide-ranging series of theoretical and historical examples of how exploitation theory can be used. I hope these examples will communicate the main ideas of modern exploitation theory as well as the main controversies surrounding it. I think they illustrate the intellectual breadth of the exploitation concept and its capacity to connect positive and normative domains of analysis. This is a long and occasionally difficult chapter touching upon some of the most original contributions of analytical Marxism. I have placed two sections exploitation and technology and exploitation as a conflict of interests as appendices to the 85. 86. Main body of the chapter. This is not because the topics covered in these sections are less important or more mathematical than others. But some of the concepts discussed therein are fairly abstract, and some of the examples used are rather intricate. Though subsequent chapters do not require familiarity with the two appendices, readers seeking a thorough understanding of the methods used by analytical Marxists may want to study the material they contain. Exploitation and the collapse of the Roman Empire. A historical example may be a good place to start. Let us consider the role of exploitation in the collapse of the Roman Empire. This section is based upon Geoffrey de Saint Croix's monumental work The Class Struggle in the Ancient Greek World, which might be characterized as an analysis of exploitation in the Mediterranean basin over the 1,300 years between 700 BC and 650 AD. This is surely the most sustained and detailed attempt ever made to understand the process of exploitation over a long historical period. In fact, the book could well have been called Exploitation in the Ancient Greek World. Exploitation, as understood by de Saint Croix, is closely connected with class and class struggle. Class is the collective social expression of the fact of exploitation, the way in which exploitation is embodied in the social structure. By exploitation I mean the appropriation of part of the product of the labor of others. I use the expression class struggle for the fundamental relationship between classes, involving essentially exploitation or resistance to it. Exploitation for de Saint Croix is based upon property relations. The most important form of property in the ancient Mediterranean world was land and control over unfree labor. The dominant class over the entire 13th century period surveyed was the class of large landowners. Unfree labor existed in 87. Three main forms: chattel slavery, serfdom, and debt bondage. Of these three forms, slavery was much the most significant because it yielded the largest surplus to the dominant class of landowners. De Saint Croix classifies Greece and Rome as slave societies not because most people were slaves at least until the end of the 3rd century most people were free peasants but because the dominant class extracted surplus from direct producers mainly by means of slavery. He theorizes that the most significant distinguishing feature of each mode of production is not so much how the bulk of the labor of production is done, as how the dominant propertied classes, controlling the conditions of production, ensure the extraction of surplus which makes their own leisured existence possible. The explanation for the collapse of the Roman Empire lies in the evolution of slavery and the increasing exploitation of the formerly free peasant population. While the Roman Empire was expanding, captured barbarians provided a plentiful and cheap supply of slaves. When the expansion slowed down and then stopped entirely, the external supply of slaves dried up and slaves had to be bred within the empire. The breeding of slaves was more costly to the landowning class and diminished the surplus it obtained from slave labor. This caused the propertied class to increase its exploitation of the free population. During the first few centuries of the Christian era, land became increasingly concentrated in the possession of a few owners. This led to increasing impoverishment of the peasantry and its gradual reduction to a condition of serfdom or debt bondage. From the 3rd century onward, pressure on the frontiers of the Roman Empire tended to increase, and the costs of defending the empire increased even more dramatically. These costs fell primarily upon the peasantry. The outcome of these processes was a merciless exploitation of the great majority of people for the benefit of a few. Peasants suffering from this exploitation became increasingly indifferent to maintaining the imperial system and may even have welcomed the barbarian conquests. Roman political system facilitated a most intense and ultimately destructive economic exploitation of the great mass of the people, whether slave or free, and it made radical reform impossible. The 88th result was that the propertied class, the men of real wealth, who had deliberately created the system for their own benefit, drained the lifeblood from their world and thus destroyed Greco-Roman civilization over a large part of the empire. Causes of the decline were above all economic and social. Was precisely the propertied class as such which in the long run monopolized political power, with the definite purpose of maintaining and increasing its share of the comparatively small surplus which could be extracted from the primary producers. The burden of maintaining the imperial military and bureaucratic machine, and the church, in addition to a leisured class consisting mainly of absentee landowners, fell primarily upon the peasantry, who formed the great bulk of the population. Merciless exploitation of the peasants made many of them receive, if not with enthusiasm at least with indifference, the barbarian invaders who might at least be expected vainly, as it turned out to shatter the oppressive imperial financial machine. Because Geoffroy de Saint Croix has not defined himself as an analytical Marxist, why is his work emphasized in a book on that subject? As already indicated, I interpret analytical Marxism not as an intellectual sect but as a broad and coherent tendency in Marxist thought. Within analytical Marxism I include not only those who embrace the name but also scholars whose work embodies the analytical Marxist approach. De Saint Croix's research does exactly this in several different ways. We have already discussed the centrality of exploitation within de Saint Croix's conceptual framework and the fundamental connection he makes between class and exploitation. Like John Romer and other analytical Marxists, he links property with exploitation. In Marx's scheme of things, the nature and quantity of exploitation, how, and how much, one exploits and is exploited are among the decisive elements in fixing a man's position in the whole system of property relations. The connection with analytical Marxism is even more direct. De Saint Croix knows the work of Gerald Cohen and seems to prefer it over virtually any other recent Marxist scholarship. Working independently and with quite different objectives, he and Cohen stress some of the same passages from the writings of Marx. De Saint Croix's general approach to historical explanation links him with analytical Marxism. He not only uses similar Marxist 89 categories like exploitation and class struggle but also strives for conceptual precision and tries to provide general explanations for historical events. De Saint Croix has a remarkable command of modern sociological theory and defines himself as a historian who tries also to be a sociologist and whose interest in my own society is a primary one. Though recognizing the inevitability of ideological bias, he still stresses the importance of objectivity and truthfulness. In reality, each of us has an ideological approach to history, resulting in a particular historical methodology and set of general concepts, whether conscious or unconscious. I feel much happier, in dealing with the history of the ancient Greek world, if I can legitimately make use of categories of social analysis which are not only precise, in the sense that I can define them, but also general, in the sense that they can be applied to the analysis of other human societies. Class, in my sense, is eminently such a category. One of the many affinities between de Saint Croix and analytical Marxism is joint recognition of a connection between imperialism and exploitation. The next section explores this connection. Exploitation and imperialism. Imperialism as a relation between nations bears much resemblance to exploitation as a relation between individual producers. Imperialism can be conceived as a form of domination enabling one nation to extract wealth from another. Whatever the origins of imperialist domination, routine imperialist extraction need not rely upon force. It can rest upon various social or economic characteristics that give one country structural advantages over another. The idea that capitalist imperialism is an exploitative relationship founded upon a structural advantage a dominant country has over the country it imperializes has been elaborated by the Greek Marxist Argyri Emanuel. Emanuel's theory of unequal exchange explains how economic surplus can be systematically transferred from one country to another through ordinary trade. 90. Emanuel's theory rests upon the premise that capital moves easily over national boundaries, but labor power does not. Due to the relative immobility of workers, equally productive labor can receive much higher wages in rich capitalist countries than in poor countries of the capitalist world. Hence much more surplus is generated in poor countries than in rich countries and, in the absence of international trade, would remain there. The international mobility of capital, however, equalizes the rate of profit throughout the capitalist world. This happens mainly through the process of price formation. Equalizing the profit rate makes commodities produced in poor countries cheaper and commodities produced in rich countries more expensive than they otherwise would be. International trade occurs at these equal profit rate prices, and Emanuel claims it constitutes a subtle but massive transfer of surplus from poor to rich countries. Thus international trade is both unequal exchange and exploitation. Emanuel thinks all social classes in rich capitalist countries benefit from unequal exchange and all classes in poor capitalist countries are harmed by it. He believes this undermines any material basis for international working class solidarity. Several writers have challenged the empirical adequacy of unequal exchange as a theory of imperialism. Emanuel's analysis of exploitation through international trade uses the value categories of classical Marxism and therefore contains significant errors in logic. The analogy between imperialism and exploitation has persisted, however, and has been explored in a logically consistent way by analytical Marxists. John Romer bases his own analysis of unequal exchange not upon unequal wages but upon differences in per capita wealth across countries. Romer has proposed several models of imperialism through trade. The simplest of these uses SE2, a subsistence economy with private ownership of stocks, to represent unequal exchange. The actors in this model are countries rather than individual people. These countries are assumed to have differential wealth but access to the same production technology. There is international trade in commodities but no international markets for labor or capital. Romer also assumes, not very realistically, he acknowledges 91. That each country needs to obtain a common bundle of goods and functions as a labor minimizer. Poor countries, it follows from these assumptions, work more than rich countries because they are compelled to use more labor-intensive technologies. This lopsided transfer of labor from poor to rich is the heart of unequal exchange and closely parallels exploitation as it occurs within a single country. Within the international division of labor, a country operates only a small number of production sectors, all of which are similar in capital intensity. Despite the absence of labor and capital markets, it is possible to calculate shadow wage and profit rates for each country participating in the international economy. Rich countries turn out to have lower profit rates but higher wages than poor countries. This finding, which matches the assumptions of Emanuel's unequal exchange theory, happens because rich countries have relatively more capital and less labor than poor countries. The SE2 model shows that imperialist extract-ions like exploitation between classes can result from optimizing behavior in market contexts without imposition of extra economic coercion. Romer has also used models of accumulating economies to examine how economic imperialism can operate through labor and capital markets. He establishes an imperialist equivalent of the class exploitation correspondence principle, demonstrating that per capita wealth, not total wealth, determines a country's position in the international exploitation hierarchy. David Schweikart attempts to synthesize the models of unequal exchange proposed by Emanuel and Romer. Though recognizing the logical superiority of Romer's formulation, Schweikart considers it less tractable than Emanuel's model and incapable of addressing some important questions about imperialism, such as the consequences of structurally enforced unequal wages. His synthesis, which is actually much closer to Emanuel than Romer, suggests that First World workers do not exploit Third World workers. First World workers, it also suggests, contribute far less surplus than Third World workers but benefit from this surplus at least as much, a situation Schweikart regards as highly unfair. Schweikart's synthesis eliminates some but not all the logical inconsistencies in Emanuel's model. His exposition unfolds by 92. Way of example and does not prove general theorems about either exploitation or imperialism. This makes it hard to discern the necessary implications of the synthesis. Contrary to Schweikart's claim, it is quite possible to build a general equilibrium model that could analyze the unequal wage situation of central concern to Emanuel and himself. Class and exploitation. One of the remarkable features of the models used by Romer is that they make no assumptions about either class or exploitation. Both class position and exploitation status emerge endogenously through the rational action of economic agents. This happens because the individual agents are differentially equipped with productive resources, operate a commonly understood technology, and function within a specified institutional environment that provides differential economic rewards. In view of the endogenous appearance of both class and exploitation, it is surprising that such strong analytic connections exist between them. As we have seen, Romer defines class in the traditional Marxist way as relationship to the means of production. In commodity-producing economies with private ownership of productive resources and a labor market, a person can relate to the means of production in three distinct ways. She can use her own productive resources, she can hire other people to operate her productive facilities, or she can sell her labor power to someone else. These three relationships are not mutually exclusive, combinations often occur. Using the above notation, a person's overall connection with the means of production and hence her class position can be represented by the vector, where each component indicates the time expended within the corresponding relationship. For example, the vector indicates the class position of a person who works 10 hours per week for herself and 30 hours per week as an employed worker. In practice, however, Romer adopts a simplified way of representing class position indicating only whether a producer 93 has established a particular productive relationship. Thus X, Y, or Z is plus if a producer has established that specific relationship and 0 if she has not. The vector designates a person who hires others to operate her means of production exclusively, that is a pure capitalist. The vector signifies a person who operates her own means of production and also sells her labor power, a semi-proletarian. It is vital to grasp the theoretical meaning of these class positions. The vectors represent optimal solutions to the economic decision problems faced by producers who possess specific resources. They do not necessarily indicate what real people with these resources would actually do. For example, a very rich person with no need to sell her labor power may decide to work in a factory. Her class position does not thereby become because this is not an optimal solution to her economic decision problem. It turns out that a rational producer need never both buy the labor power of others and sell her own labor power in order to make optimal use of her economic resources. Thus some conceivable class positions are excluded by the logic of the model. Although 8 possible combinations of pluses and zeros exist, if a person must do some productive activity and if a rational producer never both buys and sells labor power, then only 5 logically consistent class positions can occur. Consider a subsistence economy with a labor market, and recall that the producers here are labor minimizers. The class positions possible in this society are given in Table 4.1, along with two sets of class names appropriate for agricultural and industrial versions of SE3 respectively. The order in which these 5 classes have been listed is by no means arbitrary. They are listed in order of ascending wealth. Every member of a higher class earns more than every member of a lower class. And if the rate of profit is greater than 0, every member of a higher class works less than every member of a lower class. The class exploitation correspondence principle asserts that every member of a class that buys labor power is an exploiter, and every member of a class that sells labor power is exploited. Thus every pure capitalist and every small 94. Table 4.1 class positions in a subsistence economy with a labor market agricultural and industrial variations. Class position. Class name in an agricultural society. Class name in an industrial society. Landlord pure capitalist rich peasant small capitalist 0,0,0, middle peasant petty bourgeois O0+, poor peasant semi-proletarian landless laborer proletarian. Source, Romer, Table 6.1, p. 76. Capitalist is an exploiter because these classes buy labor power, whereas every proletarian and semi-proletarian is exploited because these classes sell labor power. 2. The exploitation status of the petty bourgeoisie proves to be a little more complicated and is linked to the organic composition of capital, a concept used by Marx in Capital. With a Leontief technology, the organic composition of capital is defined for every sector of production. It is simply the ratio of dead to living labor in that sector of production. More specifically, it is the ratio of the labor embodied in the material inputs used in producing a particular good to the direct labor used in the production of this good. The organic composition of capital in a production sector is determined by technology and does not depend on the particular economic equilibrium in effect. If the organic composition of capital is the same in all industries, then all members of the petty bourgeoisie have the same wealth and are neither exploiters nor exploited. However, if the organic composition of capital is unequal across industries, then members of the petty bourgeoisie can have a range of wealth and may be either exploiters, exploited, or exploitation neutral. The CECP continues to hold in capitalist economies, where producers are income maximizers rather than labor minimizers and where the meaning of exploitation shifts accordingly. We should note, however, some significant changes. Because Pro 95 Duchairs maximize income, the distinction between pure capitalists and small capitalists loses its meaning. Both groups merge into a single capitalist class represented as class membership in a capitalist economy is still determined by wealth, and the class hierarchy depicted in Table 4.1 truncated to accommodate a single capitalist class continues to be a hierarchy of wealth. Now, however, there is no difference in how long members of different classes work. The income maximizers of theoretical capitalism all work to the limit of their capacity. The CECP is highly robust. Even radical changes in our model of capitalism will not disrupt it. We have steadily assumed that every producer has the same capacity to work. Suppose not, suppose some people can work longer than others. The principle remains true under conditions of differential laboring capacity. People who buy labor power are exploiters and people who sell it are exploited. But differential laboring capacity does disrupt the relationships between wealth on the one hand and class and exploitation on the other. A person can have considerable wealth without being either a capitalist or an exploiter. With differential working capacity, no clear connection exists between wealth and exploitation. The CECP plays a vital part in Romer's theoretical thinking. Romer accepts the validity of this principle and uses it as a guide for building appropriate theoretical models. Definitions or assumptions that allow derivation of the CECP are validated, definitions or assumptions that do not are found wanting. The fact that the CECP continues to hold in capitalist economies vindicates the revised definition of exploitation used when producers maximize income. As we discuss in Appendix 4.1, the CECP helps identify a plausible way of defining embodied labor for cone technologies. 4. Romer fully recognizes the privileged place of the CECP in his thinking, although the formal version of the class exploitation correspondence principle emerges as a theorem of the model. In fact, its epistemological role in our understanding is as a postulate. We seek a model which will make our postulated belief true. Does the privileged epistemological role of the CECP discredit Romer's analysis of the relationship between class and exploitation? In no way. The distinctive characteristic of Marxist class. 96. Analysis lies in the connection it establishes between exploitation and class position. A theory of class or exploitation that makes no such linkage should not be considered Marxist. But this does not mean a relationship between class and exploitation should be stipulated as an axiom. On the contrary, a theory that derives this relationship from plausible and elementary premises will be more enlightening, more general, and also more persuasive. Romer's method helps construct models genuinely informative to those already inclined toward Marxism but also persuasive to people who simply seek enlightenment about class or exploitation. Exploitation in credit economies. What is the source of exploitation in capitalist economies? In recent years, this question has caused sharp debate among Marxist theorists. For many decades, the dominant view, indeed, virtually the only view among Marxists, was that capitalist exploitation originated in the sale and purchase of labor power. Since about 1980, however, analytical Marxists, led by John Romer, have vigorously challenged this position. Class and exploitation, claims Romer, derive from private ownership of productive resources and competitive markets. They do not require a labor market. To establish this vital point, he shows that both class and exploitation can arise in an economy with a credit market but no market for labor. To make the point even more emphatic, he shows that credit markets and labor markets are functionally equivalent in terms of their impact on class and exploitation. Consider the nature of a purely credit economy. People owning capital in such an economy lend it for interest, whereas people lacking access to productive facilities borrow capital. Three kinds of productive activity exist in a purely credit economy: producing with one's own resources, producing with borrowed resources, and lending resources for interest. As we shall see, borrowing resources in a credit economy is equivalent to selling labor power in a wage economy, whereas lending resources is equivalent to buying labor power. 97. To understand the functional equivalence of labor and credit markets, consider once again the corn-producing example discussed in Chapter 3 in the section What Causes Exploitation. That society contained 300 producers, each of whom consumed 2 bushels of corn per month and owned 1 bushel to be used as corn seed. As the reader may remember, the economy contained a capital-intensive and a labor-intensive technology with these characteristics. Capital-intensive technology. 1 bushel of corn plus 5 days labor - 2 bushels of corn. Labor-intensive technology. 10 days labor 1 bushel of corn. Each person in this corn-producing economy owned 1 bushel of corn, and hence the socially necessary labor time was 13 days per month. To explore the relationship between labor markets and credit markets, we retain most features of this hypothetical economy, but we change the egalitarian property distribution so that ownership of property becomes highly concentrated. Specifically, we assume that 10 producers own 30 bushels of corn as capital stock and 290 producers own only their labor power. Suppose a labor market exists. What patterns of class and exploitation emerge? The equilibrium wage will be exactly 1 bushel of corn for 10 days' work. Any higher wage will be reduced by competition because capital is in short supply, and any lower wage will be refused because producers can always grow corn with the labor-intensive technology. Using her 30 bushels of corn stock, each member of the capital-owning class can hire 15 workers for 10 days each. In that time each worker, using the capital-intensive technology and 2 bushels of corn seed provided by the owner, can produce 4 bushels of corn. 2 of these bushels will replace the corn seed input, 1 bushel constitutes the worker's wage, and the remaining bushel goes to the owner as profit. Summing over the 15 workers. 98. She has hired, the owner gets 15 bushels profit on an investment of 30 bushels, a profit rate of 50% per month. The 150 workers who sell their labor power must each work 10 more days with the labor-intensive technology to secure the 2 bushels per month subsistence requirement. Because they work independently for half the month, we label these people semi-proletarians rather than pure proletarians. They work a total of 20 days per month, exactly the amount worked by the 140 propertyless people who rely entirely upon the labor-intensive technology and never enter the labor market. The process of economic reproduction in this labor market economy is summarized in Table 4.2. The pattern of exploitation in this labor market economy is entirely evident. The 290 producers without property, irrespective of whether they sell their labor power, are clearly exploited in that they work 20 days per month when only 15 days are socially necessary. The 10 members of the property-owning class are evidently exploiters in that they each receive a surplus of 15 bushels without working at all. Now consider the same situation with a credit market instead of a labor market. In this credit economy, the owners of capital lend corn seed rather than hire labor. People without property, on the other hand, can either work with the labor-intensive technology or borrow corn seed from the capitalists paying them the interest rate required and work with the capital-intensive technology. Borrowing corn seed is the economic equivalent of selling labor power. The equilibrium interest rate is easily seen to be 50% per month on loans of corn seed. Any lower rate of interest will be bid up by competition for scarce seed, and any higher rate will be refused due to the availability of the labor-intensive technology requiring no corn seed input. Suppose each of the 10 corn stock owners loans 2 bushels to each of 15 propertyless producers. With that loan, each of the 15 borrowers will be able to produce 4 bushels of corn with 10 days labor using the capital-intensive technology. 2 of these 4 bushels replace the principal of the loan, 1 bushel pays the interest, and the remaining bushel belongs to the borrower. The latter must work an additional 10 days with the labor-intensive technology to secure. 99. Table 4.2 Economic reproduction in a labor market subsistence economy. A. Pure capitalist class owners of capital 1. Each owner offers wages of 1 bushel of corn for 10 days labor. 2. Each owner buys 150 days of labor power. A. H hires 15 workers for 10 days each. 3. Each owner uses 30 bushels of corn and 150 days of labor to operate the capital-intensive technology. 4. Each owner produces 60 bushels of corn. A 30 bushels replace the corn used up in operating the capital-intensive technology. B 15 bushels pay the workers. C 15 bushels are surplus or capitalist profit. 5. Each owner ends production period owning 45 bushels of corn. B. Semi-proletarian class part-time wage workers 1. Each worker sells 10 days of labor power to an owner for a wage of 1/10 bushel per day. A. Each worker works 10 days on the capital-intensive technology, for which she receives a total of 1 bushel of corn. 2. Each worker also labors independently for 10 days on the labor-intensive technology, producing 1 bushel of corn. 3. Each semi-proletarian labors a total of 20 days during the production period. During that time she satisfies her consumption requirements but owns no corn at the end of the period. See petty bourgeoisie/as independent producers 1. Each independent producer works 20 days on the labor-intensive technology, producing 2 bushels of corn. 2. Each independent producer labors a total of 20 days during the production period. During that time she satisfies her consumption requirements but owns no corn at the end of the period. The required 2 bushels of consumption. From the interest payments of the 15 borrowers, each property owner gains a total of 15 bushels in addition to replenishing her capital stock. The remaining 140 propertyless people worked 20 days using the labor-intensive technology to produce the 2 bushels of corn. 100. Table 4.3 Economic reproduction in a credit market subsistence economy. A. Pure capitalist class owners of capital 1. Each owner offers to loan corn at an interest rate of 50% per production period. 2. Each owner loans 30 bushels of corn. 2 bushels are loaned to each of 15 borrowers. 3. At harvest time the owner receives payments totaling 45 bushels of corn. 30 bushels replace the corn originally loaned. 15 bushels constitute interest. 4. Each owner ends production period owning 45 bushels of corn. B. Mixed borrowing class producers using borrowed capital part of the time 1. Each producer borrows 2 bushels of corn at a 50% interest rate. 2. Each producer uses the 2 bushels she has borrowed to operate the capital-intensive technology. She works 10 days with this technology, producing 4 bushels of corn. 2 bushels replace the corn she has borrowed. 1 bushel pays interest on the loan. 1 bushel belongs to the producer. 3. Each producer also works for 10 days with the labor-intensive technology, producing 1 bushel of corn. 4. Each mixed borrower labors a total of 20 days during the production period. During that time she satisfies her consumption requirements but owns no corn at the end of the period. See Petty Bourgeoisie / non-borrowers 1. Each non-borrower works 20 days on the labor-intensive technology, producing 2 bushels of corn. 2. Each non-borrower labors a total of 20 days during the production period. During that time she satisfies her consumption requirements but owns no corn at the end of the period. Needed for consumption. Table 4.3 summarizes economic reproduction in this credit market economy. Compare Table 4.3 with Table 4.2. The class structure in the credit economy exactly parallels the class structure in the COR 101. Responding labor market economy. The 10 credit givers, like the 10 labor power buyers, earn 15 bushels of corn and do not work at all. The 150 propertyless credit takers, like the 150 semi-proletarians, earn 2 bushels for 20 days' work. The 140 members of the petty bourgeois class are identical in income and productive activity in both economies. Thus each person in the credit market economy works precisely as long and earns precisely as much as her counterpart in the labor market economy. Clearly, the structure of exploitation is identical in these 2 variations of the corn-producing economy. Capitalist exploitation, it follows, does not require the purchase of labor power. To make this analysis a little more general, suppose we replace the labor market in SE3 with a credit market and label the resulting subsistence economy SE4. When producers in SE4 use their economic resources rationally to acquire a subsistence income while minimizing their labor, 5 classes emerge. The names of the 5 classes in SE4 appear in Table 4.4 along with the corresponding class names from SE3. 5 All results proved in SE3 have direct analogues in SE4. Members of a higher class are wealthier and work less than members of lower class in the credit economy. The CECP asserts that all members of capital loaning classes are exploiters and all members of capital borrowing classes are exploited. A strong isomorphism exists between the credit and labor market economies. For every reproducible solution in the labor market economy there is a corresponding reproducible solution in the credit economy such that all class and exploitation properties are preserved. Each producer works the same amount of time and belongs to the corresponding class in both economies. Labor and credit markets are redundant within the models proposed by Romer. If one exists the other is unnecessary. In terms of the abstract theory of class and exploitation, it does not matter whether labor hires capital or capital hires labor. Either way the rich exploit the poor. If labor and credit markets are equivalent, why do some economies hire labor whereas others extend credit? Credit markets historically emerge before labor markets and tend to represent an earlier phase of capitalist development. Credit markets are used, Romer suggests, when producers know each other well. 102. Table 4.4 Class positions in subsistence economies with a credit market and with a labor market respectively. Class position. Class name with. Credit market. Class name with. Labor market. Pure lender, pure capitalist, mixed lender, small capitalist 0,0,0, petty bourgeois 0,0 plus, mixed borrower, semi-proletarian, pure borrower, proletarian. Source, Romer, p. 88. And rely upon reputation to assure performance. Labor markets occur when this is not the case. Labor markets are especially suitable with pronounced economies of scale and when cooperation between producers greatly enhances efficiency. Although the equivalence of labor and credit markets establishes that capitalist exploitation does not require wage labor, ignoring the difference between these markets obscures the dynamics of advanced capitalism. Hiring labor power and advancing credit are not dynamically equivalent. Changes in the profit and interest rates affect capitalist economies quite differently. Capitalists relying on profit income pursue very different strategies than capitalists depending on income derived from interest. The famous Polish economist Mieczysław Kalecki, an important forerunner of analytical Marxism, weaves the relationship between profit and interest into his influential theory of the business cycle under advanced capitalism. The next section outlines Kalecki's theory of the business cycle and its implications regarding exploitation. Exploitation and the capitalist business cycle. Mieczysław Kalecki identifies two components in normal capitalist economic development, a long-term trend and a cycle around this trend. His main theoretical concern, however, is with 103. The cyclic component of capitalist development, also known as the capitalist business cycle. The most obvious symptoms of the capitalist business cycle are fluctuations in the amount of employment and fluctuations in the share of available capital equipment actually being used. Why does a business cycle occur in a capitalist economy? Several different answers have been given to this question, but the driving force in Kalecki's theory of the business cycle is capitalist investment or, more exactly, decisions made by capitalist entrepreneurs to invest in productive assets like buildings or equipment. The business cycle arises from the dynamic relationship between the amount of investment in productive assets within the capitalist economy as a whole, the overall stock of fixed capital, and the rate of profit. When the amount of investment is high, the stock of fixed capital increases, and the rate of profit also increases. When the amount of investment is low, on the other hand, the stock of fixed capital decreases, and the rate of profit also decreases. Naturally, a high rate of profit encourages capitalist investment, whereas a low profit rate has the opposite effect. Now consider how the existing stock of fixed capital influences the volume of investment and the rate of profit. When the stock of fixed capital is relatively low, many opportunities for profitable investment exist because the capacity of industry to meet demand is also relatively low. The existence of such profit-making opportunities encourages investment and boosts the rate of profit. When the stock of fixed capital is relatively high, lucrative investment opportunities are sparse because industry is now well equipped and has the capacity to meet whatever effective demand exists. The absence of profit-making opportunity diminishes both the amount of capitalist investment and the rate of profit. Investment, according to Kalecki's theory, has a positive impact upon changes in the stock of capital and the rate of profit. 104. But capital stock has a negative consequence for changes in investment and the profit rate. The combination of these effects, operating over time, generates a capitalist business cycle. 6. It works something like this. Phase 1, investment and the profit rate are both low, and the value of the existing stock of capital lies well beneath what is normal for a capitalist economy. Yet the depressed condition of the economy has a silver lining. When the capital stock sinks sufficiently low, it can no longer satisfy existing demand, and new demand for investment arises. This demand is felt first in industries that make production equipment. Phase 2, seizing upon the opportunities for investment created by the less than normal capital stock, investment increases sharply, as does the rate of profit. Employment increases, and the stock of capital gradually builds up from the additions brought about by investment activity. 7. Phase 3, employment is now high, and the value of the stock of capital is well above normal. The volume of investment and the rate of profit are also high. In the midst of the boom, however, the opulence of capital stock and the high level of productivity weakens demand for further investment. Existing facilities are more than adequate for meeting effective demand. Naturally, the curtailment of investment demand affects the investment goods industries first. Phase 4, responding to the decline in opportunities for lucrative expenditures, investment declines and, shortly thereafter, the profit rate does also. Employment decreases, as does the use of capital equipment. The dip in investment generates a gradual reduction in capital stock, which continues until deficiency of capital generates new investment demand. Under normal conditions, the length of the capitalist business cycle would be about 10 years, but conditions are never normal. Real business cycles, as Kalecki fully appreciates, are far more complicated than this simplified model allows, yet he still regards the relations between investment, capital stock, and profit rate described above as the analytical heart of the process. How do exploitation and the interest rate fit into Kalecki's theory of the business cycle? Changes in the interest rate have exactly the opposite effect on the economy from changes in the profit rate. For example, an increase in 105. The profit rate tends to increase investment, whereas an increase in the interest rate tends to diminish the latter. During the recovery phase of the business cycle, there is always a chance that interest rate escalation will prevent a full economic rejuvenation. Kalecki usually argues that the interest rate will change more slowly than the profit rate. He also regards the interest rate as a weak instrument for regulating the capitalist business cycle. Although he seldom discusses exploitation, Kalecki has much to say about the share of wages in national income. Given his analysis of the business cycle, the wage share of national income may be taken as a rough proxy for the degree of capitalist exploitation. One of Kalecki's main concerns regarding exploitation involves correcting conventional ideas about the relationship between wages and profits. He repeatedly denies that an increase in wages causes an equivalent fall in profits. If excess productive capacity exists, then an increase in wages will cause an increase in employment but not a redistribution of income from profits to wages. Under these circumstances, a decrease in exploitation will increase the volume of surplus produced. If excess productive capacity does not exist, then Kalecki argues an increase in wages will induce price changes without necessarily shifting the distribution of income between workers and capitalists. It follows from these arguments that the wage share of national income is not subject to strong cyclical fluctuations. Nevertheless, Kalecki does find some connection between exploitation and the capitalist business cycle. The connection arises primarily from two sources: trade union power and the degree of monopoly in capitalist industry. Both of these sources cause a slight increase in exploitation during the depression phase of the business cycle and a slight decrease in exploitation during the boom phase. An increase in trade union power causes a limited redistribution of income in favor of the working class, and trade union power tends to rise and fall with employment. Within the capitalist business cycle, the organized power of the working class is greater during booms and less during depressions. The degree of monopoly, on the other hand, is inversely related to the wage share of national income. Rises in the degree of monopoly coincide with declines in the wage share and vice 106 versa. Kalecki attributes this to the fact that large corporations can control prices and set them in a manner unfavorable to the working class. 8. The distinction between trend and cycle is particularly evident in the evolution of capitalist concentration. Degree of monopoly shows a strong and persistent tendency to increase as capitalism matures. Kalecki also detects a much weaker cyclical process by which degree of monopoly falls during the upturn of the business cycle and rises during the downturn. Thus the main effect of concentration in a capitalist economy is long-term reduction in the wage share of national income and increasing exploitation. A subsidiary effect is a mild exploitation cycle running in tandem with the normal capitalist business cycle. There are several reasons why Michiti Kalecki can be considered a precursor of analytical Marxism. He does not separate Marxism from other approaches to social science and indicates, by his practice, belief in a common methodology of social science. He states his theoretical assumptions carefully, uses difference equation models to study business cycles, and treats capitalist entrepreneurs, the main focus of his theoretical attentions, as rational actors of sorts. Kalecki is sometimes considered a Keynesian rather than a Marxist, but he actually integrates the two perspectives, as do theorists like Paul Sweezy, Joseph Steindl, and Stephen Marglin. Treating Kalecki as a precursor registers my conviction that analytical Marxism embraces, but does not require, a synthesis between Marxist and neoclassical economics. Kalecki's theory of the capitalist business cycle implies an inverse relationship between trade union power and degree of monopoly. Such a relationship arises partly because trade union power presumably constrains the monopolistic tendencies of capital. Yet it is also plausible that unionization encounters less resistance in highly concentrated industries that can readily transfer wage increases to their customers. The empirical evidence on this question is mixed. Industrial unions do tend to arise in more concentrated industries characterized by oligopolistic structure. On the other hand, recent studies suggest that organized opposition by the capitalist class has had a vital part in reducing the power of United States labor unions. 107. From the zenith attained shortly after World War II. Moreover, industrial concentration seems to increase the ability of employers to resist labor union demands. A game theoretic approach to exploitation. 9. Initiating the use of game theory to analyze exploitation is one of John Romer's important theoretical contributions. Chapter 3's section Models of Exploitation outlined two general models of exploitation proposed by Romer: labor exploitation and comparative exploitation. Game theory enters the picture through the comparative model of exploitation. This model analyzes exploitation by comparing an existing situation to some hypothetical alternative. The nature of the alternative defines the particular kind of exploitation being considered. The comparative model, as we shall see, invites application of game theory methods, and these methods in turn facilitate a more general definition of exploitation. A fundamental concept in the theory of multi-person games is the idea of a coalition. 10 Romer considers a coalition of people exploited within an economic system if and only if three conditions hold: there exists a feasible alternative system in which members of the coalition are better off, people not in the coalition fare more poorly in the alternative economic system, and coalition members are currently dominated by people not in the coalition. 1. The complement of an exploited coalition is an exploiting coalition. This approach makes exploitation a characteristic of coalitions rather than individuals. As we shall see, the focus on coalitions is vital in formulating a plausible definition of exploitation under complex production technologies. For purposes of analyzing exploitation, Romer conceives of society as a game in which coalitions of producers can withdraw from the economy, taking certain resources with them, if their members find it beneficial to do so. A departing coalition sets up its own production system using existing technology and the resources it has appropriated. The nature of the 108 resulting production process and the economic rewards received by coalition members determine the benefits of withdrawing. The nature of the resources a departing coalition can take defines the character of the withdrawal game and thereby the kind of exploitation at issue. Romer concentrates upon three different withdrawal games: feudal, capitalist, and socialist, using each game to define a corresponding form of exploitation. If the welfare of all coalition members improves after setting up production independently, then the coalition is exploited in the way defined by the withdrawal game. A feudal withdrawal game allows a coalition to withdraw from an economy taking only those resources coalition members actually own. For example, individuals in an agrarian society might own their own labor power plus a certain amount of land. The feudal withdrawal game corresponding to this society allows members of a coalition to leave taking just their own labor power and the land they possess. A coalition is considered feudally exploited if the welfare of its members improves when the coalition sets up shop independently using only those resources actually owned by its members. This definition reflects the idea that feudal exploitation occurs when producers do not have full control over their own resources but must relinquish part of their labor power or part of what they produce to someone else. If the producers could gain full control over the resources they actually owned, their welfare would presumably improve. A capitalist withdrawal game has different rules. It allows a coalition of people to withdraw with its per capita share of all alienable economic resources. The coalition experiences capitalist exploitation if, after withdrawing and setting up production with these resources, the welfare of its members improves. This definition is based on the hypothesis that capitalist exploitation derives from differential ownership of capital. People burdened by capitalist exploitation would fare better if they owned their proportional share of alienable economic resources, that is, of capital. A socialist withdrawal game assumes public ownership of alienable resources and allows a coalition to leave with its poor. 109. Capita share of inalienable resources. A coalition suffers socialist exploitation if the economic welfare of its members would improve after withdrawing in this way. The idea of dividing up talent and capacity to work is certainly far-fetched, but Romer intends it only as a thought experiment for purposes of identifying who endures socialist exploitation. 1-2 The notion that the exploitation characteristic of a genuine socialist society derives from differential ability explains how the socialist withdrawal game is defined. Given a well-defined economic system, these three withdrawal games enable us to determine whether feudal exploitation, capitalist exploitation, and/or socialist exploitation exist. Although many complex structures of exploitation are feasible, some patterns are more common than others. In a feudal society, Romer expects to find feudal, capitalist, and socialist exploitation. In a capitalist society, he expects capitalist and socialist exploitation but not feudal exploitation. In a socialist society, he anticipates socialist exploitation but neither feudal nor capitalist exploitation. To carry the analysis of exploitation further, Romer introduces another idea taken from game theory, the concept of the core. The image underlying this concept is an allocation of rewards that no coalition can improve upon. More specifically, an allocation of rewards is said to be in the core of a withdrawal game if no coalition can improve the welfare of all its members by withdrawing from the economy in the way permitted by the rules of the game. 1-5 It turns out that exploitation can be defined by means of the core concept. Exploitation of a particular kind occurs if and only if the existing allocation of rewards is not in the core of the corresponding withdrawal game. When an allocation is not in the core, there exists at least one coalition that can improve the welfare of all its members by leaving the economy. Such an alliance is called a blocking coalition because its departure would prevent implementation of the proposed allocation. As an example, consider the core of the socialist withdrawal game. To make things as simple as possible, let us assume a constant return technology. 1-4 An allocation of rewards is in the core of the socialist withdrawal game only if everyone who participates in production gets exactly the same amount. Otherwise the 110 economy would be vulnerable to defection. Any coalition of producers receiving less than the average allotment could help its members by withdrawing from the economy with its per capita share of alienable and inalienable resources. Equal division, it turns out, is the only allocation in the core of the socialist withdrawal game. All other allocations lie outside the core and thus entail socialist exploitation. Hence Romer names the one non-exploitative allocation of the socialist withdrawal game, the equal division core. Consider a somewhat more complicated application of the core concept. We discussed SE2, the subsistence economy with private ownership of production inputs, in Chapter 3 in the section Exploitation in a Subsistence Economy with Private Ownership of Production Inputs. The participants in this economy must produce their own subsistence requirements and want to work as little as possible while doing it. Their strategies of work minimization are constrained by the absence of a labor market. Define a withdrawal game for SE2 allowing producers to depart with their own labor power and their own alienable resources. When a coalition withdraws, it sets up production in the communal fashion of SE1. Under these withdrawal rules, not all coalitions are economically viable. A coalition is economically viable only if it has enough resources to produce the subsistence requirements of all its members. But not all economically viable coalitions will want to leave the SE2 economy. Because people in SE2 are assumed to be labor minimizers, members of a viable coalition will want to secede only if the new economy enables them to subsist with less work. Less work is only possible if the coalition as a whole currently works more than is socially necessary. Thus, an economically viable coalition will not be motivated to secede from SE2 unless its members, taken together, currently work more than is socially necessary. Using these results, we can define the core of the SE2 withdrawal game. A reproducible solution will be in the core of this game named by Romer the private ownership core if and only if no viable coalition must work more than is socially necessary. Suppose a reproducible solution is in the private enterprise core. Although some individual producers may work more than 111 is socially necessary under this equilibrium, viable coalitions, taken collectively, cannot do so. Not all reproducible solutions for SE2 are in the private enterprise core, and in these cases a blocking coalition must exist. But no coalition consisting entirely of exploited people is economically viable, and hence no such group can function as a blocking coalition. If exploited people respect the rules of private property, this result suggests they have very limited capacity to disrupt economic systems based upon private ownership of production facilities. One of the virtues of a game theoretic approach lies in defining exploitation under more complex production technologies. 1.5 Consider the use of game theory for identifying exploitation in economies with increasing returns to scale. The reader must first understand the concepts of vulnerability and culpability, Romer's efforts to generalize being exploited and being an exploiter. An exploited coalition that stops being exploited when losing any single member is a minimal exploited coalition. Every person in a minimal exploited coalition is absolutely essential to the exploited condition of the coalition as a whole. By the same token, an exploiting coalition that is no longer exploiting when any member departs is a minimal exploiting coalition. Every person in a minimal exploiting coalition is absolutely essential to the exploiting status of the whole coalition. A person is vulnerable if she belongs to any minimal exploited coalition and culpable if she belongs to a minimal exploiting coalition. If a person is neither vulnerable nor culpable, she is called strongly neutral. If a person is vulnerable, her presence is required to make at least one coalition exploited. This is why Romer considers vulnerability an appropriate generalization of being exploited. Conversely, if a person is culpable, she is needed to make at least one coalition exploiting. Hence culpability seems a logical generalization of being an exploiter. Quite appropriately, the set of all vulnerable agents is an exploited coalition, and the set of all culpable agents constitutes an exploiting coalition. The value of these concepts becomes evident when we consider exploitation under different production technologies. With constant returns to scale, the minimal exploited coalitions are all single people, and hence there is no difference between who is 112 vulnerable and who is exploited. But this is not true with increasing returns to scale. Here we typically find individual exploiters, but no one who is individually exploited, and here the concept of vulnerability becomes useful. The appropriate question to ask in an increasing return economy is not whether a person is exploited or exploiting, but whether she is vulnerable, culpable, or strongly neutral. To further study exploitation under increasing returns to scale, Romer uses the theory of convex games. A convex game is defined through the payoffs received by various possible coalitions. Without getting too technical, the fundamental idea is that every coalition is more powerful than the sum of its parts. That is, every coalition in a convex game, acting collectively, can obtain rewards greater than the sum of the rewards available to its subgroups acting independently. 1.7 A little reflection shows that this characteristic is analogous to an increasing return economy where larger units are more efficient than smaller units of production. In an economy represented by a convex game, no person can be both vulnerable and culpable, the exploiting and exploited groups are entirely separate. But this combination can occur in certain economies represented by a non-convex game. The use of game theory to characterize structures and processes of exploitation is only beginning, but it has already made possible a much more sophisticated understanding of exploitation and related concepts. These lines of inquiry seem quite promising, which is why readers should wrestle with the elusive and abstract ideas presented in this section. Socialist exploitation. According to Marxist theory, the evolution of human society entails successive elimination of inequalities considered to be exploitative. Early in the evolution of modern economic systems, feudal, capitalist, and socialist forms of exploitation existed simultaneously. The historic task of capitalist revolution is to eliminate feudal exploitation. The historic task of socialist Revo 113. Lucian is to eliminate capitalist exploitation. Socialist revolution does not, however, eliminate socialist exploitation, exploitation based upon the differential productive ability of producers. Socialist exploitation remains necessary under socialism. If a socialist society does not reward differential ability, then valuable skills will not be developed, and production as a whole will suffer, as it did during the Chinese Cultural Revolution. The historic task of communist revolution is to eliminate socialist exploitation, but this can only happen at a far higher level of economic and cultural development than currently exists anywhere. What makes a form of exploitation socially necessary? Exploitation is socially necessary, claims Romer, if attempts to eliminate it harm exploited people rather than helping them. It can be socially necessary in two rather different ways. It is socially necessary in a static sense if suppressing the exploitation plays havoc with the economic incentive system, rendering producers worse off in the short run. It is socially necessary in a dynamic sense if technology or other forces of production fail to develop when the exploitation is eradicated. A significant weakness in Romer's analysis is his failure to elucidate why a given property form is suitable for developing forces of production at a certain level, and when specific types of exploitation become ripe for abolition. The concept of socially necessary exploitation emphasizes that eliminating exploitation is not a simple matter of determination and morality. As long as human beings remain rational creatures deeply concerned with their own material well-being, good intentions and political mobilization will not suffice to abolish inequality or exploitation. But recognizing a form of exploitation as socially necessary does not mean approving it or adopting a passive attitude toward the transformation of society. Even if a socialist revolution cannot abrogate capitalist exploitation in one fell swoop, it may still be the quickest and least painful route toward eliminating this relationship. As indicated in the previous section, a coalition is subject to socialist exploitation if the welfare of its members improves when the coalition leaves the economy with its per capita share of all productive resources and if the complementary coalition becomes worse off. To analyze how. 114. Socialist exploitation functions. Romer studies a variation of the subsistence economy with communal ownership of production resources. In the original version of SE1, each producer could operate all the production processes. In the variation studied by Romer labeled a socialist subsistence economy, each producer only knows how to operate a subset of all production processes. Under SSE, society as a whole works exactly the amount of time necessary to produce the subsistence requirements of all participants, and a person experiences socialist exploitation if and only if she works more than is socially necessary. Socialist exploitation happens precisely because some people, due to lack of knowledge or ability, are compelled to operate production processes requiring more than the average amount of labor. An allocation in SSE is free of socialist exploitation if and only if all producers earn strictly the same amount. Status exploitation economic inequality based upon possession of organizational or bureaucratic position is distinct from, but often confused with, socialist exploitation. Whereas socialist exploitation is a natural and inevitable characteristic of socialist societies, this is not true for status exploitation. Although fully developed within most capitalist societies, the main theoretical importance of status exploitation derives from attempts to understand societies of the Soviet type. These societies exhibit both status exploitation and socialist exploitation, but distinguishing the two can be extremely difficult. An even more difficult question concerns whether status exploitation is socially necessary within Soviet-type societies. People who think it is socially necessary argue that bureaucrats must get special economic rewards in order to perform their functions properly and that eliminating status exploitation requires introducing markets, thus regenerating capitalist social relations. In his earlier work Romer appeared to accept these arguments, but more recently he contends that the greater efficiency resulting from markets would more than compensate for whatever inequalities they generate. The collapse of communism occurred after Romer's main theoretical works were published. The policies adopted throughout Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union suggest that many people regard capitalist exploitation as both preferable to 115 and curative of status exploitation. They apparently consider capitalist exploitation as socially necessary in the current era but view status exploitation as a parasitic excrescence. Socialist exploitation ends when every producer gets exactly the same income, and this, one might think, means the final abolition of all exploitation. Romer thinks otherwise. Needs are not equally distributed. Under a completely egalitarian distribution of income, people with fewer needs exploit people with greater needs. After all, a coalition of needy people would prosper by withdrawing from the economy with their per capita share of aggregate human needs. Only by compensating people in proportion to the needs they have can needs exploitation be eliminated. This entire conception is strongly reminiscent of the famous slogan from Marx's critique of the Gotha program about the higher phase of communist society, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Is exploitation wrong? In view of John Romer's numerous and penetrating contributions to the theory of exploitation, it is rather surprising that his more recent work questions the value of exploitation as a moral concept. In his book Free to Lose, Romer writes, "When exploitation is an injustice, it is not because it is exploitation as such, but because the distribution of labor expended and income received in an exploitative situation are consequences of an initial distribution of assets that is unjust. The injustice of an exploitative allocation depends upon the injustice of the initial endowment." And again, the Marxist definition of exploitation is not the best tool for either positive or normative purposes. It is conceptually simpler, and more robust, to represent one's concerns with the consequences of an unequal distribution of property directly instead of taking the circuitous route through surplus labor. To justify his critique of exploitation as a moral concept, Romer provides a number of examples showing how moral. 116. Conclusions based upon exploitation can be misleading. The most telling example shows that a person with less wealth but a strong preference for leisure can sometimes exploit a person with more wealth and a keen interest in acquisition. Consider a variation of Romer's example based upon the capital-intensive and labor-intensive corn-producing technologies discussed in Chapter 1. Joy is a leisure-loving person who owns 2 bushels of corn stock and uses them while working 10 days per month on the capital-intensive technology, producing 2 bushels of corn net. The foremost concern of Prudence, on the other hand, is economic security and acquiring ample stocks of corn. She owns 4 bushels of corn stock and works 20 days per month, also on the capital-intensive technology, producing 4 bushels of corn net. Joy would prefer to stop working and reduce her consumption to the subsistence minimum of 1 bushel per month. Prudence would prefer getting 5 bushels even if that meant working 30 days per month. In view of these preferences, Joy agrees to lend Prudence her 2 bushels of corn at a 50% interest rate per month. Prudence works 10 extra days using these 2 bushels and producing 4 bushels of corn gross. 2 of these bushels replace the corn stock she has borrowed, 1 is paid to Joy as interest on the loan, and Prudence keeps the remaining bushel. Joy is exploiting Prudence in this example. She does no work herself and lives entirely off the labor of Prudence. On the other hand, both people prefer the revised arrangement over the original scheme, and Prudence is much wealthier than Joy. Evidently the correspondence between wealth and exploitation breaks down in this case. Although Joy is an exploiter and Prudence is exploited, we do not feel sympathetic with Prudence or hostile toward Joy. Romer relies heavily on such examples to impugn exploitation as a moral concept. But these examples are far less telling than Romer imagines. The Joy and Prudence situation derives its force from the radically different preference orderings of the 2 protagonists. Though neither preference ordering is implausible, generating odd outcomes by endowing actors with widely disparate utility functions does not prove much. With so many degrees of freedom, many curiosities can appear. These out 117 comes reveal more about eccentricities of interaction at cross purposes than about the logic of exploitation. But there is a deeper reason why the Joy and Prudence example does not tell against exploitation as a moral concept. Joy's response in this artificial situation shows why the reproduction of capitalism requires a propertyless proletariat. When people have any choice, it becomes difficult and hence expensive to discharge the really nasty tasks of production. If a person can become a surgeon or a molecular biologist, what reward would induce her to be a ditch digger? The reproduction of capitalism requires the existence of people having no such choice, a propertyless proletariat. When discussing the introduction of a labor market into a subsistence economy in Chapter 3, in the section Exploitation in a Subsistence Economy with a Labor Market, we showed that the availability of wage labor depended on the existence of people with not enough property to support themselves as independent producers. If Joy's preference orderings and productive resources were widespread, sustaining any realistic capitalism would be impossible. The interaction between Joy and Prudence is not a kernel of exploitation from capitalist society but an inadvertent demonstration of relations undermining such exploitation. What about the claim that moral focus should be on property inequality rather than exploitation? The problem here is that we cannot determine the significance of property inequality independent of exploitation. Is property inequality, however achieved, immoral if it brings no advantage to the property owner? That the significance of the property distribution should depend upon the extent of exploitation is analogous to Piero Sraffa's finding that the quantity of capital depends upon the rate of profit. Romer implicitly recognizes this analogy in his discussion of the SE2 economy. Here he gives an example of a 2-person SE2 economy where the direction of exploitation reverses depending upon the reproducible solution in effect, and he associates this with the reswitching phenomenon first identified by Sraffa. 1.8 Because the property distribution does not determine who exploits whom, what can be said about the fairness of the distribution in this example? Almost all Romer's theorems about exploitation are conditioned on the reproducible solution in effect, not simply on the 118 distribution of property and the structure of markets. This constitutes mathematical recognition that the moral meaning of property inequality is ambiguous. Indignation about exploitation stems from the idea that rewards from and contributions to society should be in reasonable balance. But what constitutes balance? Exploitation is not easy to measure, but the measurement of inequality in the ownership of property is no less difficult. As the famous capital controversy has shown, difficulties in measuring the value of property arise on conceptual as well as practical grounds. Most systems of production allow more than one economic equilibrium, and different equilibria value property very differently. Measurement of property is indispensable if the moral focus is to be on property inequality. Yet it is not evident to me that permanent equality in the ownership of alienable resources is a better or more practical moral principle than equivalence between the labor a person gives to society and the labor she receives in return. The labor model of exploitation remains useful as a tool of normative analysis. Think about the venerable idea that freedom lies in emancipation from necessity, and that labor is the uniquely human way of shaping the world. A truly free person might dislike working but value the products of human labor in proportion to the amount of labor embodied in them. Let us call this the liberated utility function. Given people endowed with the liberated utility function, operation of any economy involving exploitation would be impossible. The economic rewards would never induce performance of the necessary labor. The fundamental Marxian theorem implies that no profit-making economy is feasible given producers with the liberated utility function. The moral significance of labor exploitation may lie in measuring how much an existing economy must change in order to accommodate truly free people. Conclusion. Controversies between Marxist and non-Marxist social scientists often revolve around the concept of exploitation. Exploitation may not be the manifest subject of controversy, but frequently it 119 constitutes the subtext. The Marxist arguments in such a controversy boil down to the claims that exploitation exists as an objective reality and will profoundly influence the trajectory of the social order. Similarly, the non-Marxist arguments are reducible to disputes about the existence, causal efficacy, avoidability, or immorality of exploitation. Its continuing association with the analysis of exploitation is a principal reason why Marxist theory still finds adherents. As long as the advantages experienced by some people in society seem causally related to the disadvantages endured by others, observers seeking a systematic explanation will be drawn toward Marxism or something very much like it. Few contending social theories recognize the existence of, let alone explain, exploitation. Given its importance to the continuing appeal of Marxism, it is surprising that the conceptual foundations of exploitation analysis stagnated for so long. The classical Marxist concept of exploitation, as all serious scholars knew, could not cope with the theoretical burden placed upon it. As a result, the analysis of exploitation in modern society became increasingly rhetorical and increasingly vulnerable to the charge of being mere ideological prejudice. Analytical Marxism can take credit for turning this situation around. John Roemer and his colleagues have freed the concept of exploitation from the constraints imposed by the labor theory of value and placed it on a more solid theoretical foundation. They have specified different types of exploitation, clarified the circumstances under which it arises, related exploitation to a variety of other social processes, including imperialism and the capitalist business cycle, and showed how game theory can be used to elaborate exploitation theory. Perhaps most impressively, Roemer has given mathematical proof of a systematic relationship between class position and exploitation status. But exploitation analysis, notwithstanding the achievements of analytical Marxism, is not out of the theoretical woods. A fully adequate definition of exploitation is still not available. The ethical status of exploitation remains open to question, as does its salience for causal explanations of historical events. Some social relations that seem exploitative, such as gender relations and race relations, remain largely outside the purview of exploitation theory. 120. A major challenge facing analytical Marxism is constructing empirical measures of exploitation. Without empirical measurement, it is virtually impossible to test specific propositions about exploitation. Even so fundamental a result as the class exploitation correspondence principle remains an analytical truth about models of society rather than an empirical truth about the social world. The branch of analytical Marxism that has progressed furthest in constructing empirical measures is the study of class. Class analysis and exploitation analysis, as is obvious from the class exploitation correspondence principle, are deeply connected. Empirical measures of class might even suggest promising approaches to the measurement of exploitation. The next chapter surveys analytical Marxist thinking about class. 123. Appendix A 4.1 Technology and Exploitation. Technology is extremely important in analytical Marxism, and many theoretical results concerning exploitation assume a Leontief technology. What happens to exploitation with more complex production technologies? We shall divide this question into, what happens to exploitation with technologies allowing several different ways to make a good? What happens to exploitation under technologies with nonlinear relationships between inputs and outputs? Consider the first question. More specifically, consider a cone technology, which differs from a Leontief technology by tolerating several different ways of making a good and several different outputs for a single production process. A Leontief technology is actually a particularly simple cone technology. Because several different ways of making the same object may exist, as well as several different products of the same labor process, how can we define embodied labor with a cone technology? The usual approach has been to define embodied labor as the minimum amount of direct labor needed to produce a good as a net product, considering all available production processes. We call this the technological definition of embodied labor because it depends entirely on the available technology and not upon prices. Unfortunately, this definition invalidates the class exploitation correspondence principle. It eliminates any systematic relationship between class position and exploitation status in economies with a cone technology. To cope with this difficulty, Romer suggests an alternative way of defining embodied labor under a cone technology. Romer's alternative confines attention to production processes yielding maximum profit. Given any particular economic equilibrium, only some of the methods available for producing a specific good yield the maximum profit rate. These processes are the only ones rational producers will operate. Romer defines the labor embodied in a good as the minimum amount of direct labor needed to produce it as a net product considering only maximum profit production processes. With this definition of embodied labor, the class exploitation correspondence principle remains true in economies with cone technology. 124. We call this the social relations definition because it makes embodied labor depend on the reproducible solution and on capitalist social relations. According to the social relations definition, the labor embodied in a commodity is not a technological fact but something that shifts according to the prevailing economic equilibrium. Goods that rational capitalists will not produce because they bring suboptimal profit margins are not really commodities and have no labor value. This argument also implies that the distribution of exploitation shifts with the going economic equilibrium. The social relations definition has major theoretical consequences. This definition makes it impossible to explain equilibrium prices through embodied labor. At least in the case of a cone technology, equilibrium prices become logically prior to labor values. These prices control which production processes are maximum profit, and only then is embodied labor determined. Different price equilibria render different production processes maximum profit, and labor values shift accordingly. With a Leontief technology, however, the technological and social relations definitions of embodied labor are equivalent because all production processes operate at maximum profit. Now consider the second question posed above. How are theories of exploitation affected by technologies allowing nonlinear relations between input and output and, in particular, by increasing return technologies? We shall examine this question in the context of the comparative exploitation model, which defines exploitation by comparing an existing income distribution with the distribution expected if property relations changed in some specified way. For example, Romer proposes defining capitalist exploitation by comparing capitalist income distribution with the income distribution expected if alienable endowments were divided equally among all producers. A producer is a capitalist exploiter if her income declines under the egalitarian property distribution, whereas she suffers from capitalist exploitation if her income increases. The hypothetical income distribution is determined by assuming that technology remains constant and that competitive markets exist. The defects of the comparative approach to capitalist exploitation become apparent if we assume a nonlinear technology. With an increasing returns technology, all producers whether rich or poor could have reduced income under an egalitarian distribution of alienable endowments. In this extreme case, everyone is an exploiter and no one is exploited. But even if this outlandish situation does not occur, the comparative approach misrepresents exploitation with an increasing return technology. It inflates the number of exploiters and deflates the number of victims. 125. Romer recognizes this problem and proposes several different remedies. One remedy is the game-theoretic approach to exploitation discussed in this chapter. Another remedy involves modifying the property distribution by changing the holdings of a single producer to the social average and keeping everything else constant. If the producer's income increases with this change, she is presumably exploited, and if it decreases, she is exploited. But this procedure is not satisfactory because it changes the overall amount of alienable property in society, which would presumably change the volume of economic production. And why should an increase or decrease in income following an increase or decrease in property ownership be attributed to exploitation? Appendix A 4.2 Exploitation as a conflict of interests. In some of his writings, John Romer claims that true exploitation requires that the exploiters be dependent upon the people they exploit. He interprets exploitation dependence to mean that exploiters would suffer if the people they exploit disappeared from the scene, taking the things they own with them. This dependence requirement has interesting consequences for what counts as exploitation. To understand these consequences, consider two of the examples given by Romer. All the seed corn in a corn-producing society is owned by a few people. The owners hire 1/3 of the remaining population to work up their seed corn, paying these workers only a subsistence wage and securing a large profit for themselves. The other 2/3 of the non-owning population, whom Romer calls peasants, must use inefficient agricultural technologies to eke out an existence. These peasants end up working exactly as long as the hired laborers. Are the peasants exploited? Romer concludes that the peasants in this situation are unfairly treated but not exploited because the owners do not depend upon them. The peasants could disappear from society without reducing the income of the owners, who would continue hiring workers at the same subsistence wage. Romer also discusses a variation of this situation in which ownership of seed corn is distributed equally among half the population while the other half owns none. Once again, the owners of seed corn can use an efficient technology while non-owners must adopt a highly time-consuming. 126. Method of agricultural production. The owners work independently, relying entirely upon their own labor. Are the non-owners in this situation exploited? Although owners would lose and non-owners would benefit from a redistribution of seed corn, the dependence requirement once again excludes non-owners from exploitation. The non-owners could depart without harming the economic position of the owners. The dependence requirement suggests an alternative approach to analyzing exploitation under nonlinear technologies. At the beginning of Chapter 3, exploitation was said to involve a fundamental conflict of interest between exploiter and exploited. What is good for the exploiter is bad for the exploited and vice versa. If rich people are exploiters, then augmenting the property of the poor should reduce the welfare of the rich, holding everything else constant. Conversely, if poor people are exploited, then diminishing the property of the rich should increase the welfare of the poor, again holding other things constant. As a blatant example of how such exploitation might work, consider a modification of the Norma and Murray situation presented in Chapter 1. Again, we have a two-person subsistence economy producing corn and berries, with each person requiring 1 unit of corn and 1 unit of berries, in this case per month, to survive. To differentiate this more elaborate example from the earlier one, let us call the participants Nancy and Milton. Two kinds of land produce berries and corn: low-quality public land accessible to everyone and prime-quality land owned privately. No labor market exists, and in the first situation we investigate, Milton owns no land and must produce with public land, whereas Nancy owns prime berry producing and prime corn producing land. They produce and exchange goods so as to minimize the amount they must work. An equilibrium exchange rate arises, and we compute how much Milton and Nancy must work to acquire their berries and corn at this exchange rate. We then vary situation 1 by having Milton acquire prime berry producing land but holding other things constant. The foremost question is whether Nancy needs to work more when Milton's situation improves. Next we change situation 1 in a different way by confiscating Nancy's prime berry producing land, thus compelling her to produce berries on public land. The question here is whether Milton can work less when Nancy's productive resources diminish. The details of this example appear in Table A 4.1. In situation 1 the reproducible solution has 1 unit of berries exchanged for 2 units of corn. At this exchange rate, Milton works 12 days and Nancy works for 2 days. In situation 2 a new reproducible solution arises, with 1 unit of corn exchanging for 3 units of berries. Now Milton works only 4 2/3 days and Nancy works 2 2/3 days. 127. Thus Nancy must work longer following Milton's property gain, showing that she is an exploiter in situation 1. In situation 3 1 unit of berries exchanges for 3 units of corn, Milton works 10 2/3 days, and Nancy works 5/3 days. Milton works less after Nancy loses her prime berry producing land, showing that he is exploited in situation 1. The inverse relationship between property change and welfare suggested by the opposing interest exploitation concept sets a stringent condition for the existence of exploitation. Not many conflicts of interest are quite so clear-cut as that in the Milton and Nancy example. The opposing interest concept, like Romer's use of the dependence requirement, means that some dubious situations are implausibly exonerated of exploitation. But the advantage of this idea lies in separating exploitation from the mere fact of inequality and viewing it instead as a consequence of structural antagonism that inequality may or may not induce. Romer's dependence requirement and the opposing interest interpretation of exploitation both emphasize connections between exploiters and exploited. The connections entailed by the opposing interest interpretation are even deeper and less common than those needed to satisfy dependence. 128. Table A 4.1 An example of exploitation as a relationship of opposing economic interests berry and corn production by Milton and Nancy. Technology. Public land 8 days labor 1 unit berries 4 days labor 1 unit corn prime berry producing land 1 days labor 1 unit berries prime corn producing land 2 days labor 1 unit corn. Subsistence requirements 1 unit berries per month 1 unit corn per month. Utility functions. Producers want to minimize their labor. They seek to obtain subsistence requirements but nothing more. Situation 1, Milton only has access to public land while Nancy owns prime berry and corn producing land. Milton's technology 8 days labor 1 unit berries 4 days labor 1 unit corn Nancy's technology 1 days labor 1 unit berries 2 days labor 1 unit corn reproducible solution for situation 1 1 unit berries exchanges for 2 units corn Milton's rational action in situation 1a, works 8 days, producing 2 units corn. 1 unit of corn is traded to Nancy for 2 unit berries. 1 unit of corn is kept for own consumption. B. Works 4 days, producing 2 unit berries for own consumption. C. Total labor time, 12 days. Nancy's rational action in situation 1a, works 2 days, producing 2 units berries. 2 unit berries is traded to Milton for 1 unit of corn. 1 unit berries is kept for own consumption. B. Total labor time, 2 days. 129. Table A 4.1 continued. Situation 2, Milton gains prime berry producing land. Otherwise situation 1 remains unchanged. Milton's technology. 1 day's labor 1 unit berries. 4 days labor 1 unit corn Nancy's technology. 1 day's labor 1 unit berries. 2 days labor 1 unit com. Reproducible solution for situation 2. 1 unit corn exchanges for 3 units berries. Milton's rational action in situation 2a, works 2 days, producing 2 units berries. 1 unit berries is traded to Nancy for 3 unit corn. 1 unit berries is kept for own consumption. B. Works 2 days to produce 2 unit corn for own consumption. C. Total labor time, 4 days. This is an improvement over situation 1, but it does not indicate that Milton was exploited in that situation because he has gained productive resources. Nancy's rational action in situation 2a, works 2 days, producing 4 units corn. V3 unit corn is traded to Milton for 1 unit berries. 1 unit corn is kept for own consumption. B. Total labor time, 2 days. This is a loss over situation 1. It indicates that Nancy is an exploiter in situation 1 because she is hurt by an improvement in Milton's property holdings even though her own property remains constant. Situation 3, Nancy loses prime berry producing land. Otherwise situation 1 remains unchanged. Milton's technology. 8 days labor 1 unit berries. 4 days labor 1 unit corn. Nancy's technology. 8 days labor - 1 unit berries. 2 days labor - 1 unit corn. Reproducible solution for situation 3. 1 unit berries exchanges for 3 units corn. 130. Milton's rational action in situation 3a, works 10 2/3 days, producing 1 V3 units berries. V3 unit berries is traded to Nancy for 1 unit corn. 1 unit berries is kept for own consumption. B. Total labor time, 10 2/3 days. This is an improvement over situation 1. The improvement indicates that Milton is exploited in situation 1 because he becomes better off when Nancy loses property even though his own property holdings remain constant. Nancy's rational action in situation 3a, works 5 V3 days to produce % unit berries for own consumption. B. Works 4 days to produce 2 units corn. 1 unit corn is traded to Milton for V3 unit berries. 1 unit corn is kept for own consumption. C. Total labor time, 9 V3 days. This is a loss over situation 1, but it does not indicate that Nancy is an exploiter in situation 1. She has lost productive property, and hence a reduction in her welfare is to be expected. 5. Class. Class analysis and analytical Marxism. Class analysis need not be Marxist in theoretical inspiration. There exists an energetic group of neo-Weberian class analysts who, as we shall see, have made cogent criticisms of the analytical Marxist approach. What differentiates Marxist from other forms of class analysis is the connection Marxists make between exploitation and class, and their use of class analysis to explain historical development. Eric Wright describes the basic theoretical quandary confronting analytical Marxist class analysis with these words. The historical record of the past 100 years has convinced many Marxists that image of a pervasive tendency towards radical polarization of class relations within capitalist societies is incorrect. Among wage earners, the growth of professional and technical occupations and the expansion of managerial hierarchies in large corporations and the state have at least created the appearance of a considerable erosion of a simple polarized structure. Wright deals with the conceptual problems arising from the absence of radically polarized class relations by refining the theoretical questions analytical Marxists should ask, strengthening the linkage between class analysis and theories of exploitation, formulating testable Marxist theories at an intermediate level of abstraction, and conducting empirical studies of class. Using modern research methods for purposes of evaluating theoretically derived hypotheses. The Marxist concept of class, says Wright, has 4 essential properties. First, it is a relational concept, meaning that classes are defined in relation to each other rather than through gradations of some attribute like income or status. Second, classes are intrinsically antagonistic because they have opposing interests. Third, relations of exploitation between classes are the structural basis for their opposing interests. Classes are antagonistic, that is, because the affluence of one is causally related to the deprivation of another. Finally, class relations are rooted in the process of social production, which provides the objective foundation of exploitation. Class analysis means systematic examination of the causes, transformations, and consequences of class structure. It deals with four related phenomena: class structure, class formation, class consciousness, and class struggle. Class structure refers to a set of class positions that exist independently of the specific people who occupy them but that nevertheless determine the class interests of the occupants. Because class, as understood by Marxists, is a relational concept, class positions are defined in relation to each other. Wright emphasizes the distinction between the class position and the particular occupant by referring to the position as an empty place. Thinking about positions rather than people involves a difficult process of abstraction. After one becomes familiar with the idea of class positions, however, it actually simplifies the task of theorizing about classes. Similar or identical material interests are attributed to positions within the same class, and divergent material interests are imputed to positions in different classes. In fact, Wright regards material interests as the most important commonality among the positions constituting a class. His empirical work treats class locations as more or less equivalent to jobs, and class structure as something like a map of the job structure. This identification creates certain theoretical problems because the job a person holds may not determine her material interests. Classical Marxist theory asserts that class structure is the basic cause of class formation, class consciousness, and class struggle, but that it does not determine these things in any precise or definitive way. The determination exercised by class structure simply limits the variations that can occur but does not specify which one will happen. Class structure also influences the broad trajectory of social change. Class formation refers to the existence of organized collectivities established on the basis of material interests defined by the class structure. It measures the corporate coherence of a class and its organizational capacity to function as an active participant in society. Although class formation can wax and wane without changing class structure, collectivities organized along class lines sometimes transform class structure through the process of class struggle. Wright emphatically rejects the view that class formation can be deduced in any simple way from class structure. In fact, a major goal of analytical Marxist class analysis is to explain the highly contingent relationship between class structure and class formation. Class consciousness is a dual awareness of needs, awareness by persons in subordinate class locations of needing to transform class structure, and a corresponding realization by members of superordinate classes of needing to preserve it. Class struggle is the process by which formed and conscious classes transform the class structure of society. The links between class structure, class formation, class consciousness, and class struggle as understood by Eric Wright are diagrammed in Figure 5.1. Analytical Marxism has already produced a wealth of ideas on the subject of class. This chapter dwells extensively upon the work of Eric Wright, who has formulated a comprehensive analytical Marxist theory of class and has conducted empirical investigations of class relations in several advanced capitalist countries for purposes of testing his theory. Wright may be the most prominent student of class among the analytical Marxists, but he is certainly not the only one. The germinal contributions of John Roemer to class analysis were discussed in Chapter 4, and, as we shall see, Roemer's ideas have influenced Wright deeply. Nevertheless, profound differences exist between these thinkers. They both engage in class analysis, but they engage in quite different kinds of class analysis. Roemer is first and foremost a deductive thinker concerned with the logical connection between concepts. His method of analysis boils down to proving theorems from clearly stated assumptions. For example, he strives to establish the correspondence between class and exploitation as a mathematical theorem. Any important relationship between class and exploitation, Roemer's method suggests, should be a necessary consequence of plausible assumptions about these two phenomena. If empirical measures of class prove uncorrelated with empirical measures of exploitation, then so much the worse for empirical measurement, logical connections still hold. The absence of correlation only means that the intricacy and confusion of social life obscures the deep relationships that science ought to detect. Wright, on the other hand, though philosophically sophisticated and logically precise, is fundamentally an inductive thinker. Disjunctures between theory and observation, such as the absence of polarized class relations or the presence of a large middle class. 135. Class are the driving force in his work. Clarity is central to his methodology, but axiomatic reasoning is not. Wright's brand of analysis involves nuanced elaboration of what concepts mean, usually stimulated by an empirical problem of some sort. The theoretical structures he creates are ingenious and accessible but often lack the splendid self-sufficiency of axiomatic systems. Wright has been amazingly willing to modify his thinking in response to empirical evidence and theoretical criticism. His exemplary intellectual honesty should be emulated by other social scientists, whether Marxist or not. Yet there is also a certain hubris implicit in building and abandoning a succession of elaborate theoretical structures. Being an inductive thinker, Wright usually treats relationships between variables as contingent rather than necessary. To explore the relationship between class and exploitation, for example, he would not try to prove theorems a la Romer. Rather, he would form a contingency table and study the properties of incongruous cells, for example, exploited capitalists or exploiting proletarians. Although the boundaries of analytical Marxism remain a bit fuzzy, they certainly include other important analyses of class. Adam Przeworski has studied class formation as a political process, focusing on the conditions influencing the emergence of the proletariat as a political actor. Samuel Bowles and Herbert Gintis develop a theory of class structure based on the idea that exchange is contested because the enforcement of economic claims is costly. Alan Carling uses cooperative and non-cooperative game theory to analyze class, gender, and ethnic divisions. David Abraham studies the relationship between class structure and the rise of German fascism. This chapter explores Eric Wright's version of analytical Marxist class analysis, including some issues raised by critics, and then discusses several of the contributions mentioned above. Exploitation and class structure. Eric Wright's intellectual odyssey has involved a shift from a theory of class emphasizing contradictory class locations to an interpretation founded upon the concept of exploitation. Wright absorbed Romer's theory of exploitation but modified it in several ways, arriving at a distinctive image of class structure in capitalist societies based upon exploitation understood as a fundamental conflict of interest. One way Wright modifies Romer is by distinguishing between exploitation and economic oppression. Economic oppression results from property inequality but does not require an ongoing relationship between the rich oppressor and the poor oppressed. The oppressor simply wants to defend her property and does not much care what happens to the oppressed. Due to the absence of an ongoing relationship, rational self-interest does not moderate the actions of oppressors toward the oppressed, and the former can be extremely vicious toward the latter, even to the point of committing genocide. Exploitation entails both economic oppression and appropriation of the surplus product of one class by another. Appropriation of the surplus product means that the exploiting class depends upon the labor of the exploited class and would not seek its elimination. The prosperity of an exploiting class is causally related to the poverty of the class it exploits. The two components of exploitation are separable. For example, children appropriate the labor of their parents but do not oppress them. Conversely, unemployed people are economically oppressed, but no one appropriates their surplus product. Wright reformulates Romer's status exploitation as exploitation based upon unequal control of organizational assets, organizational exploitation. This form of exploitation permeates state socialist societies but is also important under capitalism. The possessors of organizational assets cannot buy and sell them, but they exert substantial control over how these assets are transmitted and who can use them. Wright renames Romer's socialist exploitation as skills/credential exploitation because it derives from unequal distribution of skills and credentials and because it occurs in non-socialist societies. The main exploitation in capitalist society emerges from unequal distribution of ownership of means of production, but organizational exploitation and skills/credential exploitation are also important. The class structure of capitalist society results from the intersection of these three forms of exploitation. Table 5.1 shows Wright's proposed typology of class locations in capitalist society. The main division in this typology is between owners and non-owners of means of production. Owners are divided according to how much capital they possess but not by organizational or skill/credential assets. Wright does not think organizational or skill/credential exploitation is relevant within ownership class locations. However, these forms of exploitation do define 9 different class locations of non-owners. For purposes of simplicity, Wright assumes that the 3 forms of exploitation constituting the capitalist class structure are independent and do not reinforce each other. This assumption seems especially dubious in the case of managerial class locations, and Wright acknowledges that capitalist exploitation often does enhance organizational exploitation. The assumption of independence between types of exploitation gives Wright's map of capitalist class structure the flavor of a mechanical cross-classification, an impression reinforced by the attribution of 3 levels to each mode of exploitation. Although Wright tries to root his conception of class structure within relations of production, his view of organizational assets and skill/credential assets as class-generating forms of productive property remains troublesome. Organizational assets do not seem much like productive property, and skill/credential assets do not appear to create a class type of relationship. Wright's framework shows marvelous conceptual ingenuity but tends to substitute multiple dimensions for real class relationships. It resembles a gradational Weberian analysis of stratification cloaked by the Marxian rubric of exploitation. In his own critique of the multiple exploitation framework, Wright freely acknowledges a Weberian temptation. Once you adopt a fairly differentiated Marxist class concept of the sort I have advocated, then in practice there is not actually all that much difference in the nature of the empirical class structure variables that are generated in neo-Marxist and neo-Weberian frameworks. After all, both acknowledge in one way or another that differences in property, skill/credentials/autonomy, and authority are bases for differentiating locations in the class structure. The reason for adopting a Marxist strategy has to rest on a commitment to the theoretical constraints that Marxist theory imposes on class analysis. More specifically, unless one sees the value of embedding the concept of class structure in an abstract model of modes of production in which classes are fundamentally polarized around processes of exploitation, then there would be no reason to accept the difficulties this abstract framework generates for the concrete analysis of classes. Wright remains committed to the Marxist framework because it clarifies the possibilities for emancipatory social change, helps explain both major historical change and social conflict within specific societies, and renders research more cumulative by providing a well-articulated theory of society. He concedes, however, that organizational and skill/credential exploitation are better conceptualized as rents levied on the property-owning classes. 3 organizational and skill/credential assets provide a basis for strata within classes rather than outright class divisions. Middle classes and contradictory class locations. Whatever its limitations, the exploitation-based concept of class structure does illuminate the nature of non-polarized class locations. These class locations come in 2 varieties. Non-polarized class locations of one sort neither exploit nor suffer exploitation because they have the per capita share of the relevant asset. Wright calls such positions the old middle class and gives the petty bourgeoisie as an example. The new middle classes consist of class positions that are exploiting with respect to one type of exploitation but exploited with regard to another. Expert non-managers and uncredentialed managers are examples of new middle class positions. These jointly exploiting and exploited positions are truly contradictory class locations, indicating that Wright's adoption of Roemer's exploitation theory may not entail any drastic departure from his previous theoretical outlook. Of course, all managerial and all expert positions are in a certain sense contradictory in that they possess organizational and/or skill assets without owning means of production. 140. Incumbents of contradictory class locations are important for historical change. Social revolutions, according to both Wright and Romer, do not eliminate all forms of exploitation simultaneously, they eliminate only one particular kind of exploitation. Therefore, the principal beneficiary of a social revolution will not be the most exploited class but rather a class occupying a contradictory location in pre-evolutionary social structure. This analysis works well for revolutions against feudal property relations, whose main beneficiaries were not the comprehensively exploited serfs but the bourgeoisie, a class that held a contradictory position in feudal society. Wright's theory has interesting implications about the future of capitalism. The most formidable rival of the bourgeoisie is not the completely exploited proletariat, but either the class of experts or more likely the managerial class, both of which are jointly exploiting and exploited. The successor to capitalism is likely to be not socialism but a society where organizational assets provide the chief underpinning for exploitation. By the same logic, the leading rival of the dominant bureaucratic class in state socialist societies is not the working class but the contradictorily located class of experts, which will be the exploiting class in a fully socialist society. This conception implies that the managers under capitalism have some material interest in the emergence of statist society, whereas experts have a class interest in the achievement of socialism. These implications run counter to all available evidence. Both managers and experts appear fully committed to the continuation of capitalism, which enables them to capitalize their incomes and enter the property-owning classes. The class position of individual managers in a statist society is far less secure than under capitalism, for they can neither capitalize their position nor transmit it to their offspring. And the same is true of experts in a socialist society. The collapse of communist regimes, which occurred long after the publication of Classes, emphasizes the problems with this theory of history. The theory treats state socialism as a possible successor to capitalism, but the history of communist societies suggests that state socialism may be a temporary substitute for capitalism, not an advance beyond it. Recent events indicate that state socialist societies lack long-term stability and frequently devolve toward capitalism. Yet by Wright's analysis, this transition resurrects a previously abolished exploitation and thus runs against the main thrust of historical development. If the collapse of communism is seen as a deviation rather than the main thrust of history, then to use Joan Robinson's phrase, the exception becomes more important than the rule. Even nomenclatura capitalism, the disparaging name bestowed upon the form of capitalism emerging in once communist countries, insinuates that the managers of state socialism hanker for private ownership of means of production to stabilize and expand their class privileges. Class structure. The analytical Marxist approach concerns social research as well as social theory. It denies the existence of any specifically Marxist research methodology. Marxists can and should use all legitimate scientific methods. No analytical Marxist has followed this advice more energetically than Eric Wright, and nowhere is the wisdom of the advice more evident than in Wright's empirical studies of class structure. Since 1977, Wright has organized and coordinated a massive international study of class structure and class consciousness. The comparative project on class structure and class consciousness uses modern sample survey methodology and multivariate statistical techniques to investigate class relations in 11 capitalist countries: the United States, Sweden, Canada, Norway, Finland, New Zealand, Great Britain, Denmark, Germany, Australia, and Japan. Most of the results reported by Wright concern the United States and Sweden, and are based on data collected in 1988. Some monographs on other countries have been published, however, and further reports are expected. The United States and Sweden, as Wright points out, afford a useful contrast. Both are advanced capitalist countries with similar average living standards and similar levels of technological development. Major differences exist, however. Sweden has 142 less income inequality, more employment by the state, and far more frequent social democratic governance than the United States. Using his exploitation-centered concept of class, Wright compares the distribution of employed people over class locations in Sweden and the United States. The class structures of Sweden and the United States have many commonalities. Proletarians are much the largest class, and the bourgeoisie is very small in both countries. The percentage of the labor force in each class location is roughly similar. The United States has more supervisory class locations as well as a stronger association between skill/credential exploitation and organizational exploitation. But the crucial difference between the class structures of Sweden and the United States, Wright believes, lies in the U.S. tendency to vest supervisory functions in positions that otherwise would fall into the working class. Wright's analysis creates some confusion between class locations and people who occupy them. In the theoretical sections of his work, Wright carefully distinguishes between the position and its occupant, but when reporting empirical results the distinction is often obscured. Suppose that the distinction between people and locations is tenable, and also suppose that class locations exist independent of their occupants. The distributions reported in Table 5.2 can still differ from the corresponding distribution of class locations. Some locations may be unfilled, and some people may not occupy a class location even if they work. A methodology allowing direct investigation of class locations would be more congruent with the theoretical position Wright articulates and would also maintain a sharper distinction between Marxist and non-Marxist ways of doing class analysis. A strong relationship between class location and income exists in both Sweden and the United States. Members of the bourgeoisie earn much more than members of the working class, and income tends to increase along each dimension of exploitation. Although relevant data are only available for the United States, an even stronger relationship holds between unearned income and the three dimensions of exploitation. Marxists often characterize current capitalism as monopoly capitalism, but in both Sweden and the United States more workers have jobs in firms with under 50 employees than in giant corporations with over 10,000. Moreover, the most proletarianized companies in the sense of having the largest share of working-class employees are those of medium size. Employment by the state has a strong impact on the class structure of advanced capitalist societies and constitutes a much larger share of the Swedish than of the American labor force. Much of the expansion of middle-class positions in both countries is attributable to the growth of state employment. State employment is relatively low among the working class, especially in the United States, and this, Wright hypothesizes, may be the structural source of anti-statist sentiment among American workers. Analysis of the links between class structure and the family also yields some interesting findings. In both Sweden and the United States most workers live in households containing only workers. However, middle-class people in Sweden are more likely to live in families with a working-class member than are middle-class people in the United States. The middle-class family, Wright concludes, is structurally more isolated from the working class in the United States than in Sweden. This structural isolation could influence the feasibility of political alliances between the middle and working classes. In both Sweden and the United States, working-class women are more likely to live in families deriving some income from exploitation than are working-class men. Wright and Cho study the effect of class structure on friendships, using data from Canada, Norway, Sweden, and the United States. More specifically, they study the likelihood of friendships between members of different classes. The exploitation-centered model of class structure defines class boundaries of three kinds: differences in property ownership, differences in organizational authority, and differences in expertise. Cross-class friendships are least likely to occur across the property boundary and most likely to happen over the organizational authority boundary. The same pattern of cross-class friendships appears in all four countries despite deep cultural and political differences between them, implying that class boundaries have similar permeabilities in each one. 5. Wright and Cho view these findings American Samoa broadly consistent with Marxist theory but interpret the similarity between these four politically diverse countries to mean that relative permeability of class boundaries cannot explain class formation or political alliances between classes. In his book Classes, Wright interprets the differences between the class structure of Sweden and the United States largely in political terms. These differences arise chiefly from variations in state economic policy and variations in the political mobilization of the working class. The association between state employment and the expansion of middle-class positions has already been mentioned. The more extensive supervision of work in the United States may reflect an effort by capital to fragment the working class by giving some potentially working-class positions supervisory responsibilities, thereby weakening the union movement. Conversely, the greater power and centralization of the Swedish labor movement may mean that unions can themselves perform many supervisory functions. An alternative approach to class structure. When criticizing his own work, Wright identifies two theoretical impulses within contemporary Marxist class analysis. One impulse is to keep the concept of class structure simple and to remedy the resulting theoretical deficiencies by introducing other explanatory principles. The other impulse involves making the class structure concept more complicated so it can carry a greater explanatory burden. Wright identifies himself with this second theoretical impulse and explains quite eloquently, I think, why he has made this choice. Wright also mentions that his way of analyzing class structure has been criticized for being excessively static. He defends his approach by noting that the concept of material interests is inherently forward-looking and by suggesting that, in certain cases, job might be replaced by career as the operational embodiment of class location. However, Wright asserts the conceptual primacy of structure over process because a concept of class structure is necessary to define the very meaning of class dynamics. 146. What Wright may not fully recognize is the connection between his choice of the second theoretical impulse and the criticism that his approach is excessively static. For many Marxists, the theoretical purpose of the class structure concept is to analyze the forces propelling historical change. By complicating the concept of class structure, Wright may have weakened its capacity to explain historical change. The 12 class typology presented in Table 5.1 gives little insight about how class dynamics might transform capitalist society. By making the concept of class structure more useful for answering questions arising in a context of social stability, Wright may have lessened its power to explain the things of primary interest to Marxists. Wright's defense of the conceptual priority of structure over process indicates a cognitive orientation attributing greater reality to static relationships than to dynamic processes. The conceptual priority of structure over process is surely not a law of thought. Wright's advocacy of this position only means that he finds the structural dimensions of class more vivid and intuitively accessible than the dynamic dimensions. These issues emerge quite clearly in a paper by Wright and Shin contrasting class analysis based on a structural concept of class, like that used by Wright, with class analysis based on a process concept, like that of E.P. Thompson. Although Wright and Shin report some interesting empirical findings, their theoretical interpretation is not entirely on target. They interpret a process approach to class analysis as oriented toward how past events have molded present class identity. They interpret a structural approach as oriented toward how present material interests shape preferences about the future. A crucial assumption of the structural approach is that class relations objectively determine material interests. The process approach to class analysis, as interpreted by Wright and Shin, may provide invaluable guidance for Marxist historiography, but it can hardly furnish a theoretical understanding of the possibilities for change imminent within a given class context. It may be able to explain the present in terms of the past, but it would be helpless to illuminate the future using both the present and past. Yet illuminating the future is the main concern of Marxist social theory. On the other hand, Wright and Shin's interpretation of the structural approach to class analysis remains oblivious to criticisms that could emerge from within analytical Marxism. Property relations themselves do not always determine material interests. Material interests are determined only when property relations give rise to a fully articulated economic system, which under capitalism includes a schedule of wages and prices. The transformation of property relations into a fully articulated economic system happens through a process of class struggle. If material interests are indeterminate apart from class struggle, then so is class structure. The indeterminacy of class structure apart from class struggle is analogous to the indeterminacy of labor values apart from commodity prices that Roemer found under complex production technologies. The analogy between the indeterminacy of class structure and the indeterminacy of labor values suggests an alternative approach to class structure, but an approach still firmly based on Roemer's theory of exploitation. The crux of the difference between Wright's concept of class structure and this alternative lies in the treatment of contradictory class locations and the middle class. Wright allows multiple forms of exploitation and defines a location as contradictory if it exploits on one dimension but suffers exploitation on another. The alternative approach recognizes only one form of exploitation under capitalism and defines a location as contradictory if its exploitation status is indeterminate. The alternative approach to class structure rests on the idea that a capitalist economy can have several different reproducible solutions. Who is exploited and who is an exploiter depend upon which reproducible solution is in effect. Suppose we define class locations as follows: a capitalist location exploits under all possible reproducible solutions allowing positive profits, a proletarian location is exploited under all possible profit-generating reproducible solutions, and a middle-class location sometimes exploits and is sometimes exploited, depending upon which reproducible solution exists. Although we cannot discuss this alternative approach to class structure in any detail, let us distinguish two forms of class struggle: revolutionary class struggle, which contests property relations, and status quo class struggle, which accepts property relations but contests the reproducible solution that will hold. Assuming that the reproducible solution is determined by status quo class struggle, it follows that class structure is not given by property relations but actually emerges through a process of class struggle. The material interests of the middle class are not defined in advance but are formed through status quo class struggle. Sometimes the material interest of a middle class location will lie in higher wages and sometimes in higher profits. Indeed, this ambiguity is what makes a location middle class. The alternative approach suggests a different way of looking at the structural contradictions of middle-class location. A middle-class person is not torn between her differing status on various forms of exploitation. Her class situation is defined by a single exploitation, but she faces a continual struggle over whether she will be exploited or exploiter. This approach has a certain affinity with Adam Przeworski's ideas about class analysis discussed later in this chapter. Class consciousness. Analytical Marxist treatments of class consciousness derive from the theory of rational choice. The connection with rational choice theory occurs in several ways. Consciousness, as understood by analytical Marxists, is a characteristic of individual people, not of supra-individual entities like classes. Class consciousness, therefore, is a characteristic of individual class members, not of classes taken as a whole. Second, class consciousness concerns how individual class members make choices, what alternative actions they consider, how they assess the consequences of these actions, what preferences they hold among the outcomes. The choices involving class consciousness include things like whether to join a union, whether to merge with another corporation, whether to start an independent business, choices relevant to a person's class location. Analytical Marxists usually assume that action is rational in the sense of maximizing preference, given a class member's perceptions of alternatives and their consequences. Rationality enters the picture in another way as well. Some analytical Marxists think it possible to impute specific class interests to a class location on the basis of rational choice. These are the interests that a rational incumbent of the location would have if she fully understood the structure and dynamics of the class system and had no concerns other than those defined by her class location. John Elster defines class consciousness as the ability to overcome the free rider problem in realizing class interests. Thus Elster views class consciousness as an expression of class solidarity. The free rider problem for classes occurs in two different shapes: individual versus class and short-term versus long-term class interest. The first of these arises because individual class members are tempted to seek the benefits of class struggle without enduring the costs of participation. The second manifestation of the free rider problem happens when class struggle focuses exclusively on relatively easy to obtain, short-term objectives rather than on difficult but decisive long-term goals. Everyone, says Eric Wright, has a desire for freedom and autonomy, and class interests arise, very naturally, from the wish to remove limitations on freedom based on class location. But Wright, in contrast to Elster, distinguishes class formation from class consciousness and does not use class interest to define the latter. Class consciousness refers to all class-pertinent beliefs, regardless of how these correspond to class interests. He conceives class consciousness in relation to class structure and class struggle. If class structure is understood as a terrain of social relations that determine objective material interests of actors, and class struggle is understood as the forms of social practices which attempt to realize those interests, then class consciousness can be understood as the subjective processes that shape intentional choices with respect to those interests and struggles. Wright's empirical work investigates the influence of class structure on class consciousness. To measure class consciousness in a capitalist society, Wright gets responses to 6 statements about relations between workers and capitalists, of which the following are typical. 150. Corporations benefit owners at the expense of workers and consumers. It is possible for modern society to run effectively without the profit motive. During a strike, management should be prohibited by law from hiring workers to take the place of strikers. In both Sweden and the United States, class consciousness is polarized between the capitalist class and the working class. As Wright's exploitation-based theory of class predicts, class consciousness in both countries changes in a largely monotonic way along each of the 3 dimensions of exploitation, holding constant any 2 dimensions of exploitation. Pro-working class consciousness increases with increases along the remaining exploitation dimension. Notwithstanding these similarities, the polarization of class consciousness is much greater in Sweden than the United States. Swedish capitalists are quite similar to American capitalists, but Swedish workers hold much stronger pro-working class beliefs than American workers. In the United States, pro-capitalist beliefs penetrate deeply into the wage-earning population, whereas in Sweden such attitudes occur extensively only within bourgeois, small employer, and expert manager class locations. In both Sweden and the United States, union members within each wage-earning class location have stronger pro-working class beliefs than non-union members. But the basic relationship between exploitation and class consciousness holds among union members as well as non-union members in both countries. Men exhibit more polarized class consciousness than do women, but again the basic relationship between exploitation and consciousness is true of both genders in both countries. Using the same data, Wright and Cho undertake a somewhat more elaborate analysis of the relationship between class structure and class consciousness. For purposes of this analysis, they divide all wage-earning positions into working class and middle class locations. They Class 151. They divide these class positions between those located in the private sector and those located in the state sector. In addition to the pro-working class attitudes discussed above, Wright and Cho also consider prostatist attitudes, which concern support for state intervention in various social issues. Within both the private and state sectors, the working class is more anti-capitalist and more favorable to state intervention than the middle class. This result holds in both Sweden and the United States. Within the private sector, class differences in anti-capitalism are much stronger in Sweden than in the United States. In general, in both countries and on both dimensions of class consciousness, there is more ideological polarization in the private sector than in the state sector. The consciousness of the Swedish working class is much more homogeneous across the private-state sector division than is the consciousness of the United States working class. For example, the working class in the United States private sector is significantly more prostatist than the working class in the state sector. But this situation is reversed with respect to the middle class. The United States middle class is somewhat more ideologically homogeneous than the Swedish middle class. As in the case of class structure, Wright explains differences between class consciousness in Sweden and the United States largely in political terms. The social democratic movement in Sweden has reinforced certain elements of working class consciousness and placed a variety of class issues on the political agenda. The feebleness of the labor movement in the United States stands in sharp contrast to the vitality of the Swedish labor movement, which has succeeded in unionizing most white-collar employees and even a substantial number of managers. When dealing with issues of power and property, the political system in the United States eliminates all but a tiny range of alternatives. The upshot of these political developments is that incumbents of wage-earning class locations in the United States do not feel any real sense of unity vis-a-vis owners of capital. Instead, internal divisions, ultimately based upon organizational and skill/credential exploitation, loom overriding and insurmountable in their class consciousness. 152. Women and class, Carling's interpretation. Is the social division between men and women a class division? The answer to this question depends on how one defines class. John Elster proposes a rather general definition of class based on the relationship between a person's possessions and rational economic behavior. A class is a group of people who by virtue of what they possess are compelled to engage in the same activities if they want to make the best use of their endowments. If the idea of endowments is understood broadly, then Elster's definition of class makes gender a class division. The analytical Marxist who has examined the relationship between gender and class most carefully is Alan Carling. After pondering how to conceptualize properly the class position of women, Carling adopts the following definition of class. Class position is about the range of options a person has as a result of the distribution of social access to forces of production. A class division exists between two agents whose welfare differs systematically at an equilibrium of social interaction, as a result of differential possession of forces of production, differential behavior with respect to the production process or both. The innovative thing about this definition is Carling's insistence that class division can result from unequal behavior as well as unequal endowments. The major economic division between men and women in a capitalist society, says Carling, derives from unequal wages in the workplace plus the unequal division of labor within the household. Husbands systematically exploit their wives within domestic production, and the gender split constitutes a bona fide class division. A viable Marxist class analysis must link the public domain of capitalist production with the private domain of household labor. Carling uses two game theory models to analyze the class position of women. The first model, based upon cooperative game theory, treats the economic process by which marriages between working class people who must sell their labor to secure a living are formed. 6. The second model, based upon class. 153. Non-cooperative game theory, considers how housework is divided between wife and husband. The fundamental assumption of the first model is that men get higher wages than women. Each person must obtain a certain amount of money and perform a certain quantity of domestic labor in order to survive. Marriage is conceptualized as an economic agreement in which each party agrees to provide a certain amount of money and to perform a certain amount of housework for the marital unit. People get married for the purpose of reducing the amount of time they must work, and a marriage will not happen unless both husband and wife work less than they do when living alone. Given these assumptions, what kind of households are formable through marriage? Economic rationality requires that the couple take advantage of the higher wages available to men. Hence every viable household has the husband doing at least some wage labor and the wife doing at least some domestic labor. Moreover, the wife always works longer hours than the husband. According to this model, the wife receives a shadow wage for her domestic labor, and a necessary and sufficient condition for a viable household is that this shadow wage be greater than the market wage available to women but less than the wage paid to men. Carling identifies four kinds of viable households: symmetrical households, in which husband and wife each do some paid labor and some domestic labor; houseworker households, in which the wife does all the domestic labor, but both husband and wife do paid labor; breadwinner households, in which the husband does all the paid labor, but the domestic labor is shared; and traditional households, in which the husband does all the paid labor and the wife does all the domestic labor. The surprising result is that symmetrical households, the only viable households that seem relatively egalitarian, are never Pareto optimal and thus would never be formed by economically rational men or women. By contrast, all other formable households are Pareto optimal and hence real options for rational people. Using this relatively simple cooperative game model, Carling derives a variety of sometimes counterintuitive results. If the wage paid to women increases, then households of the breadwinner 154 type become more frequent. Conversely, if the wage paid to men decreases, then houseworker households, where women do all the domestic work, become more common. When children enter the picture, greatly expanding the time required for domestic labor, breadwinner households become the preponderant and sometimes the only economically rational form. Within any formable household, women work longer than men. Does this constitute exploitation? Carling considers this question with painstaking care under several different assumptions about the legitimacy of the wage differential and the coerciveness of the exchange between husband and wife. But even under the most benign assumptions, with the wage differential deemed just and the exchange non-coercive, there are compelling reasons to think the wife's labor overload is exploitative. For example, there always exist formable households where the difference between the amounts of labor performed by wife and husband exceeds the difference that would happen if they lived apart. And because the domestic relationship between wife and husband entails irreducible exploitation, Carling concludes that analytical Marxists who generally advocate exploitation-based concepts of class must consider it a class relationship. Carling's first model concerns the nature of the marriage contract and the economic conditions under which a conjugal household comes into being. His second model, based on non-cooperative game theory, deals with the strategic interaction between husband and wife over who actually does the housework. With regard to any housework, a spouse can either contribute or not contribute to doing the task. Assuming that both husband and wife dislike housework, the most preferred outcome is having the other spouse do the job while doing nothing oneself. The next most preferred outcome is doing the housework together. Because workers want to have neat and orderly homes, the worst outcome is if neither spouse does the housework. Interaction defined in this way generates a game of chicken, named after the suicidal teenage driving contest of the 1950s. The payoff matrix for this household version of chicken appears in Figure 5.2. Each cell of the matrix designates an outcome of the game. The first symbol in the cell gives the payoff of that class. 155. Husband. Contributes to doing housework. Does not contribute to doing housework. Contributes to doing housework. Wife. B, C, A. Does not contribute to A, C, D doing housework. A, B, C, D. Figure 5.2 payoff matrix for chicken game generated by interaction between wife and husband about who does the housework. Outcome for the wife, and the second symbol gives the payoff to the husband. The household chicken game has two radically different solutions. In one solution, the wife does the housework and the husband does nothing. The second solution is just the reverse, the husband does the housework and the wife does nothing. No other solutions exist, that is, no other combination of strategies is stable. Both of these solutions involve extreme exploitation, but from the abstract game model alone we cannot determine which solution, if any, will occur. Although the solution of the game model is indeterminate, Carling argues that the weight of convention and just about everything else favors the wife doing the housework and the husband doing nothing. In most cases the husband will have a stronger position in the job market. A messy household diminishes the status of the wife more than that of the husband. Men have learned how to contrive insensitivity to domestic chaos as a means of evading household chores. 156. To support this argument, Carling reviews Susan McRae's study of 30 British couples among whom the wife had higher occupational status than the husband. If these cross-class families were motivated by the kind of economic rationality assumed in the first model, they would reverse the conventional distribution of housework to accommodate the wife's greater earning power. But McRae found that gender role reversal rarely happens, even among couples ideologically committed to gender equality. The chicken game supports Carling's claim that relations between men and women involve systematic exploitation of the latter by the former and are therefore class relations. It also indicates that exploitation can be the unavoidable outcome of social interaction even when endowments are completely equal. The chicken game is entirely symmetric, yet the only sensible solutions involve one player egregiously exploiting the other. This is why Carling insists that class divisions can result from unequal behavior as well as from unequal endowments. The theoretical motivation underlying Carling's definition of class is clear, but it threatens to make every inequality, no matter how it happens, a class division. Women and class, Wright's interpretation. Class is not equivalent to oppression, and so long as different categories of women own different types and amounts of productive assets, and by virtue of that ownership enter into different positions within the social relations of production, then women qua women cannot be considered a class. Women do not constitute a class, says Eric Wright. The tendency to conceptualize the oppression of women as a class relationship reduces the intelligibility of the class concept and also shrouds the true nature of women's oppression. To analyze the place of women in the class structure, Wright formulates the concept of mediated class relations. Real people are linked to production not only by their direct relations to productive resources but also by other social class. 157. Relations such as connections with the state and family ties. Wright calls these indirect relations with the system of production mediated class relations and reconceptualizes class structure as the sum of direct and indirect class relations. Although capitalist class structure shows considerable variation, mediated class relations are usually more important for defining the class locations of women than of men. Where are housewives located in the capitalist class structure? With respect to capitalism, says Wright, their material interests and their exploitation status do not differ from those of their husbands. Though husbands may exploit their wives within the context of household production, Wright doubts that this usually happens. That is, he doubts that the normal economy of the working class family involves a net transfer of labor from housewives to their working husbands, and he doubts that working class wives would toil less if the division of labor within home and workplace were completely equal. Part of Wright's skepticism about the prevalence of household exploitation reflects the existence of gender discrimination in the labor market. Being subject to discriminatory wage rates and hiring practices, housewives might not benefit from a completely egalitarian division of family labor. Turning from housewives to employed women, Wright finds that men and women who participate in the labor force have very different class distributions. Women in both Sweden and the United States are a clear majority of the working class but are underrepresented in class locations exercising exploitation. Surprisingly, the difference between the class distribution of employed men and women is greater in Sweden than the United States, and Swedish women experience more underrepresentation within exploiting class locations. One cause of gender differences in class distribution is that men are much more likely to gain promotion from working to middle-class positions, especially during the first half of their working careers. The family incorporates both direct and mediated class relations and is vital for understanding the class structure of any society. In both Sweden and the United States, most working-class people live in households containing only workers. However, marriages between working-class and middle-class people 158 are less common in the United States than in Sweden, from which Wright concludes that the U.S. middle class is structurally more isolated. Because women constitute a majority of the working class women are more likely to live in families that get some income from exploitation than are working-class men. This disparity in family context may explain differences in the class actions taken by working-class men and women. Within both Sweden and the United States, the same basic relationship between class location and class consciousness holds among women and among men. For each gender, pro-capitalist attitudes increase along each dimension of exploitation. However, Women in both countries exhibit less ideological polarization than do men. Differences in class consciousness between women in exploiting and women in exploited class locations are smaller than for men. Women in expert manager positions prove distinctly less favorable toward capitalism than their male counterparts, which accounts for much of the gender difference in ideological polarization. Female expert managers are less enthusiastic about capitalism, Wright hypothesizes, because they usually occupy lower positions on the managerial hierarchy than their male counterparts. An important element of class consciousness is subjective class identification, into which, if any, class does a person place herself. Wright studies the relative influence of own class location and husband's class location on the subjective class identification of married employed women. In theoretical terms, this amounts to investigating the comparative impact of direct and mediated class relations on female class consciousness. In the United States, it turns out, the class location of a woman's job does not affect either her own subjective class identification or that of her husband. In Sweden, however, the class location of a woman's job influences her husband's class identification as well as her own. Mediated class relations seem to affect female class consciousness in both countries, but direct class relations only influence the consciousness of Swedish women. Within the United States, observes Michael Burawa, class location influences class consciousness mainly through its class 159 effects on material consumption, whereas in Sweden class location shapes class consciousness at least partly through daily interactions at work. This difference might explain the results reported in the previous paragraph. In the United States but not in Sweden, an employed wife's class identity derives mainly from her family's level of material consumption, and hence mainly from the earnings of the chief breadwinner. Because the chief breadwinner is usually the husband, an employed American wife but not an employed Swedish wife tends to identify with her husband's class location. Eric Wright consistently emphasizes the distinctions between class and gender, and between exploitation and oppression. With equal consistency, however, he recognizes that class exploitation and gender oppression interact with each other in important ways. The nature of this interaction is highly variable, and Wright cannot yet formulate a systematic theory of how it operates. The concept of mediated class relations provides a materialist foundation for addressing the relations between class and gender without compromising the essential distinctions between the two and without subordinating one to the other. Proletarianization. Classical Marxism claimed that capitalist development entailed a systematic process of proletarianization. As commodity production expands, capitalist relations invade every form of economic activity, and the organization of production becomes increasingly centralized. The spread of capitalist relations ruins small producers and independent artisans, forcing them into the working class, which becomes steadily larger. The process of proletarianization, it is argued, also transforms the character of labor under capitalism. The activity of labor becomes increasingly routinized, the autonomy of the worker becomes increasingly restricted, and technical knowledge becomes increasingly concentrated in an ever-diminishing share of the labor force. The thesis of a continuing proletarianization of labor under modern capitalism is powerfully advocated in Harry Braverman's influential book Labor and Monopoly Capital. 160. Analytical Marxists tend to be agnostic about the thesis of continuing proletarianization under modern capitalism. Because Romer identifies unequal ownership of property rather than domination of the labor process as the source of capitalist exploitation, the proletarianization thesis is not essential to his analysis of capitalism. Capitalist exploitation occurs equally well under credit markets involving little proletarianization as under labor markets that involve a great deal. Moreover, any real capitalist society contains a combination of different exploitations rather than the growing monopoly of a single form. This is significant because some varieties of exploitation do not proletarianize labor. Important empirical research on the progress of proletarianization in recent decades is reported in two papers by Eric Wright and his collaborators. Among other things, These papers exemplify the self-critical spirit and willingness to acknowledge error admired by analytical Marxists. The earlier paper uses a combination of survey and census data to examine proletarianization in the United States class structure between 1960 and 1970. The authors break down changes in proletarianization into two components: an industry effect that alters proletarianization by changing how the labor force is distributed between different industries, and a class effect that alters proletarianization by changing the nature of particular industries. These two components of proletarianization counteracted each other during the 1960 to 1970 decade. A strong and consistent proletarianizing tendency occurred within particular industries, but this was hidden by the growth of industrial sectors such as state services with low proletarianization. On the basis of these findings, Wright and Singelmann anticipated an increase in proletarianization in subsequent decades. Class effects causing proletarianization within industries would continue and perhaps even accelerate, they predicted, while industry effects reducing aggregate proletarianization through labor force redistribution would diminish. The second paper uses the same method to analyze proletarianization in the United States over the 20-year period from 1960 to 1980 and utterly refutes the class. 161. Predictions made in the first. Contrary to expectations, the authors found that deproletarianization occurred within almost all industrial sectors during the 1970s and that changes in the relative size of industrial sectors during this decade continued to favor deproletarianization. 8. They also discovered a pronounced acceleration in the growth of managerial class locations within almost all industrial sectors. How can Marxist theory explain such deproletarianization? Capitalist development, argue Wright and Martin, fosters the emergence of post-capitalist class relations, which rest upon organizational and skill exploitations. The growth of classes controlling organizational assets and skill assets in various combinations explains the process of deproletarianization observed during the 1970s. Whether Wright and Martin intend this as a theoretical explanation of the observed deproletarianization or merely as a redescription of the finding using the language of exploitation is not quite clear. But if it is intended as an explanation, then it seems tainted by tautological reasoning. Wright and Martin claim knowledge about the post-capitalist development of human society and try to explain present happenings through the imminence of this hypothetical future. Their explanation also implies that deproletarianization is a protracted tendency rather than a temporary fluctuation. Any significant resumption of proletarianization during the 1980s or 1990s would invalidate the Wright and Martin explanation of how class structure evolved during the 1970s. A neo-Weberian critique of analytical Marxist class analysis. The British team associated with the comparative project on class structure and class consciousness reach theoretical conclusions very different than those of Eric Wright. Although they do not doubt the existence or the causal importance of class structure in British society, Gordon Marshall and his colleagues believe that a neo-Weberian perspective provides a better basis for class analysis than does the analytical Marxist approach of 162. Eric Wright. Some of the criticisms made by the British team are methodological in nature. Wright classifications are not generally reliable in terms of what they themselves purport to be measuring. There are too many instances of managers who are not really managers, supervisors who are not really supervisors, and workers who are not really workers. The categories are extremely heterogeneous even in their own terms. On practical grounds alone his schemes are of doubtful value. Nor is it clear that Wright's class algorithms generate meaningful categories irrespective of the reliability with which they operationalize the theory. Other criticisms are more substantive. The theoretical categories used by Wright artificially diminish the number of intermediate class locations and thus greatly exaggerate the degree of polarization in British class structure. The artificial elimination of intermediate class locations also exaggerates the amount of social mobility in British society, making it seem much more open than it really is. Marshall and his colleagues conclude that the neo-Weberian framework suggested by John Goldthorpe offers a more robust and reliable way of analyzing British class structure than Wright's analytical Marxism. Goldthorpe, in contrast to all Marxist approaches, does not interpret class as an antagonistic relationship or derive it from the system of economic production. Instead, he views a person's class as a combination of her market situation and her work situation. In a subsequent paper, Goldthorpe and Marshall advocate treating class analysis as a research program rather than a theoretical position of any sort, and conjecture that class structure may be irrelevant to social change. How devastating are these criticisms? The methodological problems identified by the British team afflict virtually every form of empirical research on social class. Their evidence does not establish that Wright's scheme creates more egregious methodological difficulties than other possible class categories. At least some of the methodological problems can be handled without a major theoretical overhaul. For example, improved class 163. Ways of operationalizing autonomy and authority on the job would reduce apparent misclassifications. Some of the substantive criticisms made by the British team seem to reflect prior commitments about the nature of British class structure. The results of applying Wright's class categories may be surprising, but are they wrong? Perhaps British society is both more polarized and more open than Marshall and his colleagues want to believe. The most important difference between neo-Marxism and neo-Weberianism concerns the theory of history. Neo-Weberians are highly skeptical that any general theory of history is possible, whereas for neo-Marxists understanding history is the main purpose of scientific inquiry. Given such differences, it is only natural that neo-Weberians should want to detach class analysis from broad concepts of history. But is anything gained by such detachment? The polarization hypothesis may be entirely wrong. The chief causal impact of class structure may be, as Goldthorpe and Marshall suggest, resisting rather than compelling change. Yet the effort to connect class analysis and history greatly enriches the propositions social scientists are inclined to investigate. Indeed, this connection has been the main motivation for class analysis and the main source of its continuing fascination. Class struggle and class formation. A Marxist method of class analysis entirely different from that of Wright is developed by Adam Przeworski and his co-workers. Przeworski denies that class structure is prior to class formation and class struggle. Classes are not given uniquely by any objective positions because they constitute effects of struggles, and these struggles are not determined uniquely by the relations of production. Class struggles are structured by the totality of economic, political, and ideological relations, and they have an autonomous effect upon the process of class formation. Positions within the relations of production are no longer viewed as being objective in the sense of being prior to class struggles. Positions within 164. Social relations constitute limits upon the success of political practice, but within these historically concrete limits the formation of classes in struggle is determined by struggles that have class formation as their effect. Classes, according to this conception, are the results rather than the causes of class struggle, and class struggle is a continuous process leading to the organization and disorganization of classes. Eventually, class struggle becomes a conflict between different classes, but before that it is a struggle about which classes will be formed. The formation of classes is not inevitable. Class formation emerges from political conflict when various organizations are able to instill the masses with a particular vision of society. But collective identity need not congeal along class lines, it could also take shape on the basis of race, ethnicity, nationality, or religion. And even if classes are formed, the character of this formation is not uniquely determined. Several different class constellations are feasible under any historical circumstances. The subtleties of Przeworski's class analysis are illustrated by his interpretation of political relations between workers and bourgeoisie under capitalism. Political organizations associated with the working class typically try to organize politics on a class basis. That is, they try to develop political structures based on the image of a class-divided society, each class having its own particular political interests. Bourgeois ideology, on the other hand, interprets society as a classless collection of individuals with no structurally induced conflicts of interest. In contrast to workers, the bourgeoisie seldom relies upon a separate political party. Rather, it operates through many different parties, each claiming to represent the universalistic interests of all individuals. Due to these political relations, ideological class struggle under capitalism focuses on whether the concept of class is essential for understanding society. It turns out that class is important in a society if, when, and only to the extent to which it is important to some political parties, which organize workers as a class. Workers are the only class which is a potential proponent of the class image of society, when no political party seeks to organize workers as a class, separately from and in opposition to all other classes. The class image of society is absent altogether from political discourse. Przeworski is interested in why capitalism has been so resilient and why socialism has never been established through an electoral process. He uses his class struggle concept of class to argue for two main conclusions. In order to participate effectively in the process of electoral competition, socialist parties are compelled to undermine the organization of workers as a class, and economic conflict under capitalism is not a zero-sum game. Economic compromises between workers and capitalists are possible and are often preferred by workers over more radical strategies. Przeworski and Sprague conclude that socialism is something of an embarrassment to modern left-wing parties that function in a democratic capitalist context. We shall say more about these assertions in the next chapter. But let us briefly consider why Adam Przeworski's iconoclastic ideas about class fall into the domain of analytical Marxism. Although strongly at odds with analytical Marxists like Wright and Romer who place class structure at the heart of class analysis, Przeworski's thinking relies heavily upon the concept of rational action. It is this concept that makes him doubt that class structure can be defined apart from class struggle, and it is this concept that reveals insuperable barriers to the achievement of socialism by electoral means. He advocates the principle of methodological individualism and makes extensive use of game theory to model the interaction between classes. Moreover, Przeworski has developed his theories of class in dialogue with leading analytical Marxist thinkers like John Romer and Eric Wright. If class is an effect of class struggle, as Przeworski claims, then what causes class struggle? Although Przeworski has much to say about political parties, trade unions, and the state, this question never receives a convincing answer. When pressed to distinguish class struggle from other conflict, he boldly defines it as any struggle that has the effect of class organization or disorganization, thus consigning the entire relationship between class and class struggle to the realm of tautology. Przeworski's class struggle interpretation of class is original, provocative, and insightful regarding the durability of capitalism. 166. Taken as a general doctrine, however, it weakens the capacity of class to explain either historical transformations or the social organization of non-capitalist economic systems. If class divisions do not derive from fundamental social relations but are continually formed and deconstructed in response to ill-defined struggles, then what can class tell us about the evolution of human society or the prospects that lie ahead? Przeworski does not think the class structure of society is infinitely malleable or that class formation is free of exogenous constraints. But he is not very clear about what these constraints might be and what real possibilities of class formation exist in any concrete situation. Przeworski's research practice seems far less iconoclastic than his theoretical pronouncements. Judging from the latter, his concept of class should be something entirely novel. But when gathering data or doing specific historical interpretations, he talks about the usual capitalist classes and defines them in very standard ways. Perhaps this notable disjuncture between theory and practice reflects the inadequacy of available evidence, but it could indicate an extravagant mode of theoretical expression. The collapse of German democracy, a class analysis. Consider the application of class analysis to an important historical problem, The Collapse of the Weimar Republic and the Ascendance to Power of German Fascism. David Abraham, a social historian influenced by the ideas of Adam Przeworski, makes extensive use of class analysis to explain the collapse of German democracy during the 1930s. Perhaps the most distinctive feature of Abraham's interpretation is his application to the German bourgeoisie of Przeworski's notion that classes are continuously organized and disorganized through class struggle. Difficulties in achieving bourgeois class unity are central to his interpretation of why the Weimar democracy collapsed. Abraham explains the disintegration of the Weimar Republic as a conflict between the conditions required to reproduce social democracy and the requirements of capital accumulation. At a certain point of its history, Weimar Germany could no longer tolerate the conflict between the costs of integration in a political system that was based on a mixture of strife and cooperation between social classes, and the necessity of private accumulation and control in a capitalist economy. The eventual recourse to an alliance with the fascist movement, or what might charitably be described as a surrender to the Nazis by the majority of the representatives of Germany's dominant class fractions, issued from the perceived inadequacy of the republican political system. Based on tenuous coalition building among fragmented parties, it could not unite the interests of the dominant classes and could aggregate no base of popular support other than the costly one represented by social democracy. Industrial and agrarian leaders were convinced that post-depression Germany had to be spared the costliness and unreliability of a democratic political constitution and profit-devouring social welfare system. Support of fascism was thus not simply an attempt to survive the depression, it was a way of using the crisis. The German bourgeoisie consisted of three principal class fractions with somewhat divergent class interests: owners of agricultural estates, capitalists based in heavy industry relying upon domestic markets, and capitalists within newer industries oriented toward production for export. A stable system of capital accumulation must achieve a minimal degree of bourgeois unity, establish a coherent routine of economic reproduction, and provide sufficient popular support for capitalist relations. Given the fragmentation of the bourgeoisie, establishing and maintaining such a system was highly problematic and usually required extensive political mediation. The process of class struggle in German society generated shifting class coalitions, and these coalitions placed severe constraints on how capital accumulation could be accomplished. Prior to World War I, the dominant coalition in German capitalism was a union between the landowning class and heavy industry, giving political supremacy to large landowners and supporting industrial profits by constraining the working class. The class struggles that erupted at the end of World War I destroyed the political supremacy of the landowners and eliminated many constraints formerly placed on the working class. Hence these struggles shattered the viability of the pre-war class coalition. 168. The social foundation of the Weimar Republic, according to Abraham, was a coalition between capitalists in the more dynamic, less cartelized, export-oriented industries, salaried employees, and the industrial working class. Under this coalition, the non-property owning classes gained various welfare benefits but accepted the inviolability of capitalist property and abandoned efforts to participate in managing capitalist industry. The export industries secured state support for peaceful penetration of foreign markets. The export industries could afford this class compromise during the mid-1920s because they enjoyed technological superiority over foreign competitors and had relatively low labor costs. The economic crisis of the late 1920s undermined the working class export industry coalition. Profit margins in the export industries declined, as did their political dominance over other fractions of the capitalist class. Neither the export industry capitalists nor any other fraction of the bourgeoisie felt they could afford the welfare system that was the heart of the Weimar social contract. Yet the German bourgeoisie could not institute a viable regime of capital accumulation on some other basis. The politically fragmented nature of Weimar democracy made it difficult to establish the necessary degree of capitalist class unity and to mobilize popular support for the capitalist system. Meanwhile, the Nazi movement gained impressive support among the beleaguered middle classes of German society. This, together with the fragmented nature of the bourgeoisie and the absence of a popular base for capitalism, created a situation rife with fascist possibilities. The conditions were present for a polarization of political conflict and its removal from the parliamentary theater, as well as for a possible capitalist-fascist alliance, an economic crisis, in which the national product was insufficient to satisfy both labor's minimal wage demands and the minimally necessary level of profit, a socialist movement, which showed no signs of backing away from costly and successful economic demands, a mass authoritarian populism, which could be organized and harnessed politically despite the absence of any substantial economic unity, and a politically weak capitalist class frustrated with liberal institutions and prepared to support imperialist and anti-socialist movements in league with pre-industrial statist elites. The fragmented German bourgeoisie neither created nor controlled the Nazi movement. But Abraham maintains they eventually welcomed Hitler's rise to power as a means of overcoming their own disunity and establishing stable routines of capital accumulation. It would be an alternative through which the interests of the dominant classes might be represented less directly but more effectively than they had been. Abraham's class analysis of the collapse of the Weimar Republic has been highly controversial among students of German history. Many of the criticisms reflect differences between Marxist and non-Marxist historical perspectives. 9. While appreciating the ingenuity of Abraham's interpretations and his use of theoretical principles suggested by analytical Marxists, we can still raise questions about the plausibility of his analysis. Was the division between heavy industry and export industry as clear and decisive as he suggests? Would difficulties in achieving bourgeois unity, even when combined with frustrations about parliamentary democracy, be sufficient to panic large parts of the capitalist class into alliance with a radical and volatile fascist party? Even if such an alliance were formed, could it propel the fascist party into power and accomplish the demolition of democracy? Conclusion. The study of class has been one of the most fruitful activities of analytical Marxism, a ground for sustained interaction between theoretical conception and empirical research. Space limitations prevent us from discussing all the meritorious work on class produced by analytical Marxists. We are compelled to pass over the Bowles and Gintis theory of contested exchange and Philippi van Paragis's analysis of the class structure of welfare state capitalism, among others. The strategy of class analysis pursued by most analytical Marxists involves the following elements: theoretical integration between the concepts of class and exploitation, use of rational action to establish a linkage between individual and class, a multidimensional concept of class allowing complex specification of class locations, use of class dynamics to explain major historical transitions, and testing hypotheses derived from class analysis through multivariate statistical analysis. Analytical Marxists are not converging toward a unified theory of class, but their shared assumptions facilitate useful dialogue. Such dialogue greatly enriches each separate formulation even when it does not generate theoretical convergence. The intense interest exhibited by analytical Marxists in problems of class analysis is not very surprising. Most of the pressing issues in Marxist theory can be formulated in terms of class. What explains the reluctance of the proletariat to function as the revolutionary undertaker of capitalism? Why do class locations that are neither bourgeois nor proletarian proliferate in capitalist society? How does the class structure of underdeveloped capitalism differ from that of advanced capitalism, and what does this imply about the historical trajectory of the former? What is the class structure of state socialist societies, and can these societies evolve toward genuine socialism? These questions are in no way unique to analytical Marxism. They constitute a challenge to traditional Marxist theory and demand consideration by serious Marxists of all theoretical stripes. What may be unique to analytical Marxism is how its practitioners address these questions. They do so by trying to combine standard methodologies of modern social science, revisionist inclinations toward Marxist theory, and fidelity to the emancipatory project of Marxism. If analytical Marxism has a general strategy for doing science, then class analysis must lie at the heart of that strategy. The heart of analytical Marxist class analysis involves reformulating the concept of class in a manner that affirms its link to exploitation, improves its capacity to explain historical events, and suggests plausible answers to crucial social questions of our epoch. 6. State. The strategic conception of the state. The leading analytical Marxist theorist of the state, Adam Przeworski, makes the following comment about Marxist political theory. The central and only distinctive claim of Marxist political theory is that under capitalism all governments must respect and protect the essential claims of those who own the productive wealth of society. Capitalists are endowed with public power, power that no formal institutions can overcome. People may have political rights, they may vote, and governments may pursue popular mandates. State managers may have interests and conceptions of their own. But the effective capacity of all governments to attain whatever goals is circumscribed by the public power of capital. The nature of political forces that control the state institutions does not alter this situation, for it is structural, a characteristic of the system, not of occupants of governmental positions or the winners of elections. The work of Przeworski and his collaborators has revolved around the question of whether capitalists really do have public power that no political institutions can overcome. Almost all Marxist political thinkers, from Engels through Gramsci, have claimed they do. Przeworski is not so sure. He rejects the functionalist Marxism of Klausov and Nikos Balantzas, who explain the public power of capitalists by arguing that the state in a capitalist society is institutionally committed to reproducing the capitalist economic system. He also rejects the instrumentalist interpretations of William Domhoff and Ralph Miliband, who derive the political power of capitalists from direct penetration of the state by capitalist personnel, values, and/or resources. While wrestling with such questions, Przeworski evolves what I shall call the strategic conception of the state. This concept attempts to avoid the twin snares of determinism and voluntarism by interpreting the state as the institutional terrain upon which strategic interactions concerning the domain of political affairs take place. The state as an institution consists of all structures defining the conduct of strategic political interactions. These interactions can be conflictual, cooperative, or any combination thereof. For theoretical purposes, the participants are usually conceived as rational actors, and they may be individuals or social aggregates like parties, classes, bureaucracies, or pressure groups. The political outcomes that are the object of strategic interaction in the state include formation of public policy, occupancy of positions within the state structure, transformation of the state institutional terrain itself, and specification of who can participate in politics. Calling the interaction process strategic does not mean it is fair, equal, or orderly. State-organized political interaction is typically loaded in favor of some social classes and against others. Indeed, one or more classes may be entirely excluded from the political interaction process. The strategic concept of the state does not exclude the possibility of a class-dominated state. For example, a capitalist state could be defined as one where the political interaction process systematically shields capitalist relations of production and/or gives special advantage to the capitalist class in the interplay of political strategies. Political outcomes have well-defined utilities for the political contenders, giving strategic interaction on the terrain of the state a game-like character no matter how grave the issues under contention. Consequently, the methodology most appropriate for elaborating the strategic conception of the state is game theory. Przeworski's strategic conception of the state is similar to the view set forth by John Elster. The cardinal question in the Marxist theory of the state, says Elster, concerns whether the state can be understood as an expression of class. 174. Interest. This question gained momentum from the crucial shifts in the thinking of Karl Marx induced by the revolutions of 1848. Prior to that year, Marx considered the state simply an instrument of the economically dominant class. But when the French, English, and German bourgeoisie each rejected the readily available reins of state power, Marx concluded that states at least in capitalist societies could be more autonomous of the dominant class than he had previously believed possible. The autonomy of the state, however, was not complete and could itself be deduced from the properties of class structure. Elster uses the prisoner's dilemma game to explain Marx's thinking about the state. Relations between members of a class resemble the prisoner's dilemma situation. Common class interests exist, but there is also a strong temptation to seek individual advantage by defecting from the cooperative class strategy. If many class members defect, the entire class suffers, sometimes egregiously. The task of the state is to provide a cooperative solution for the prisoner's dilemma faced by members of the economically dominant class, and, as part of this task, to prevent the members of the dominated class from solving their dilemma. According to Marx's pre-1848 instrumentalist conception, the state undertook this task because it was a tool of the dominant class. Subsequently, he recognized that the state could organize the dominant class and disorganize the dominated class more efficiently by having some autonomy from the former. However, Marx held a narrow pre-strategic conception of power, says Elster, which prevented him from recognizing the full extent of state autonomy under capitalism. The strategic conception of politics articulated by both Przeworski and Elster stands at the center of analytical Marxist thinking about the state, but other theories have been proposed. Gerald Cohen's version of historical materialism suggests a functionalist theory in which the characteristics of the state are explained by the effects they have on the economic base of society. Eric Wright also adopts an essentially functionalist position, explaining the form of the state under various modes of production through its consequences for class relations and for maintaining the dominant pattern of exploitation. A Weberian conception of the state, which is defined as monopoly of the legitimate means of state. 175. Coercion plus the institutions regulating the power flowing from this monopoly, is proposed by Samuel Bowles and Herbert Gintis in their book Democracy and Capitalism. They combine this, somewhat incongruously, with enormous faith in the liberating potential of radical democracy. This chapter concentrates upon the strategic conception of the state not only because it is preponderant among analytical Marxists but even more because it embodies the distinctive features of the analytical Marxist approach to politics. As we shall see, this approach tries to integrate class analysis with the theory of rational action in explaining the formation of public policy. The strategic conception of the state carries this program a step further by deriving a deep structure of political affairs from strategic interactions of nominally autonomous actors on a terrain of tolerated strategies, institutionalized rules, and expected payoffs called the state. State autonomy. A state is considered autonomous if the policies it implements are not determined by forces outside the state itself. Under capitalism, the two external forces most likely to determine state policy are the citizens of the state and the capitalist class. The executives of an autonomous state have objectives of their own and the institutional capacity to pursue these objectives. State autonomy does not mean that state policy is unconstrained by external forces, uninfluenced by public opinion, or independent of the wishes of the capitalist class. It does mean that the state is able to contravene public opinion and act against the desires of the dominant economic class. Despite the impact of 1848 on the political thinking of Karl Marx, until fairly recently most Marxists regarded state autonomy in a capitalist society, although theoretically feasible, as an exceptional situation. Since the 1960s, however, Marxists of all varieties have usually considered state autonomy as the normal political condition of a capitalist society. But they are not of one mind about why the state is autonomous from the capitalist class. The specific contribution of analytical Marxism has been to 176. Explicate the logical foundations of various explanations and offer sympathetic criticism. We shall discuss three different theories of state autonomy: capitalist class abdication, capitalist class weakness, and class balance. According to the capitalist class abdication theory, the capitalist class could control the state but finds it advantageous not to do so. Why might political abdication be advantageous to capitalists? Because money making is their overriding concern, capitalists might avoid all distractions from the pursuit of profit, including politics. Such abandonment of politics for money-making is especially feasible if the state is constrained, by fiscal dependence and other considerations, against following policies hostile to capitalist interests. Alternatively, the capitalist class may consider itself systematically unsuited to govern. The unquenchable appetite for profit vital to a successful capitalist could have disastrous results in a state manager, yielding hard times for the entire capitalist system. Capitalists may want an autonomous state able to function as a neutral party for resolving conflicts between them. Control of the state by the capitalist class could undermine the legitimacy of state policy, thereby embroiling capitalists in exhausting and avoidable struggles with other classes, particularly workers. This possibility could furnish another incentive for political abdication by the capitalist class. The capitalist class abdication theory has two fundamental weaknesses. A plausible claim of abdication requires proof that the capitalist class really could control the state, but no compelling arguments to this effect are forthcoming. The capacity to rule is simply assumed as a consequence of capitalist social relations. There is also a problem of confidence. State policy is highly relevant to the fortunes of capitalist enterprise. How can the capitalist class acquire sufficient confidence in the goodwill and competence of an autonomous state to motivate collective political abdication? Occasionally the state does adopt policies that seem contrary to the wishes and interests of the capitalist class. According to the class weakness theory, the state is autonomous only if the capitalist class lacks sufficient strength to govern. A contrast is sometimes drawn between the center and state. 177. Periphery of the capitalist world system, with the former having a strong bourgeoisie and a dependent state, and the latter having a weak bourgeoisie and an autonomous state. Unfortunately, the available evidence does not support the class weakness theory. The state is customarily autonomous in capitalist societies regardless of whether the bourgeoisie is weak or strong. And by the same token, the polarity between the center and periphery of the capitalist world does not correspond to a division between dependent and autonomous states. The class balance theory attributes state autonomy to a class equilibrium within civil society. Workers and capitalists are so equally matched that neither can become politically dominant over the other. Efforts by either side to seize control of the state could precipitate civil war, and recognition of this possibility encourages mutual restraint. The class stalemate removes the usual constraints on government activity, creating a situation of state autonomy. A balance between a strong capitalist and a strong working class encourages the emergence of a fascist state, whereas a balance between two weak classes precipitates a less strident authoritarianism. Class balance theory may illuminate authoritarian versions of the capitalist state, but it does not provide a general explanation of state autonomy, which often exists even without anything approaching a class equilibrium. Przeworski poses the interesting question of whether state autonomy exists under democracy. State autonomy is not inevitable under democratic conditions, he concludes, but it can happen largely because state officials are not perfect agents of the people. To illustrate this point, Przeworski develops a simple rational choice model based on the idea that state officials derive satisfaction from state activity. The model predicts that these officials, if not closely monitored, will initiate more state activity than is best for the public. John Elster gives the following example of interaction between an autonomous state and a strong capitalist class. The government can select a policy from a set of alternatives, but the capitalist class can exclude any alternative that it finds particularly bad. If the government gets too outrageous, the capitalist class can remove it from office, but the capitalists must then rule directly, something they hope to avoid doing. 178. If the worst alternatives are excluded, reason the capitalists, it matters little which of the remaining policies the government selects. Because the government knows its tenure in office depends upon good behavior, capitalists probably need not trouble themselves to eliminate the worst alternatives, rational state managers will not select them anyway. And if the government does not choose the alternative most favored by the capitalists, this shields the class from political resentment without inflicting significant harm. The government, in this hypothetical interaction, recognizes that its own power rests upon the reluctance of the capitalists to rule directly and is therefore conditional. But such reluctance still gives the government considerable decision-making leeway. Though conditional, the power of the state is very real and depending on the circumstances may match that of the capitalist class. Parties and political strategy. Political parties are an essential component of democratic capitalism. An effective party system, some would say, makes the difference between government constrained by popular will and rule by plebiscite. Marxist theory poses two major questions about parties under democratic capitalism. Can the electoral process accomplish a transition from capitalism to socialism? What kind of political strategy should a socialist party adopt under democratic capitalism? The most incisive work on these questions has been done by Adam Przeworski and his colleagues. The organization of democratic politics in terms of class, points out Przeworski, is not inevitable and sometimes does not happen. The relevance of class to the political process depends upon the strategies adopted by leftist and socialist political parties because these are the organizations that can benefit from politics organized along class lines. Individual voting behavior of all descriptions results largely from the activities of political parties. State 179. Political parties are not reducible to either class or state. They maintain relative autonomy from entities of both kinds and actually participate in the constitution of each. As indicated above, Przeworski regards class as the effect of class struggle, which, under conditions of democratic capitalism, is largely organized by political parties. Similarly, the identity of the state depends heavily upon the party structure it incorporates. Under democratic capitalism, socialist political parties face a unique dilemma. Manual wage workers, the traditional core of the working class, never have been and never will be the numerical majority in any capitalist society. Hence manual wage workers cannot, on their own, carry a leftist party to electoral victory. Nevertheless, socialist and leftist parties in virtually all democratic capitalist societies are based upon manual wage workers. Leaders of these parties must choose between being homogeneous in class composition and with a straightforward class-based ideology, but with no chance of winning elections, and a broader party with a diluted class orientation and some hope of winning elections. What makes this choice particularly difficult for socialists is that becoming a mass party significantly weakens the organization's appeal to workers. By becoming a mass party and adjusting its propaganda for that purpose, the Socialist Party reduces the relevance of class for politics, reduces the likelihood that manual wage workers will adopt a working class identity, and reduces the internal cohesion of the working class. Thus the gain in non-working class voters is often counterbalanced by the loss of working class adherents. Socialist parties, observes Przeworski, remain minority parties even after becoming parties of the mass. To investigate these ideas further, Przeworski and Sprague develop a simple model of strategic action and apply it to Western European leftist parties in post-World War II elections. Of particular interest is the trade-off between losing working class votes and gaining votes from other classes when a leftist party shifts from a class to a mass base. When a social democratic party faces competition from other parties that appeal to workers on a particularistic basis, communist, religious, or ethnic parties, then the trade-off for becoming a mass party is quite 180 severe. On the other hand, if labor unions are strong, then the trade-off is more favorable because unions keep class politically salient even when the leftist party opts for a mass base. Przeworski and Sprague find a definite trade-off between the political recruitment of manual wage workers and salaried employees. Manual workers in post-World War II Europe simply do not consider salaried employees to be working class. When left-wing parties abrade the salary-wage distinction, then class becomes less important as a basis for voting and manual workers become less likely to vote socialist. The overall strength of a socialist party, conclude Przeworski and Sprague, depends mainly upon its strength among workers. Among other things, socialist leaders are more willing to use non-class political strategies when their parties receive strong support from manual workers. But most leftist parties could have won more votes by using somewhat different electoral strategies than they actually did. For example, the Przeworski-Sprague model indicates that the French Socialist Party would have improved its electoral performance by adopting a more working-class orientation. On the other hand, Swedish Social Democrats erred by excessive concern with the working class. Their study of electoral socialism makes Przeworski and Sprague rather pessimistic about using elections to accomplish radical change. Regardless of their strategies, left-wing political parties were unlikely to win an overwhelming majority of votes. Their prospects were limited by the fact that they compete in societies in which there exist real conflicts of interests and values. Whether parties deliberately restrict their appeal to specific groups or attempt to conquer the entire electorate, their opportunities are limited by the heterogeneity of developed capitalist societies. In a heterogeneous society, no party can win the support of everyone without losing the support of someone, because some other party will put in the wedge. Thus no political party can win elections overwhelmingly in a way that could be taken as a clear mandate. Elections are just not a vehicle for radical transformations. They are inherently conservative precisely because they are representative of interests and values in a heterogeneous society. State 181. But is it really true that elections are inherently conservative? In the situation studied by Przeworski and Sprague, most people did not want radical change. Elections quite properly registered this reality by repeatedly denying left-wing political parties an overwhelming majority of votes. This does not demonstrate the inherent conservatism of elections. Establishing that requires examining situations in which the majority really does want radical change, and showing that the electoral process itself prevents them from getting it. The rapid reunification of Germany and what John Pfeffer calls East Germany's sprint to the market are certainly radical transformations, and they were mandated by electoral processes. Class conflict and the state. If capitalism is characterized by deep and structurally irreconcilable class conflict, and if the capitalist class constitutes a small minority of the population, then why does the state in a democratic capitalist society consistently act to reproduce capitalist social relations? Functionalist versions of Marxism explain this as a consequence of the functional relationship between the economic base and the political superstructure of society. But if functional relations integrating various social institutions are so prevalent, how can class conflict be a fundamental component of capitalism? The consistently pro-capitalist policies of the state, thinks Przeworski, result from a basic compromise between workers and capitalists. The state acts to reproduce capitalist social relations because this is the choice of both workers and capitalists in democratic capitalist societies. Why do workers and their political representatives choose capitalism? Not from false consciousness, or leadership treachery, or the abolition of class conflict. The choice of capitalism and the compromise with the capitalist class express the real material interests of the working class under democratic capitalism. Socialism, assumes Przeworski without argument, is better for the working class than capitalism. But this does not mean that workers hoping to improve their material welfare should struggle. 182. For socialism. Any realistic transition from capitalism to socialism involves massive economic and social dislocations with severe negative consequences for the welfare of workers. Hence economically rational workers, even if they desire the socialist outcome, will shy away from the onerous transition. Between the capitalist path and the socialist one there is a valley which must be traversed if workers move at any time towards socialism. If such conditions indeed exist and if workers are interested in a continual improvement of their material welfare, then this descent will not be undertaken or, if it is undertaken, will not be completed by workers under democratic conditions. With socialism out of the picture, at least in terms of practical politics, the class struggle continues but takes place entirely within the framework of capitalist institutions. The economic class struggle under capitalism concerns the use made of capitalist profits. The capitalist class controls investment and decides how to divide its income between consumption and investment. The working class cannot make investments, but through trade union activities and political organizing it can determine what share of profits becomes higher wages and what share becomes capitalist income. The volume of investment governs the future growth of the capitalist economy, and thus both capitalists and workers want investment to happen. This consideration prevents the working class from seizing all profits. If they did so, the immediate income of workers would increase dramatically, but the capitalist economy would soon plunge disastrously, with workers suffering severe material deprivations. What share of profits should the working class take? This depends upon the strategic interaction between workers and capitalists. If the working class takes too large a share of profits, then capitalists will find little benefit in entrepreneurial activity and will consume their income rather than investing it. On the other hand, if workers take too small a share of profits, they will lose the benefits of economic growth. A parallel strategic dilemma afflicts the capitalist class. If they invest too high a share of their income, the economic product will grow rapidly, but capitalists will miss out on consumption, which Przeworski sees as the ultimate goal of both workers and state. 183. Capitalists. If they invest too little of their income, economic growth will be extremely slow and capitalist consumption will expand little. Moreover, the working class whose material interests suffer from capitalist investment lethargy will soon retaliate by appropriating a larger share of profits. Przeworski and Wallerstein construct a game theory model to study the strategic interaction between workers and capitalists, and particularly the possibilities of class compromise that emerge from the process. Important elements of this model are the respective rates at which capitalists and workers discount the future. If a class discounts the future at a high rate, it focuses on short-term costs and benefits and largely ignores the long-term situation. If a class discounts the future at a low rate, then appraisals of long-term outcomes are important in its calculations. The future discount rates are not understood as psychological properties of the workers and capitalists. Rather, they reflect the degree of uncertainty that class members have about the future, and this depends largely on the existence of social institutions able to defend class interests and protect any class compromise reached. Foremost among these institutions is the state, but the state has different relations with different classes, which is one reason why classes discount the future at different rates. The working class must decide how much profits to appropriate for higher wages and how much to leave as capitalist income. The optimal working class decision depends on both the rate at which capitalists invest and the rate at which workers discount the future. If the growth of output exceeds the rate at which workers discount the future, then the working class should adopt a strategy of class compromise, allowing capitalists to retain as income a large share of profits. This strategy hitches the material welfare of the working class to long-term growth of the economy, not to redistribution of capitalist income. But if lagging capitalist investment causes the growth of output to fall below the workers' future discount rate, then the working class should struggle militantly against appropriation of profits by the capitalist class. The capitalist class must decide whether to invest or disinvest, and this will depend on the share of profits appropriated by the working class and on the capitalist's own future discount rate. If the maximum possible growth of profits exceeds the capitalist's 184 future discount rate, then capitalists should make positive investments. However, if this condition is not satisfied, then the optimal capitalist strategy is to disinvest. What is the predicted outcome of the strategic interaction between workers and capitalists? The standard way of analyzing non-cooperative games involves finding the Nash equilibria, and typically the worker-capitalist game has only one. Workers struggle militantly against capitalist appropriation of profits and capitalists disinvest. This outcome signifies unmitigated class conflict, but Nash equilibrium approach is not the only way of analyzing the worker-capitalist game. An alternative approach, called the Stackelberg solution, requires specifying one participant as the dominant or leading player. The dominant player assumes her opponent will make the optimal response to whatever strategy the leader chooses. Using this best response assumption, the dominant player then selects her optimal strategy, and the resulting strategy combination is the Stackelberg solution corresponding to that particular dominant player. A second Stackelberg solution results if the other player is specified as dominant. The Stackelberg approach generates interesting possibilities of class compromise and an important role for the state. Przeworski and Wallerstein consider 4 cases, each defined by the amounts of uncertainty characterizing workers and capitalists respectively. They discuss these 4 cases using elaborate symbolism and graphs, but it is possible to convey the same general ideas with simple 2x2 non-cooperative games. In each of these games, workers must choose between strategies of militance and non-militance, whereas capitalists must choose between strategies of investing and disinvesting. Uncertainty represents doubt felt by class members about whether they can actually secure the potential benefits arising from a compromise between classes. Hence the respective uncertainty levels of workers and capitalists influence how they assess the outcomes of various strategy combinations. Consider case 1. Both workers and capitalists feel uncertain about whether any class compromise would hold, and hence discount the future strongly. An example of this might be the political situation in France during 1936 when elections put the Popular Front coalition of the left into office. The strategic interaction between workers and capitalists under these circumstances is modeled by the game depicted in Figure 6.1. This is a classic prisoner's dilemma. Militancy is a dominant strategy for workers, and disinvestment is a dominant strategy for capitalists. Together they result in the Pareto inferior outcome D, which is also the only Nash equilibrium of the game, as well as both Stackelberg solutions. With so much mutual distrust and so much uncertainty about the future, no class compromise between workers and capitalists is possible. If outcome A is Pareto optimal, why doesn't the state impose this solution upon the contending classes? According to Przeworski's theory, the state cannot create a class compromise if the material basis for it does not exist. The foundation of state action in democratic capitalist societies is class compromise, or at least the possibility of it. Moreover, the condition of the state is reflected in the uncertainty felt by both workers and capitalists. If a government had the capacity to broker a class compromise, then either workers or capitalists might not discount the future so strongly. Consider case 2, workers have high uncertainty about the future, but capitalists are confident they could secure the benefits of class compromise. Such class consciousness would arise with low unionization, weakly institutionalized labor relations, and little working class influence on the state. A situation of this sort currently exists in the United States. Figure 6.2 presents a simple game that models strategic interaction between workers and capitalists under the conditions of case 2. Although Figure 6.2 resembles Figure 6.1, this game is not a prisoner's dilemma. Disinvesting is not a dominant strategy for capitalists because their evaluations of outcomes A and B have switched, and this change creates an opportunity for class compromise. Outcome D is still the only Nash equilibrium, and it is also the capitalist's dominant Stackelberg solution. However, outcome A is now the workers' dominant Stackelberg solution, and this outcome represents class compromise. The workers, under outcome A, come off relatively worse than the capitalists and live with a constant temptation to become militant. However, the militancy impulse is held in check by recognition that it would be met by capitalist disinvestment, to the disadvantage of all. Such awareness is precisely what is imputed to the Stackelberg leader. If a class compromise is to happen under these conditions, it is the working class that must shoulder its costs. Consider case 3, workers confident about the future and capitalists uncertain. This is exactly the reverse of the previous situation. It could happen if trade union organization were strong and centralized, labor relations were highly institutionalized, and the effective political parties represented the working class. Such conditions existed in the heyday of Weimar Germany, within Italy during much of the 1970s, and at various but not recent intervals of post-World War II English history. The matrix of a game representing strategic interaction in Case 3 appears in Figure 6.3. Now the shoe is on the other foot. Outcome A. The class compromise outcome is the capitalist's dominant Stackelberg solution and is relatively more advantageous for workers than for capitalists. If a class compromise, orchestrated by the state, happens in Case 3, the capitalist class will bear the costs of achieving it. Outcome A is not a Nash equilibrium, and the capitalist class languishes under the constant temptation to disinvest, a temptation curbed only by fear of provoking working-class militancy. We come finally to Case 4, in which both workers and capitalists feel they have the capacity to get the benefits of class compromise. Conditions propitious for such consciousness are effective economic organization by both workers and capitalists, highly institutionalized labor relations, and a strong position within the international market. Sweden between the mid-1950s and mid-1960s meets these desiderata. The structure of strategic interaction, given bilateral confidence about the future, is represented in Figure 6.4. The prospects for class compromise seem bright. The class compromise outcome is a Nash equilibrium and is also both types of Stackelberg solution. Outcome D is also a Nash equilibrium, but it is Pareto inferior. If bilateral confidence prevails, a government should have scant difficulty implementing compromise between workers and capitalists and reproducing capitalist social relations on that basis. The class compromise state is Przeworski's way of acknowledging state autonomy without cutting the state entirely loose from its class moorings. The principal weakness of the models outlined above emerges from the substitution of Stackelberg solutions for Nash equilibria. If a class compromise is not a Nash equilibrium, it is not self-enforcing. At least one class, whatever its level of political maturity, routinely encounters enticements to defect from the compromise. If the state plays an essential role in preventing such defections, then it surely operates in a more class-biased way than Przeworski wishes to acknowledge. Structural dependence of the state. In 1973, the mathematical economist Kelvin Lancaster published an article entitled The Dynamic Inefficiency of Capitalism, analyzing capitalism as a dynamic conflict between workers and owners of capital. Lancaster's differential game model of capitalism was inspired by both Marx and Keynes. From Marx he got the idea that workers and capitalists can be regarded as homogeneous classes with common interests that each pursues collectively. From Keynes he got the notion that savings decisions and 190 investment decisions are often separated and that this separation can disturb the process of capitalist accumulation. Lancaster's original contribution was to locate savings decisions with the working class and investment decisions with the capitalist class, and to analyze capitalism as an interaction process in which each class used those decisions under its control to advance its collective interests. If each class acted rationally, Lancaster concluded, the capitalist accumulation process would have two phases. During the first phase, the working class would save as much as possible and the capitalist class would invest all its income. During the second phase, the working class would save as little as possible and the capitalist class would invest nothing. Although this so-called bang-bang solution expressed rational interaction between the classes, it was inefficient from the perspective of the capitalist system as a whole. The first phase of the accumulation process, during which savings and investment occurred, did not continue long enough. Had it continued longer, the welfare of both workers and capitalists would have increased. The essential reason for the inefficiency lies in the separation of the savings and investment decisions. Because capitalists receive only a fraction of the income increments generated by their investments, they value these investments less than does society as a whole. Lancaster's model of class interaction under capitalism has been highly influential. Among other things, it has had a formative effect upon the analyses of class conflict and the state discussed in the previous section. More recently, Przeworski and Wallerstein have adapted this model to examine the Marxist theory of structural dependence, which was mentioned in the quotation near the start of this chapter. Structural dependence theory asserts that any government of a capitalist society, even a radical or socialist government, must respect the essential interests of the capitalist class. For if the government interferes with the capacity to make profits, then capitalists will automatically reduce their investment rate, economic growth will fall, and all classes will suffer. This relationship between profit-making and investment derives from the basic structure of the capitalist economic system and requires neither political organization of the capitalist class nor any particular form of capitalist class consciousness. State 191. Przeworski and Wallerstein simplify the Lancaster model by assuming that the wage share of national income and the rate of investment remain constant over the entire time period considered. They also assume that workers and capitalists discount the future at the same rate, and, for purposes of solving the model, they treat the working class as the Stackelberg leader within the interaction process. After considering strategic relations between workers and capitalists without government intervention, they introduce a state and analyze what happens under various forms of taxation. In the absence of a state, the rate of investment optimal for capitalists is inversely related to the share of wages in national income. The higher the wage share, the lower the optimal rate of investment. This severely limits the capacity of workers to redistribute national income. Rational workers can only hope to obtain a fixed share of national income even though the working class controls wages. This result confirms structural dependence theory. In the absence of a state, the working class must respect capitalist profits. What happens when a state sympathetic to the working class enters the picture? Suppose the state imposes an income tax on all capitalist income and transfers the proceeds to the working class. This policy changes nothing. The workers' and the capitalists' shares of national income remain exactly the same. A government cannot change the income distribution between workers and capitalists by means of a tax upon capitalist income. This result also confirms structural dependence theory. A state armed with an income tax policy must also respect capitalist profits. But things change dramatically if, instead of taxing all of capitalist income, the state only taxes that part of profit earnings used for capitalist consumption. Przeworski and Wallerstein obtain the remarkable result that the rate of investment is completely unaffected by the tax on capitalist consumption. This tax policy seems to give the state a means for escaping structural dependence on capital. A government can increase the workers' share of national income by taxing capitalist income and transferring these revenues to the working class. By coordinating wage demands with taxation policy, the state can achieve virtually any income distribution. 192. Desired including driving capitalist consumption to near zero without reducing the rate of investment. From these results, Przeworski and Wallerstein conclude that the state in a capitalist society is not structurally dependent upon capital in any static sense. A government sympathetic to the working class is not powerless in the face of capital. There exist policies by which it can redistribute income without wrecking the capitalist economy. Przeworski and Wallerstein do say that structural dependence may exist in a dynamic sense, but the thrust of their argument is entirely in the opposite direction. This refutation of structural dependence theory vindicates the claim of social democrats and Keynesian liberals that a pro-worker government can manage a capitalist economy to give workers as much as they would get under socialism. Hence socialism becomes ethically unnecessary and politically unlikely in democratic capitalist societies. In his recent book Democracy and the Market, Przeworski reaffirms his critique of structural dependence theory. The controversial question is whether this dependence is so binding on all democratically elected governments that the democratic process can have no effect on the policies followed by governments. My view is that all governments are to some degree dependent on capital, but that this dependence is not so binding as to make democracy a sham. There is room for the democratic process to affect the outcomes. Nor does he think structural dependence will stay the hand of dictatorial governments in capitalist societies. Contrary to Marx, the last constraint may turn out to be insufficient to protect the bourgeoisie from the state. In fact, several military regimes in Latin America did enormous damage to some sectors of the bourgeoisie, Martinez de has destroyed one half of Argentine firms, and the Brazilian military built a state sector that competed with private firms. Przeworski appears to be jesting with a straw man. Structural dependence theory does not claim that democracy is a sham or state. 193. That structural dependence will always protect the bourgeoisie against the ravages of a military regime. The claims of the theory are much more modest. Any policy that limits profit-making without transforming the institutional structure of capitalist production, asserts the theory, will generate severe economic consequences, rendering it extremely difficult to continue the policy. The theoretical argument against structural dependence is not nearly as overpowering as Przeworski and Wallerstein claim. Their model allows capitalists only extremely limited ways of responding to state policy. They cannot react in intelligent ways to severe attacks upon profit-making. By theoretical fiat, capitalists are rendered short-sighted and essentially passive about state policy, to which they adjust rather than maneuver to change. By treating the working class and/or the pro-worker state as Stackelberg leader, Przeworski and Wallerstein deprive capitalists of even that limited strategic initiative available within their model. Also weakening the argument against structural dependence is the tension between the limited sovereignty of the nation-state and the international mobility of capital. The nation-state cannot hope to control economic policy all over the capitalist world. This reality gives capitalists an obvious and powerful rejoinder to heavy taxation or other state policies unfavorable to profit-making. The Lancaster-Przeworski-Wallerstein formulation is a supply-side model that, notwithstanding Lancaster's salute to Keynes, neglects effective demand. It misrepresents class relations because it neglects another form of structural dependence, dependence of the capitalist class on working class consumption. As the model now stands, the capitalist class would happily cut working class consumption to zero, taking all national income as profit. Meyer and Mott modify the Lancaster-Przeworski-Wallerstein formulation by making economic growth depend upon effective demand. This alters what had been a monotonically declining relationship between wages and investment. Now manipulating income distribution through taxation becomes extremely complicated, if not impossible. And if the capitalist class is permitted a more active role, for example, treated as Stackelberg leader or allowed to maximize something other than short-term capitalist consumption, then structural dependence of the state reappears with a vengeance. 194. Democracy. Virtually all analytical Marxists place a high value upon democracy, not only as a means for the attainment of social and economic objectives but even more as an end in its own right. Several have criticized classical Marxism for its instrumental attitude toward democracy and theoretical indifference to human rights. Marxism, write Samuel Bowles and Herbert Gintis, lacks a firm dedication to democracy. Classical Marxism is theoretically anti-democratic in the same sense that any political philosophy that fails to conceptualize the threat of state authoritarianism, and the centrality of privacy and individual liberty to human emancipation, provides a haven for despots and fanatics. The overriding theoretical question concerns the relationship between capitalism and democracy. Modern liberalism maintains that a capitalist economy is necessary for stable democracy because capitalism makes productive property an effective base of individual power, thereby limiting the domain of state authority. Most analytical Marxists think otherwise. They see an inherent tension between capitalism and democracy because wealth is a form of domination and the capitalist economic system is profoundly undemocratic. Capitalist democracy involves an unstable balance between democratic and authoritarian forces, with the former represented by the growth of individual rights and the latter by the expansion of capital. How can the citizen rights of a democratic polity be reconciled with the property rights of a capitalist economy? Why aren't citizen rights used to eliminate property rights or, vice versa, property rights to abolish citizen rights? Bowles and Gintis identify 4 ways in which citizen rights and property rights have been reconciled during the history of capitalism. The first reconciliation, named the Lockean accommodation by Bowles and Gintis, involved disenfranchising the working class because it might challenge the dominance of property. This arrangement gradually eroded because the capital-owning classes sought to ally themselves with the propertyless masses against the bastions of aristocratic privilege. The second reconciliation between citizen rights and property rights, stimulated by the American Revolution and called State. 195. The Jeffersonian accommodation became important mainly within the United States, with its abundance of land. The Jeffersonian accommodation gave, or proposed to give, all citizens, that is a subset of white men, some productive property. Citizen rights and property rights would be reconciled by making everyone who really counted a property holder. The Jeffersonian accommodation was entirely unfeasible in most regions of emerging capitalism, and even within the United States the immense concentration of property induced by capitalist development soon undermined any possibility of carrying it out. The idea behind the third or Madisonian accommodation was divide and conquer, social fragmentation of all potential challengers to property. Numerous cross-cutting cleavages, it was argued, would prevent the masses from achieving enough unity to endanger the property-owning classes. Eventually, however, the growth of the working class and of working-class organizations invalidated the premises of the Madisonian accommodation. The most recent effort to reconcile the prerogatives of citizenship and property, the Keynesian accommodation, used mediation by the state to achieve an alliance between democracy and capitalism. By combining limited social welfare with prudent macroeconomic management, state policy could satisfy the interests of both labor and capital. In the United States and elsewhere, the state mediated a compromise by which capital accepted labor unions, guaranteed minimum living standards, and provided relatively full employment, while labor conceded capitalist control over production and investment and acknowledged profitability as the basic guide to resource allocation. The Keynesian accommodation de-radicalized the labor movement and weakened right-wing capital. It did not, however, abolish the basic contradiction between economic privilege and democratic rights. Eventually the Keynesian accommodation sabotaged itself by fostering a profit squeeze crisis, which was also brought on by the revival of international economic competition during the 1970s and 1980s. Like several other analytical Marxists, Bowles and Gintis interpret democracy very broadly. It is a characteristic of all social relations, not of the state exclusively. They deny any inherent. 196. Opposition between democratic practices and economic efficiency. Without democratic organization of the workplace, economic security conflicts with willingness to work. Under hierarchical management, the economically secure resist working. But worker-owned and democratically controlled firms can avoid this conflict. Without the structural opposition between workers and management, they have lower surveillance costs and can actually achieve greater efficiency than traditional hierarchically organized capitalist firms. To accommodate this broad interpretation of democracy, Bowles and Gintis propose a synthesis of the Jeffersonian and Marxian social visions, which they call post-liberal democracy. This stresses workplace democracy and community empowerment rather than expansion of the state. Four important elements of post-liberal democracy are democratic accountability of major economic actors, whoever these actors may be, secure access to economic livelihood, development of a truly democratic culture, and a range of democratic institutions standing between the individual and the state. In certain respects, post-liberal democracy resembles the classical Marxist concept of socialism, but it takes liberty and popular sovereignty as the ultimate objectives of social organization. Whether an economy operates through markets or through planning is not of fundamental theoretical or moral significance and should be decided on pragmatic grounds. Fearing democratic institutions will become ineffectual or unstable if they attempt too much. Adam Przeworski gives a more circumspect account of what democracy means. The essence of democracy is pervasive uncertainty about the outcome of the political process and determination of political results by the people, or rather by competition between organized forces promoting popular interests and values. Uncertainty about outcomes arises because democracy is a system of decentralized strategic action in which available knowledge is local rather than global. The crucial step in the formation of democracy is the transfer of power from a group of people to a set of rules. Przeworski recognizes the vulnerability of democratic institutions and tries to identify the conditions making them stable. The stability of democracy depends upon the loyalty of the losers. State. 197. In democratic competition, what makes these losers comply with outcomes unfavorable to themselves rather than subverting the democratic process? Several time-honored explanations of compliance by losers are explicitly rejected by Przeworski. Democratic compliance could not result from adherence to a prior social contract. Contracts are by nature enforced from outside, and nothing stands above the will of the parties establishing the democratic system. Nor can the concept of legitimacy explain compliance with democratic decisions. Legitimacy pertains to individual values, and democracy is threatened not by isolated individuals but only by organized political forces. Normative commitments to democracy certainly exist and probably influence political action, but Przeworski thinks they are unnecessary for explaining the stability of democratic institutions. Stable democracy is a self-enforcing system, an equilibrium of contending political forces. The abstract conceptual foundation for this view comes from recent developments in game theory showing that cooperation can be enforced even in the absence of central authority. More specifically, if games involving choices between cooperation and non-cooperation are played repeatedly and if the outcome of each game is observed, then cooperative behavior can be enforced as an equilibrium, provided the players are sufficiently patient. The mathematical results implying the existence of cooperative solutions to interactive situations are known as Folk theorems for repeated games. Democracy is a self-enforcing system when losers in the democratic competition find it advantageous to accept their defeat and try again in the future and disadvantageous to overthrow or undermine democratic institutions. This happens because the cost of losing is not overwhelming, and losers think they have a reasonable chance of winning in the future. If either of these conditions do not hold, if the costs of losing are prohibitive, or if chances of winning in the future seem very small, then democratic institutions are endangered. The greater the effectiveness of a democratic system, the less fairness is required to preserve its existence, and vice versa. 198. But there remains a certain tension between what Przeworski calls fairness and effectiveness. Fairness requires protecting all major interests, but effectiveness may demand harming some of these interests to make the democratic system work reasonably well. In particular, any significant economic transformation entails damage to some important political interests. Enough tension between fairness and effectiveness can destabilize a democratic system, thus it would seem that a democratic system is not well suited for making economic revolutions. A stable democracy requires that governments be strong enough to govern effectively but weak enough not to be able to govern against important interests. Uncertainty is central to Przeworski's understanding of democracy, but he also acknowledges that uncertainty exists under dictatorship. Democratic uncertainty and dictatorial uncertainty are, however, quite different. The uncertainty characteristic of democracy derives from the decentralized nature of the system. Citizens of a democracy are very clear about the political possibilities but uncertain regarding the outcome of the democratic decision process. By contrast, the uncertainty of dictatorship stems from ignorance about the wishes of the dictator, and means a more fundamental confusion about what possibilities exist. Przeworski draws a very sharp contrast between democracy and dictatorship, making it hard to see how he would characterize intermediate political systems such as limited franchise democracy or oligarchic rule. The interaction between factions in an oligarchy might have some of the characteristics Przeworski attributes to democracy. Conversely, the relationship between those without franchise and the state in a limited democracy resembles dictatorship. Przeworski's earlier work pioneered sophisticated ways of combining class analysis with theories of the state, but class relations are strangely absent in his recent thinking about democracy. Although the democratic state must not govern against important interests, it has no explicit class identity and is not specially constrained by class relations. In contrast to Bowles and Gintis, Przeworski finds no strong antagonism between citizen rights and property rights. The perils confronting democracy are problems of institutional organization, not problems. State. 199. Emanating from class struggle. Far from being a contradictory system, democratic capitalism may be the only viable form of democracy in the modern world. Political aspects of full employment. An early application of what amounts to a strategic conception of the state is Mikhail Kalecki's analysis of government policy toward full employment. Published during World War II, Kalecki's assessment still provides relevant insights about the strategic relationship between government leaders and the capitalist class, and about differences between how democratic and fascist states function within a capitalist economic context. Kalecki asks why capitalist states do not routinely adopt policies ensuring full employment. The assumption that a government will maintain full employment in a capitalist economy if it only knows how to do it is fallacious. In this connection, the misgivings of big business about maintenance of full employment by government spending are of paramount importance. This attitude was shown clearly in the Great Depression of the 30s, when big business opposed consistently experiments for increasing employment by government spending in all countries, except Nazi Germany. This attitude is not easy to explain. Clearly, higher output and employment benefits not only workers, but businessmen as well, because their profits rise. Kalecki gives three general reasons why business leaders tend to oppose full employment accomplished through government spending: intrinsic dislike of government interference with employment, dislike of public investment and government-subsidized consumption, and opposition to political changes resulting from full employment. Under a laissez-faire capitalist system, government relies upon business confidence to maintain decent levels of employment. Hence, the state must avoid doing things that might undermine business confidence, that is, the state is dependent upon capital. 200. But when the government learns how to increase employment through its own spending, state dependence upon capital declines, and political leaders need not accept the policies favored by big business. Business leaders oppose government intervention in the economy partly because it reduces their leverage upon the state. The capitalist class opposes public investment because it might compete with private investment, and opposes subsidized consumption because it might subvert the work incentive. Full employment may boost profits but is hardly an unmixed blessing for captains of industry. It weakens labor discipline and renders the working class more aggressive. The arguments above pertain to a democratic capitalist state. Many things change under fascism. Business opposition to full employment is vastly reduced because the absence of democracy allows stronger and more stable capitalist control over government economic policy. Under fascism, the working class can be disciplined through political pressure. Unemployment is no longer necessary for this purpose. Soon, however, the economic objectives of the fascist state shift from achieving full employment to securing armaments. The upshot is decreased consumption by the masses and ultimately war. How do business leaders propose dealing with an economic slump within a democratic polity? In the absence of a firm alliance with the government, the capitalist class favors combating the slump by stimulating private investment through tactics like lowering the interest rate or reducing the income tax. Kalecki believes that stimulating private investment in these ways will rarely prevent mass unemployment. These processes create what Kalecki calls a political business cycle. During an economic slump, the government of a democracy, encountering stiff pressure from workers suffering from or threatened with job loss, tries to increase employment through public investments financed by borrowing. This policy, if pursued aggressively, will be successful and will initiate an economic upswing. Soon, however, the capitalist class and its rentier allies will feel severely threatened by the prevailing combination of government economic intervention, deficit financing, and rising prices. The capitalists and rentiers successfully lobby the government to revert to an orthodox policy of cutting the budget deficit. This eventually leads to a renewed slump, and then a renewal of deficit-financed government spending. This business cycle is specifically political because its main dynamics flow from class-generated political pressures upon the state. One may question whether the economic dynamics of capitalism are as straightforward as Kalecki suggests, but his analysis does identify a recurring political interaction between the classes of a democratic capitalist society. Although originally conceived to explain what happened during the Great Depression of the 1930s, an event that now seems like ancient history, the relevance of Kalecki's model to capitalist politics during the final decade of this century is evident. Conclusion: Analytical Marxism has no political line. The politics of its practitioners vary, if not all over the map, at least enough to make impossible any coherent party platform. Nowhere is this political diversity more evident than in discussions about the state, which show far less mutual consistency than analytical Marxist work on exploitation or class. One cannot even say whether analytical Marxism vindicates or refutes the structural dependence of the state upon capital, sometimes called the central claim of Marxist political theory. The diversity of analytical Marxist political analysis may reveal the limitations of the strategic conception of the state. Although this conception provides theoretical flexibility, circumvents the twin pitfalls of voluntarism and determinism, and facilitates the use of game theory for modeling political action, it gives very little guidance about how theories of the state should be formulated. The strategic conception is uncomfortably reminiscent of a blank slate upon which almost any theory of the state can be inscribed. It offers far less direction to political theorists working within the Marxist tradition than did the functionalist notions of classical historical materialism. On the other hand, the heterogeneity of analytical Marxist theorizing about the state may be an unwitting reflection of a skepticism about state power induced by the sordid history and 202. Recent collapse of communist regimes. Most contemporary Marxist thinkers are dubious about or outrightly hostile to the idea that state power can remake society, the central proposition of the Leninist theory of revolution. Historical experience, viewed from the last decade of the 20th century, seems to indicate that total reliance upon state power is a horrendously costly and ultimately ineffective approach to social change. The state cannot be everything, but denying it any role in transforming society would also fly in the face of historical evidence and common sense. What should that role be? Is a democratic state a potential catalyst of revolution, a guardian of the status quo, a contradiction in terms, or none of the above? If analytical Marxism is anything more than a theoretical flash in the pan, it cannot neglect these questions and others like them. Answers to questions about the role of the state in transforming society, or at least enlightenment about such issues, are what serious students of society expect from a Marxist theory. I expect to see much analytical Marxist writing about the state in the next few years, and political relevance is not the only reason why. A guiding theme of analytical Marxism has been connecting class analysis with theories of strategic rationality. Political affairs, the domain par excellence of strategic rationality, must be central to such an endeavor. In politics one confronts not an impersonal objectified market, not a sequence of actions dictated by technological rationality, not the emotionally overburdened confrontations of family life, not the routinization commanded by bureaucratic authority, but rather a cunning interplay between calculating agents for highly valued and tolerably well-defined political stakes. Chapter 5 discussed the idea that classes are formed by class struggle. The strategic conception of the state, on the other hand, makes politics a central domain of class struggle and thus an important source of class formation. Following this logic, the state should be a place where the primordial elements of class get converted from might be to is or is not. Here lies a possible nexus between class, state, and rationality. If efforts to connect class analysis with strategic rationality make any sense at all, they should help us understand the structure of states and the dynamics of political action. 7. Revolution. Analytical Marxism and the theory of revolution. Revolution is a hazardous enterprise both for revolutionaries and for a revolutionized society. The penalties for unsuccessful revolutionary action are severe, and the prospects of changing society for the better if reckoned optimistically are extremely slim. Whatever benefits an accomplished revolution may have do not belong exclusively to those who shoulder the risks. In fact, activists are prone to be victimized by the astonishing vicissitudes of revolutionary power. In view of these realities, how do revolutionary movements happen? Why would any rational person undertake such an unrewarding activity? Social theory has responded to these questions in two different ways. One response acknowledges the importance of individual volition but denies that rationality has much to do with revolutionary action. The second response minimizes the importance of volition and relies upon a comprehensive structuralism to explain revolution. This structuralist approach characterizes Jeffrey Page's path-breaking work on agrarian revolution in the underdeveloped world and is carried even further in Theda Skocpol's comparative study of the French, Russian, and Chinese revolutions. Social revolutions, Skocpol argues, only make sense from a structuralist and non-voluntarist perspective that is attentive to institutionally determined relations between groups. Revolutionary outcomes are perpetually different from those intended by any participants, and this is taken as clinching evidence against voluntarism of any sort. 203. 204. Neither of these responses is persuasive to analytical Marxists. Most human action is purposive, and the concept of rationality is indispensable for understanding purposive action. Forsaking the use of rationality in explaining revolution means treating this vital social phenomenon idiosyncratically as a consequence of emotional outbursts or jerry-built social structures, thereby renouncing efforts to construct a unified theory of society. Although structuralism sometimes provides keen insights about how revolutionary processes work, and although analytical Marxists have learned a great deal from the writings of Skocpol and Page, structuralist analysis is hopelessly incomplete without an explanation of why individuals undertake revolutionary action. Structuralism pure and simple lacks micro-foundations. In the study of revolution as in the study of other social processes, analytical Marxists want an integrated analysis of institutional structure and strategic rationality. Analytical Marxist work on revolution differs from that of rational choice theorists like Jack Goldstone or Michael Hechter in at least two important ways. Although both groups emphasize the importance of strategic rationality in explaining revolution, analytical Marxists stress the centrality of class dynamics for understanding revolutionary processes. They use strategic rationality to explicate revolutionary class dynamics. As indicated in previous chapters, analytical Marxists avoid assuming the existence of social classes, and they also avoid assuming a specific form of class dynamics. The goal is to derive both class structure and class dynamics from the distribution of productive property and social rules specifying how this property may be used. A further objective is to explain the occurrence of revolution with these minimal assumptions. A second difference between analytical Marxists and rational choice theorists of revolution concerns the relation between revolution and development of productive forces. Rational choice theorists make no particular connection between these phenomena, but analytical Marxists try to theorize revolutions as crises in the development of productive forces. The theory of revolution poses a special challenge to analytical Marxism for at least three different reasons. The first reason derives from the special place occupied by revolution in the moral universe of Marxism. The idea of revolution expresses the revolution. 205. Unresolved tension between freedom and determinism in the Marxist view of the world. Although revolution is not the end of social evolution or even the ultimate goal of Marxist strategic action, its occurrence is taken as material evidence that a classless society has some practical possibility. Although the theory of historical materialism is based on inexorable development of productive forces, the act of revolution expresses pure potentiality, a new beginning, a social rebirth only lightly constrained by what came before. For these very reasons, revolution affirms the power and fecundity of the social community, its capacity to escape the incubus of the past and establish itself as author of its own future. Due to this odd juxtaposition of revolutionary romanticism and hard-boiled materialism, Marxism is sometimes called the science of revolution. Any comprehensive reconstruction of Marxist thought cannot avoid addressing the issue of revolution. The second reason for the challenge posed by the theory of revolution is far more mundane. Any phenomenon broadly regarded as the quintessence of non-rational action will naturally constitute a theoretical test for an approach emphasizing rationality. The urgency of the challenge is greatly amplified if, as with revolution, the event is intrinsically important. The third reason analytical Marxists address the theory of revolution is more or less the inverse of the first two. The reputation of revolution has suffered severely in the last few years. The Russian Revolution is widely seen as a catastrophic failure, even by people who once touted its achievements, ditto the Chinese, Cuban, and Vietnamese revolutions. The main current of radical thinking about revolution is highly self-critical. We have exaggerated the formative power of social revolutions while drastically underestimating their human costs. Are such judgments valid? Do they represent a temporary disorientation of radical thinking or a spineless capitulation to intellectual fashion? Should the value of revolutions be assessed on a case-by-case basis, and if so, by what criteria? These questions permeate the intellectual milieu from which analytical Marxism has emerged. The answers analytical Marxists have so far given are few, tentative, and certainly not uniform. But the questions will not disappear and will surely motivate continuing analytical Marxist attention to the theory of revolution. 206. A critique of Karl Marx's theory of revolution. A natural starting point is the theory of revolution proposed by Karl Marx. Using the principle of methodological individualism, John Elster makes an incisive critique of Marx's ideas about revolution. Although Marx has many striking insights about revolution, Elster claims that teleological reasoning subverts much of his systematic thinking on the subject. I want to emphasize the a priori nature of his reasoning, the speculative, teleological strand in his thought. The summit in this respect is reached in the assertion that these classical revolutions reflected the needs of the world at that time rather than the needs of those parts of the world where they occurred, that is England and France. Fits in very well with Marx's general tendency to explain the classical revolutions in terms of final causes by looking at their achievements rather than at the social forces that set them in motion. According to the general theory of historical materialism, revolutions occur when the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production. Marx's more specific ideas about revolution, which appear in bits and pieces throughout his voluminous writings, are not always consistent with this general theory. He finds deep contrasts between bourgeois and communist revolutions and offers different explanations of each. Although its main achievements are abolition of feudal privilege and creation of free competition, the political form of bourgeois revolution is transition from absolute to constitutional monarchy, with a temporary republican interlude between, 2 steps forward and 1 step back. The achievement of a stable bourgeois republic usually occurs considerably after a successful bourgeois revolution. During the brief republican phase of a bourgeois revolution, a radical communist movement often appears. But because the material conditions for communism do not exist, the fledgling communist movement unconsciously acts in the service of the bourgeoisie. 1. Revolution. 207. In his more historically focused writings, Marx explains the occurrence of bourgeois revolutions through interactions between the bourgeoisie and the absolutist state. To promote economic development and thereby strengthen itself against the feudal aristocracy, the monarchy encourages growth of the bourgeoisie. Eventually, however, the bourgeoisie becomes so strong it threatens monarchy, which then tries to limit further bourgeois development. This is when revolution is likely to occur. To achieve all its political objectives, however, the bourgeoisie must ally with the lower classes of society. Thus the bourgeoisie must choose between establishing a democracy more radical than it wishes, a democracy that might soon turn against capitalism, or reaching a compromise with the former rulers of the state. Given such a choice, the bourgeoisie has consistently rejected radical democracy. Marx railed against the cowardice of the bourgeoisie in the German Revolution of 1849, but eventually came to see its capitulations as a rational defense of bourgeois interests. The writings of Marx on bourgeois revolutions exhibit a continuing tension between causal analysis, treating classes as rational actors, and teleological thinking, with classes functioning simply as puppets of an imputed historical destiny. Moreover, he does not answer the main question raised by his theory of revolution: why would any person or any class engage in revolutionary struggle merely to establish social relations optimal for developing productive forces? Having no historical examples to guide his thinking, Marx's ideas about communist revolution are even more flawed than his theories of bourgeois revolution. Communism requires a revolutionary transition because it is economically superior only if established on a nationwide scale. Partial or miniature versions of communism cannot compete successfully with capitalism. Elster thinks it implausible for reasons he never articulates that a communist society could be more technologically innovative than capitalism. But even if it were, the costs of transition, the free rider temptation, risk aversion, and myopia would thwart any concerted working class movement for communism. Occurrence of a successful communist revolution requires juxtaposition of both the objective and the subjective conditions for communism, and deep historical reasons make this unlikely. 208. To happen. As Marx predicted, these conditions do appear, but they appear in opposite poles of the capitalist world. The objective conditions for communism, high labor productivity, large-scale production enterprises, rapid technological innovation, and so forth, occur in advanced capitalist countries. The subjective conditions for communism, alienation from capitalism, cooperative consciousness, revolutionary movements, and so forth, happen in backward parts of the capitalist world. Although Elster understands that Soviet communism differs drastically from the communism of Marx, he carefully notes that communist revolutions have occurred only in underdeveloped countries. Some of Marx's writings on communist revolution, conjectures Elster, may not express his real views on the subject. The writings in which he deals with the topic were often produced on behalf of a working class organization and may reflect the political compromise reached therein. This makes it difficult to interpret what Marx says about the possibility of a nonviolent transition to socialism. A number of his later writings on England and the United States suggest a peaceful transition could happen. However, Elster thinks the views expressed several decades earlier in the German ideology are more authentic. Here Marx asserts that revolution is necessary to transform the slave mentality of a subordinate class. Elster finds theoretical reasons for doubting the plausibility of communist revolution even under the most favorable circumstances. Because capitalism develops productive forces to previously unprecedented heights, the capitalist class has both the wherewithal and the incentive to make whatever material concessions are necessary to diffuse a threatening revolutionary movement. Similarly, the state, equipped by modern technology with overwhelming coercive force and presumably acting on behalf of the capitalist class, would anticipate and energetically crush any budding communist revolution. According to Elster's analysis, Marx violates the cardinal principle of political rationality: never assume your adversary is less rational than yourself. Only by violating this principle can Marx conclude that communist revolution will breach the formidable bulwarks of advanced capitalism. The classical Marxist theory of communist revolution assumes that workers and/or capitalists and/or governments will behave irrationally. It is based more on wishful thinking than on sober social analysis. Elster unquestionably identifies serious weaknesses in Karl Marx's theories of revolution. Yet his critique seems to imply that all revolutions are impossible, or that human beings are profoundly irrational about exactly those issues that concern them most. As matters now stand, communist revolution is extremely unlikely in any advanced capitalist society. But this results rather more from beliefs about the undesirability of communism than from the impregnable defenses of the capitalist state or capitalist class. Elster underestimates the constraints placed by the logic of capitalism upon both the capitalist state and the capitalist class. He assumes that both will maintain internal unity in face of any serious challenge to their power. Consequently, he overestimates the likelihood of flexible, timely, and steadfast resistance to revolutionary movements against capitalism. In light of his own opinions, It seems strange Elster should belabor Marx for insufficient attention to the rationality of capitalists and their allies. Toward the end of his essay on revolution, Elster allows that the enormous complexity of modern political decisions renders rational choice theory quite useless. He recommends, perhaps in a jocular spirit, using Keynes's notion of animal spirits to explain the strategic behavior of labor, capital, and government. Rebellion and revolution in pre-industrial contexts. Many important revolutionary movements occur in pre-industrial settings with peasant economies and low levels of urbanization. Yet classical Marxist theory did not anticipate extensive revolutionary activity in such contexts. How can revolutionary movements overcome the demographic decentralization and social isolation found in pre-industrial societies? How can revolutionary consciousness arise among peasant classes supposedly imbued with narrow and highly individualistic outlooks? How are such classes able to overcome the free rider problem? 210. Insightful studies of the Vietnamese Revolution using rational choice theory have been made by Samuel Popkin. Though Popkin is not usually identified as an analytical Marxist, his work exhibits the joint awareness of class structure and individual decision-making that characterizes this approach. Popkin argues that community organizers, whom he calls political entrepreneurs, were the crucial facilitators of collective action among the Vietnamese peasantry. These organizers acquired credibility and support through practical village-level activities and used these local bases to launch revolutionary struggles on a national level. More surprisingly, he contends that the organizational methods used by the Cao Dai sect, the Hoa Hoa religion, and the Catholic Church of Vietnam bear many similarities to those of the Communist Party. The success of each depended heavily upon the activities of local community organizers who helped Vietnamese peasants escape their long-standing dependence on large landowners and village officials. In all four cases, most benefits to peasants came from reforming market institutions rather than redistributing land. Allegiance to each of the organizations emerged mainly from a network of small group ties rather than belief in a revolutionary ideology. Exactly how do political entrepreneurs overcome free riding and facilitate collective action by decentralized peasant communities? The entrepreneurs link individual peasants, thereby rendering their actions interdependent. This makes each person feel that her individual contribution to collective action is significant, thus reducing the temptation to free ride. Even more important, the political entrepreneurs expedite detection of free riding when it does occur, and simplify infliction of community sanctions against these defectors. Under these conditions, free riding is not so free, it forgoes community approval and carries definite penalties. Organizers also help peasants understand what collective actions are feasible and how they would benefit the entire community. Agrarian movements, says Popkin, are not giant leaps carried out by hordes of outraged peasants, but a multitude of small steps whose cumulative impact on society can be massive. Effective revolutionary leadership depends mainly upon communication skills. It disaggregates large political goals into many small steps. Revolution. 211. A tactic that also enhances the perceived importance of contributions by individual community members. The apparent disinterestedness and self-sacrifice of political entrepreneurs is vital to establishing their credibility within the peasant village. Their subsequent role is not mainly coercive or authoritarian, but that of providing the information and coordination needed to make collective action possible. The approach pioneered by Popkin is extended by Michael Taylor in a paper responding to Theda Skocpol's starkly structuralist theory of revolution. Taylor argues for a methodology that is both structuralist and individualist. Social structure and individual attitude determine each other. Individualist explanations of structure and structuralist explanations of attitudes are both necessary. Although social structure is not the same thing as individual action, structures emerge from, are maintained by, and change through the actions of individuals. According to Skocpol, peasant revolution in China took far longer than comparable agrarian revolutions in France and Russia because pre-revolutionary agrarian society had less structural solidarity in China than in France or Russia. The weakness of the peasant community compelled the Chinese Communist Party to organize collective action on a village-by-village basis. Taylor does not reject this analysis, he merely finds it incomplete. The peasant community, most historians agree, provides the social basis and organizational framework for agrarian revolution, but this does not eliminate the importance of analyzing individual choice. Social structure did not compel the Communist Party to organize collective action by Chinese peasants. Moreover, the influence of structure operates through the modality of individual choice. Membership in a strong community can make rebellious action rational for a peasant, whereas absence of binding community ties typically undercuts the rationality of insurrectionary behavior. Revolutionary collective action, Taylor wants to show, is often rational action and can be explained by a standard theory of rationality, the thin theory of rationality. This theory, which provides the basis of neoclassical economic theory, makes four basic assertions: individuals are egoistic, rationality is relative to the attitudes and beliefs held by the individual. 212. Individual actions are instrumental for achieving given aims in light of a person's beliefs, and the range of incentives motivating a person's actions is quite limited. Social pressure is much more potent in small stable groups where people know each other well. This being so, the thin theory of rationality predicts that cooperation is more likely to be rational in small groups than in large ones, and when people live together in a community rather than when they have only casual relationships. The importance of primary groups for inducing cooperation is a principal reason why revolutionary organizations mobilize support through local branches. Not all collective action can be explained by the thin theory of rationality. Taylor thinks the theory is likely to apply when the following conditions hold: the options available to a person are strictly limited, the person's incentives are well defined and substantial, a great deal depends upon the choice in question, and the person has had many similar choices in the past. These conditions suggest the theory will be more applicable to the poor than the rich. Hence it should do a better job explaining when peasants rebel than accounting for the actions of rural elites. The destruction of community in modern societies, Taylor conjectures, removes the most important basis for collective action, making the thin theory of rationality less relevant. James Tong uses a rational choice model to explain banditry and rebellion during the Ming Dynasty of China. Tong uses data from local gazetters to examine the occurrence of these phenomena in 1,097 counties over a period of 277 years. Finding that banditry and rebellion are directly related to the danger of starvation and the uncertainty of punishment, he interprets them as rational responses to subsistence crises. Many more of these outbursts occurred during the second half of the Ming Dynasty than during the first, a fact not lost upon observers at the time, one of whom commented, "The demise of the Ming was due to banditry. The rise of banditry was due to famine." Tong rejects both Durkheimian and Marxist interpretations of rebellious activity in Ming China. A Durkheimian perspective might conceptualize this activity as anomic violence and attribute it to the social disintegration resulting from rapid change. However, contrary to the expectations of Durkheimian theory, Tong finds no association between collective violence and either commercialization or urbanization, the dominant forms of social change in Ming China. A Marxist interpretation is considered inadequate because class conflict approaches cannot adequately account for political violence in a pre-modern society where intra-class solidarity and inter-class antagonism have not yet been intensified by urbanization and industrialization. The incidence of banditry and rebellion in Ming China is not explained by class conflict between aristocrats and peasants, at least not by the measures of rural class conflict available to Tong. Tong's findings are not nearly so incompatible with Marxist theory as he thinks. He gives an admirable materialist account of how banditry and rebellion happen, yet tells us very little about the social origins of starvation. Class relations and the development of productive forces can explain a great deal about the occurrence and distribution of famine. Research on the occurrence of famines in the modern world shows that avoidance of mass starvation is associated with both development of productive forces and, even more, with political emancipation of the subordinate classes. Amartya Sen points out that no democratic country with a relatively free press has ever experienced a major famine. Ming China may present a situation of conditional independence. Given the overall agricultural practices and land tenure systems in that society, local variations in class structure appear statistically independent of frequency of outlaw actions. This implies that class structure is not the immediate or direct cause of banditry in Ming China. But what causes agricultural practices and land tenure systems? Class structure could be implicated at this level. How often, during the Ming dynasty, did aristocrats practice banditry and rebellion against peasants? A game of revolution. An ingenious game of revolution has been developed by John Romer. The game involves a two-person interaction. 214. Between a revolutionary and a counter-revolutionary strategist, symbolically designated as Lenin and the Tsar respectively. Lenin's purpose, that is, the purpose of the revolutionary strategist, is to build a coalition with the maximum probability of making a successful revolution. The Tsar wants to prevent the formation of any such revolutionary coalition. Lenin tries to build a coalition by proposing a redistribution of income among the people, but the redistributions he can propose are constrained by the assumption that total income remains constant. Lenin's strategic problem is to determine what proposed redistribution will form the most effective revolutionary coalition. To prevent formation of a revolutionary coalition, the Tsar threatens to impose income penalties. These penalties will be enacted upon anyone who joins the revolutionary coalition if the attempt at revolution proves unsuccessful. The penalty specified by the Tsar cannot be larger than a person's income. Moreover, larger penalties tend to increase the probability that a coalition that is able to form will make a successful revolution. Hence the Tsar may not want to impose the largest possible penalties. The counter-revolutionary strategic problem is deciding what list of penalties most seriously inhibits the probability of revolution. A person wants to be a member of a revolutionary coalition if the income she can expect from joining exceeds her current income. This expectation depends upon the income the person is promised by Lenin, the penalty threatened by the Tsar, and the probability the coalition will make a successful revolution. A coalition is said to be formable if every person included wants to be a member according to the above criterion. Given a proposed income redistribution and a proposed penalty list, Romer shows there exists a unique formable coalition with maximum probability of revolutionary success. It turns out that every other formable coalition is included within this maximum success coalition. Romer interprets this game between Lenin and the Tsar not as a model of how revolutions really happen but as a means of examining the rational foundations of revolutionary ideology. The leaders of revolutions rarely adopt their ideologies for strategic reasons, but if an ideology precludes acting rationally in revolutionary situations, then the person holding it is not likely to lead a successful revolutionary movement. A process of natural selection, Romer conjectures, favors revolutionary leaders with strategically rational ideologies and eliminates others. An analogous process selects defenders of the status quo with sensible counter-revolutionary strategies. The game between Lenin and the Tsar helps Romer identify rational components of revolutionary and counter-revolutionary ideologies. It is assumed that the Tsar acts first by publishing his schedule of penalties, after which Lenin proposes an income redistribution. Thus the Tsar functions as a Stackelberg leader in this game of revolution, and Lenin acts with full knowledge of the penalties selected by his opponent. Romer proves that the game so constructed has a solution, a set of penalties minimizing the probability of revolution, and a proposed redistribution of income constituting a best response to these penalties. If Lenin and the Tsar were to act simultaneously rather than sequentially, then the game might have no solution. Romer works with 5 assumptions about the probability of revolution. First, he assumes that adding people to a revolutionary coalition never diminishes the probability of revolution. This is called the coalition monotonicity assumption. Second, he assumes that increasing the penalties imposed for participating in a revolutionary coalition never decreases the probability that a fixed coalition will successfully make a revolution. This is called the penalty monotonicity assumption. The third and fourth assumptions are closely related to each other. The fourth assumption is actually an extreme case of the third and figures only occasionally in Romer's analysis. The lean and hungry assumption says that adding a poor person to a revolutionary coalition increases the probability of revolution at least as much as adding a rich person. The symmetry assumption makes the stronger assertion that given a fixed penalty schedule, the probability of revolution depends only upon the size of the revolutionary coalition and not upon the particular people who are in it. Relative severity is the name of Romer's fifth and final assumption. A penalty is thought to be more severe if it is larger or the person upon whom it is inflicted has less income to begin with. Increasing a penalty that is more severe boosts the probability of revolution more than increasing a 216 penalty that is less severe. Increasing a more severe penalty presumably induces greater anger and resistance than increasing a less severe penalty. Romer derives an impressive array of results from this model, some of which are difficult to state in non-technical language. The main gist of his findings is that the Tsar's optimal strategy involves penalizing poor people more than rich people, whereas Lenin's optimal strategy entails redistributing income from the rich to the poor. This happens because Lenin can build an effective revolutionary coalition at lesser expense among poor people and because the Tsar must concentrate his reprisals upon those people most likely to be recruited for revolution. Keep in mind that Lenin and the Tsar are acting strategically and not ideologically in this game. Lenin's sole purpose is to make a revolution, whereas the Tsar's single intent is to prevent one. Yet acting strategically, they converge toward positions that make ideological sense. Discovery of this unanticipated convergence between strategy and ideology is perhaps the main contribution of Romer's formidable mathematical analysis. If the probability that a coalition will successfully make a revolution is unaffected by the penalties imposed, then tyrannical behavior, meaning confiscation of all income belonging to people participating in revolutionary coalitions, is optimal for the Tsar. But if the probability that a coalition will make a revolution is sensitive, even in the slightest way, to the penalties imposed, then a rational Tsar will never be tyrannical. A revolutionary coalition consisting of everyone with less than a certain income is said to be poor connected. If the probability of revolution is unaffected by penalties, then the revolutionary coalition will be poor connected. But this is not the only circumstance leading to a poor connected revolutionary coalition. If the probability of revolution is sufficiently high, then the revolutionary coalition will also be poor connected. To generate a poor connected revolutionary coalition, Lenin can propose a progressive redistribution of income, meaning a redistribution such that people above a certain income get less than they previously did and people below that level get more. Under all circumstances, society breaks down into three classes based upon income. Everyone below a certain income X belongs to the revolutionary coalition, no one above income level Y belongs to the coalition, and people with incomes between X and Y may or may not be in the coalition. If the revolutionary coalition is poor connected, then the middle class is entirely empty. A revolutionary coalition is poor connected if and only if all its members suffer exactly the same penalty severity. The penalties threatened against rich people, in this case, are distinctly less severe than those threatened against the poor. Despite the mathematical fertility of this game of revolution, Romer is keenly aware of its theoretical limitations. Most importantly, the game does not cope with the free rider problem. Why do people join the revolutionary coalition in the first place? The income Lenin promises is not contingent upon joining the coalition, so almost every individual would gain by avoiding the risk of being penalized by the Tsar. Romer makes a few rather lame points about how Lenin's charisma or the class consciousness induced by identical severity of punishment might overcome the free rider problem. Mostly, however, he chooses to ignore the issue. Although Romer's game of revolution is already fairly complicated, various technical modifications are needed to create a fully satisfying model. The probability of revolution depends exclusively upon the identity of the revolutionary coalition and the schedule of penalties. It should also depend upon the existing and the proposed income distributions. The Tsar can only defend the status quo by making threats. Realism, not to mention strategic parity, suggests he should be able to use positive incentives by offering income redistributions of his own. Whatever its limitations, Roemer's game of revolution does achieve an important objective of analytical Marxism. Rather than assuming a particular class structure and deriving revolutionary dynamics from this class structure, Roemer succeeds in deriving revolutionary class dynamics from more elementary assumptions about the distribution of income and rational pursuit of material gain. This is an important step toward converting the famous proposition stated in the very first lines of the Communist Manifesto: the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggle, from an axiom of Marxist theory to one of its foremost theorems. 218. Transition to democracy. Classical Marxist theory considered revolutionary transitions from feudalism to capitalism and from capitalism to socialism. It acknowledged the possibility of thrusts in the opposite directions, but these were seen as reactionary movements, not as bona fide revolutions in the main line of human emancipation. Events of the last decade challenge this outlook upon revolution. It is evident that movements against bureaucratic state socialism can mobilize immense popular support, accomplish emancipatory tasks, and bring sweeping changes in the organization of society. Although the economic aspect of these movements against state socialism usually involves establishing capitalism, their ideological core and a major basis of their popular support revolves around creating democratic institutions. Movements against state socialism in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union are by no means the only transitions to democracy in recent decades. Transitions of this general nature also occurred in parts of Southern Europe and Latin America. Democratic revolutions are surely the most important political transformations of the current historical period and cry out for theoretical analysis. The most interesting treatment of this subject from something like an analytical Marxist perspective is provided by Adam Przeworski. Because Przeworski's discussion of transitions to democracy makes little use of historical materialism, or class analysis, or exploitation theory, or virtually any recognizable element of Marxist analysis, including it within a book on analytical Marxist requires some justification. I choose to discuss Przeworski's analysis of the transition to democracy because it bristles with insights, because it makes frequent reference to Marxist theory, because it links with Przeworski's other, more clearly Marxist writings, and because it is better to err on the side of inclusion rather than exclusion when talking about analytical Marxism. Przeworski uses a very simple definition of democracy. It is a system with free elections in which a majority of the population can vote, and a government responsible to an elected parliament or president. Three aspects of democracy are crucial to the process of transition. First, democracy is a form of institutionalization of continual conflicts. Second, the capacity of particular groups to realize their interests is shaped by the specific institutional arrangements of a given system. Finally, outcomes of conflicts are not uniquely determined either by the institutional arrangements or by places occupied by participants within the system of production. Outcomes that are unlikely can and do occur. The uncertainty of democratic outcomes and the possibility that the unexpected will happen are particularly salient to the dynamics transition. Modern authoritarian regimes have different kinds of vulnerability. Regimes based upon ritualized speech that no one really believes are vulnerable to public expressions of the honest truth that everyone already knows. Regimes based upon fear are vulnerable to mass movements that end individual isolation through the safety of numbers. Regimes based upon a tacit exchange of prosperity for acquiescence are vulnerable to economic crises. But the breakdown of an authoritarian regime may not lead to democracy. Whether it does depends largely upon the context in which the authoritarian regime collapses. The process of transition has two phases: liberalization of the authoritarian regime and transition proper. The second phase occurs in two general forms, which Przeworski considers separately. The authoritarian regime does not collapse but extricates itself from power through negotiation. The authoritarian regime does collapse, so the opposition is entirely free to construct new political institutions. By the time transition to democracy has become even a remote possibility, the rulers of the authoritarian regime are divided into hardliners and liberalizers. The liberalizers hope to strengthen their position within the regime by instituting changes that would relax social tensions. If liberalization does occur, it results from interactions between these splits within the regime and popular mobilization. Mobilization strengthens the hand of the liberalizers, and the existence of a liberalizing faction encourages and protects the popular mobilization. Przeworski analyzes the liberalization phase by considering the decisions liberalizers must make. First, they must decide whether to remain aligned with the hardliners or to embark seriously upon the path of change. The second decision arises. 220. Only if the liberalizers opt for change and the popular movement then tries to eliminate the authoritarian regime entirely. Under these circumstances, the liberalizers must decide whether to attempt repression of the movement or to allow transition to a different form of society. When making this decision, liberalizers are uncertain about how successful an attempted repression would be. Unsuccessful repression leads to insurrection, assumed by Przeworski to be the worst outcome for everyone. This conceptualization leads to the decision tree given in Figure 7.14. Given this decision tree, the outcome depends heavily upon the preference structure of the liberalizers. Suppose the liberalizers rank the alternatives as follows. 1. Broadened dictatorship. 2. Status quo dictatorship. 3. Transition to democracy. 4. Narrower dictatorship. 5. Insurrection. Suppose further that these preferences are known to everyone. To analyze the outcome, we first consider the end of the decision tree and move backward from there. At their second decision, liberalizers will surely choose transition because they prefer it to either of the alternatives that can arise from repression. Hence, civil society faces a choice between a transition to democracy and participation in a broadened dictatorship, and will surely choose transition. From this it follows that liberalizers, in their first decision, must choose between transition to democracy and a status quo dictatorship. Given the preference structure above, they will choose the status quo dictatorship, so liberalization does not get started even though the liberalizers prefer a broadened dictatorship over all the alternatives. How can a transition to democracy occur with such a decision tree? Przeworski identifies two ways it could happen. The first way assumes that liberalizers are closet Democrats or close to it. For example, their preference structure might be the following. 1. Broadened dictatorship. 2. Transition to democracy. Revolution. 221. Liberalizers. Organize for transition. Liberalizers. Turn into reformers. / 3. Status quo dictatorship. 4. Narrower dictatorship. 5. Insurrection. If the popular movement knows about these preferences, then the outcome will be transition to democracy, as the reader can verify by repeating the steps above. The problem with this scenario is that hardliners will step in if they think liberalizers are actually closet Democrats. 222. The second alternative involves a change of outlook by the liberalizers during the course of the decision process. For example, they might initially think that repression could be successful, but change their mind as a result of interaction with the popular movement. Or the liberalizers might fantasize contrary to all reason and evidence, thinks Przeworski that they could compete successfully in elections. Given such wishful thinking, they might come to view transition to democracy in a more favorable light, rejecting the repression they originally planned on using. Liberalization may not eventuate in transition to democracy, but Przeworski views liberalizers as either ludicrous or tragic figures. The perennial tragedy of liberalizers was described by Marx as early as 1851, they want democracy that will keep them in power, and they are stung when it turns against them. They try to hold on as long as they can, but at some point they must decide whether to go backward to authoritarian restoration or forward to democratic emancipation. The struggle for democracy takes place on two fronts. One front concerns the struggle against the authoritarian regime. The other front becoming increasingly important as the regime weakens concerns the struggle among members of the anti-authoritarian coalition for position within the anticipated democracy. This two-front struggle greatly complicates the politics of transition. Przeworski identifies four actors centrally involved when democracy emerges through extrication from an authoritarian regime. Within the regime, there are hardliners and political reformers. Within the anti-authoritarian coalition, there are moderates and the radicals, the former being more risk-averse, but perhaps not less ideologically radical, than the latter. Extrication requires an understanding between reformers on the regime side and moderates on the coalition side. Such an revolution. 223. Agreement calls for a limited type of democracy preserving the social position of authoritarian elites and usually exempting the military from civilian control. If the moderates ally themselves with the radicals behind a program of sweeping democratic change, including civilian control of the military, then a negotiated exit from authoritarian rule becomes extremely unlikely. Conversely, if the reformers join forces with the hardliners, they will try to maintain the authoritarian regime. The extrication process can be represented as a simple two-person game between reformers and moderates. Political reformers can choose to ally with hardliners behind a preserve the regime strategy, or with moderates behind a strategy of limited democracy. Moderates can choose to join with radicals asking for complete democracy, or with reformers on behalf of a limited democracy. Przeworski provides several slightly different interpretations of the extrication game, one of which is reproduced in Figure 7.2. This version of the extrication game has no pure strategy equilibrium, but some indication of its strategic dynamics can be obtained from the Stackelberg solutions. If reformers are the Stackelberg leaders, the outcome will be survival of the authoritarian regime with some reforms. If moderates are the Stackelberg leaders, the outcome will be limited democracy. 5. Because liberal democracy is better for both players than a reformed authoritarianism, this could well be the outcome of an extrication interaction structured along the lines of Figure 7.2. A great deal seems to depend upon the resourcefulness of the moderates. The relationship between moderates and radicals tends to be ambivalent. Moderates need radicals, Przeworski observes, to pressure the reformers, but moderates also fear that intransigent radicals will not consent to the deal they eventually negotiate with the reformers. Most moderates would prefer a democracy in which the political tendencies represented by reformers have an important role over one dominated by the radicals. This sheds further light on why the extrication route from authoritarianism to democracy often keeps the military free of civilian control and allows it to exercise a baleful tutelage over democratic politics. Some democratic politicians prefer an autonomous military because it can be relied upon to repress popular mobilizations and thus support established political parties. Nationalism, a belief that military institutions somehow embody the national spirit, and fear of leaving the nation defenseless also discourage determined efforts to curtail military autonomy. Given the limited range of institutional possibilities, the choice confronting realistic Democrats may be between tolerating military autonomy or destroying the military establishment entirely. Although democracy emerged in parts of Eastern Europe through an extrication process, the role of the military in these places differs sharply from that sketched above. Communist regimes almost always maintained exceptionally tight civilian control over the military. Thus it is hardly surprising that Eastern European military establishments should ardently support abolition of the communist monopoly on power. But despite the absence of a military overlord a la Argentina and Brazil, Przeworski fears that several Eastern European countries will end up fervently anti-communist, but not democratic. The extrication route to democracy seems inherently unstable to Przeworski. It produces a polity with certain institutional vestiges of dictatorship, and with powerful incentives to eliminate these authoritarian legacies. Efforts to do this are sometimes successful, as in Poland and Spain, but they can also undermine the limited and fragile democracy. Przeworski's analysis of what happens when the authoritarian regime simply collapses is less penetrating than his discussion of extrication. When authoritarianism collapses, the basic political questions concern what democratic institutions will emerge and whether these institutions will be self-enforcing. Przeworski's most striking conclusion is that stable democracy emerges most easily when the balance of political forces is unknown to the democratic institution builders, that is, when they function behind a Rawlsian veil of ignorance. When this happens, the institutions chosen usually incorporate many checks and balances, which constrain the exercise of power and the advantages of having it. With such institutions, losing is not a catastrophe. Losers are induced to comply with unfavorable decisions and to continue participating in the democratic process. Przeworski has modest expectations of democracy. It is only a system for processing conflicts without violence. Although democracy is imperative in a world with so little consensus and so much possibility of violence, the nitty-gritty texture of democratic politics hardly inspires confidence in human rationality or goodwill. The same is true about the transition to democracy. In spite of Václav Havel's eloquent eulogies to the subversive power of truth, the lasting source of opposition to communism was not a yearning for liberty, but religion and nationalism, indeed the historically specific amalgam of the two. Since 1985, if not earlier, the trajectory of Adam Przeworski's thought has been away from Marxism of all sorts, including analytical Marxism. One senses in his writings a declining optimism about the creative potential of revolution and even about the possibility of radical reform in the style of left-wing social democracy. Declining optimism about the possibility of forward leaps in human emancipation is hardly unusual in these last years of our century. Yet Przeworski has not completed the transition away from Marxism. He still makes use of Marxist concepts, defines his own position with reference to classical and contemporary Marxism, and chooses Marxists as his main intellectual antagonists. Moreover, his divergence from Marxism has not been a unidirectional movement but an uneven sequence of attractions and repulsions. Przeworski's ability to combine intuition with logic and historical interpretation with model building is extremely rare. No serious student of revolutionary transitions to democracy, whether analytical Marxist or otherwise, can afford to ignore his ideas. Conclusion. By no stretch of the imagination is analytical Marxism a science of revolution in the sense of providing scientifically certified advice about how and when to make revolutions. Nor does any analytical Marxist I know about aspire to such a role. Several seem dubious about the value of violent upheavals under any circumstances, and many tend to think that classical Marxist theory greatly exaggerated the historical importance of revolution. Analytical Marxism has made definite progress on why rational people engage in revolutionary action, yet the question remains disturbing. The issue of revolution has always been a difficult one for Marxists. This is the place where theory and practice intersect. This is the issue on which Marxists must declare themselves, indicating what they stand for and what they stand against. Most deep schisms within Marxist theory and Marxist politics concern the issue of revolution. The commitment of analytical Marxism to scientific rigor and methodological openness will not shield them from the ethical and political problems posed by revolution. As suggested in the discussion of Adam Przeworski, there may be a connection between optimism about the future and enthusiasm for revolution. Optimistic thinkers generally welcome revolutions whereas pessimists do not. Despite the intellectual promise of analytical Marxism, this is not a very optimistic period in the history of Marxist theory. Since its high water mark in the late 1960s or early 1970s, serious Marxism has lost adherents everywhere, and it now exercises only a fraction of the intellectual appeal it did when I was a young man. Marxists of every description feel chastened in their ability to predict the future and radically uncertain about how human emancipation is best served. For the first time in over a century, the revolutionary left lacks a project that could give a semblance of common purpose to its disparate and frequently antagonistic minions. It is meaningless to be revolutionary in the absence of a revolutionary purpose. Yet the outlook is not entirely bleak, and analytical Marxism may be one source of revolutionary optimism. There is a definite link between the insistence of analytical Marxism on rigorous deductive explanations and the theoretical importance it gives to individual rationality on the one hand, and the reappearance of a plausible emancipatory project on the other. To be sure, this link may remain unconsummated. Analytical Marxism could degenerate into a meaningless academic scholasticism, but it has far more liberating potentialities as well. One of the achievements of classical Marxist theory was to forge an alliance between a significant fragment of the intelligentsia and those social classes identified as victims of exploitation. The ideological foundation of that alliance was an intellectually credible emancipatory project. The project had intellectual credibility partly because it was fashioned with the most credible methods of intellectual production available at the time. If a new project can be formulated and if a new alliance between progressive intellectuals and victims of exploitation can be forged, then the most broadly credible contemporary methods of intellectual production have a vital role to play. For the past century or more, the unifying project of the revolutionary left has been building socialism. Leftists disagreed about what constituted socialism and how to build it, but not about the project itself. What went wrong with these attempts to build socialism? Does their failure demonstrate the inadequacy of Marxist theory in all its incarnations? Is socialism still 228 a plausible objective? Or is it perhaps a utopian dream, the implementation of which induces totalitarianism? The next two chapters consider analytical Marxist contributions to these vital questions. 8. The collapse of communist systems. A chapter on the collapse of communist systems was not included in the first draft of this book. None of the main works on analytical Marxism address the subject in a systematic way, and it is hard to identify distinctively analytical Marxist positions on the issue. Yet when discussing this manuscript with friends and colleagues over the last 2 years, the subject of communist collapse frequently arose. My interlocutors wanted to know how analytical Marxism explained the amazingly rapid demise of communist systems in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. Some of them thought this phenomenon so thoroughly contradicted the fundamental expectations of Marx and Engels as to invalidate any theory even remotely derived from their writings. In light of the stunning turn taken by history during the waning years of the 20th century, they wondered why any alert student would want to study any version of Marxist theory. These discussions convinced me that a book on analytical Marxism published in the 1990s must deal with the breakdown of communist systems. It was not only a matter of placating other people, I also felt internally challenged to build a coherent explanation of communist collapse that fit within the broad outlines of analytical Marxism. If this perspective really advances our understanding of historical dynamics, it should elucidate the most momentous, but least predicted, socio-economic transformation of recent times. Predicting is not the same as anticipating. Although no analytical Marxist predicted the collapse of communism, several anticipated this possibility. In Chapter 2, I quoted a passage from G. A. Cohen claiming that premature attempts at revolution, whatever their immediate outcome, will eventuate in the restoration of capitalist society. Other analytical Marxists have written in a similar vein. John Elster discussed the likelihood of premature communist revolutions with disastrous outcomes. The possibility of a retreat from communist social organization lies implicit within John Roemer's concept of socially necessary exploitation. These rather casual anticipations do not make analytical Marxists any more prescient about historical events than other social scientists. I cite them only to suggest that analytical Marxism has a theoretical basis for explaining the collapse of communist states. A methodological comment is appropriate here. A theory of history should not aim at predicting historical events. Even the most valid historical theory will not be able to do this with any degree of precision. Historical prediction on a scientific basis is impossible not only because causal variables are numerous, random factors are present, and free will exists. It is also impossible because of the severely nonlinear relationship between historical cause and historical effect, A very small change in the cause can sometimes produce a very large change in the effect. The appropriate objective of a theory of history is identifying fundamental principles operative in the historical process and using these principles to interpret historical evidence. Application of valid principles can explain or at least illuminate what happens in history. Rigorous methodology and conscientious collection of evidence make it feasible to distinguish between valid and invalid historical principles. Yet none of these activities enable historical prediction in any meaningful sense. The situation is analogous to how the principle of natural selection functions in explaining biological evolution. Natural selection elucidates a great deal of biological evidence, but it does not support predictions about the future evolution of life. This is the spirit in which I discuss some Marxist interpretations of why many communist systems have collapsed.